For Tuesday, October 4th, City Council meeting, regular meeting. Can we get a roll call, please?
Yeah, Councilmember Lowenstein.
Here.
Councilmember Horvath.
Here.
Councilmember Obaji.
Here.
Councilmember MD.
Here.
Mayor Brandt absent, and Mayor Pro Tem near none.
Here. All right, thank you. We're going to do a salute to the flag, and then we'll do a moment of silence thereafter. Thank you. On three. 1, 2, 3.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, thank you. All right, so tonight we've got actually 2 presentations and we'll do a council announcements thereafter. So grab my notes right there.
How do you make?
Thank you. So, wow, look at that full crowd. Thank you. Thank you guys for all being here tonight. We've got actually 2 very prestigious things to do tonight. We've got to give a commendation out to a former employee, and then we got to get an award. 2 actually very big things. So I'd like to call up former Police Chief Kaufman. Where are you? Where art thou? Thank you. Put you in your long hair. All right, so this is our former police chief up here. He was, Chief Kaufman came to us on October 20th, 2015. It's been 7 nice years with him, and he came from the city of Hawthorne. So we want to thank the city of Hawthorne for grooming him and making him a great police chief for us. Appreciate that. He's the co-founder of National Coffee with a Cup program, whose mission it is to improve trust, build relationships with the community, and one coffee at a time, which has since grown to popcorn and slushies on the Esplanade, amongst many other things in parks. So thank you very much for that. Among his many accomplishments as our police chief here in Redondo, he's reimagining our police in our community, which other cities around in the LA area and California are now copying. So I think it's best to sum up his vision with, we are the community leading the way in law enforcement. And today you'll see the community more so ever before integrated with our police department and vice versa. He's ended his police chief on February 27th, 2022, and then transitioned to our interim fire chief directly thereafter in March, and at which point in time retired from that position where Chief Butler took over. So great job on that, which leads me to the last point about him. He assisted with our fire department assessment, which we're currently implementing. And what's so great about that assessment is, as a police chief, he came to the fire department and asked questions nobody really thought to ask. And on a personal note, I'll tell you, some of the things that he asked came in that assessment. I brought him down to ICA, Independent Cities Association, for a lunch, and he had multiple job offers from city council members on the spot at that lunch. And he's also diving, skin diver, fisherman, spear fisher. He's a surfer. He's on a boat. He's got a boat. He's learning to fly. Some people now call him maybe perhaps Superman because he's doing all that, flying away. So thank you for your service, Chief. Really appreciate it. The community really appreciates it. Mr. City Manager, Mr. Rosansky, you have any words to say?
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Keith, it's been a pleasure. Thank you so much for all that you've done for our community. I'll tell a brief story. When Keith was going through the interview process, I was on the panel with John New, a few others, and Keith did a great job. And I bring him back, and we're talking to the then city manager, Joe Hefkin. And Keith's wearing this kind of unique suit, not all that different than what he's wearing now. It's sort of an Italian hipster combination. We can't quite make it out what it is. And Joe says, after Keith kind of does his thing, we talk and said, what'd you think? I thought he nailed it today. I think he's a wonderful candidate. Joe, what about that suit? I said, well, it's a little different, but I'm not sure we're hiring him for his suit and his fashion. But, he and Holly, his wife, had a fashion company, a clothing company in his earlier days. But what I tell that story as a bit of an analogy. Keith was a little bit different. He was a unique candidate. He did something that was truly transformational in our department. He came in at a time of change. He came in at a time of consternation, and he brought us all together. He brought the department together. He brought our community together, and he created programs and implemented programs that were truly innovative. Coffee with the Cop was one of them. Chief Kaufman is the only person I know that ever, I think, implemented a surfing contest that was actually organized by the department, or a skateboarding contest. These were truly crazy things, really. If you'd said we were going to do skateboarding 20 years ago, and it was going to be organized by our police chief and the department and our association, I would have said that's crazy. It just doesn't happen. But these things were truly unique, and it actually, I thought, allowed us to ingratiate ourselves with a portion of Redondo Beach citizens, our community, that we hadn't touched before. And that was really, I think, a major selling point for us. We were doing new things. We were reaching new recruits. We were bringing in new candidates that we hadn't touched before. And in Keith's time, it was the first, I think, that I can recall that we were fully staffed. We hadn't been staffed. We'd been down maybe 20 officers prior to his arrival at different times. And Keith was able to inspire new candidates and really bring us to full complement. And it's been quite a ride. He stepped over. He's done everything we've asked him to do in the fire department and more. Really, your leadership skills, Keith, are what I think make you so effective. It doesn't matter what the subject matter is. When you inspire, when you listen to people, when you bring about change, when you're willing to think through new ideas, work with your personnel to get there, your command staff and others in the organization. It's what leadership's all about. And you've embodied that through your entire career with us, and we're better off for it. There's just no other way to say it. So thank you, Keith. We're going to miss you a ton. You've built a wonderful foundation for our future, and we're very grateful for it.
Thank you, sir.
You're not going to get out for that singing.
Well, thank you so much. Thank you, everybody, for coming out. This is an awesome honor. I tried to escape having to do this, but you sucked me in. So I'm grateful to be here, and I'm quite honored. I've always said that being a police chief or a fire chief, it's really about four legs of a stool sitting on a solid base. And I want to thank the people that make up those four legs today. The first is obviously city management and the political powers that be, the people that I've worked for. You guys have been incredible to me. There's a lot of consternation, and politics can be really, really ugly. But when it came to public safety, this city's blessed because I feel like we always had a 5-0 vote. Maybe with the exception of the boat or something like that. But for the most part, it's been wonderful to work with you guys because you've always been behind public safety, and the community benefits from that. So I appreciate that a lot. Another leg of the stool is, of course, family. My wife is here. Holly, raise your hand. Thank you. Raise your hand. She's been my rock. She's been with me this entire ride, and some of those years have been like dog years, and I just appreciate everything and love her to death. The next leg of the stool is, of course, all the people that I worked for. And when I say worked for, I don't mean the people behind me. I mean the people in the audience, because that's what it was all about. The organizations that I was involved with, and trying to do everything I could to work for you guys to push those organizations forward. And then last but not least, the last leg of the stool is the community. Mike mentioned it. It's been a huge focus of mine, and I hope now as a citizen sitting back, I get to watch these public safety organizations move forward, and always keep that in mind, because now I'm going to be in my house watching with a careful eye. But the city does a great job, and it's just been an honor to work here. What a great move it was for me coming from Hawthorne to here. There's a couple other people in this room that worked for Hawthorne that would probably agree with me. It was a great city, but it was very tough, and coming here was really a Cinderella story. It's where I was born, where my dad worked, and then where I was able to end my career. So what a wonderful, wonderful place. And, you know, now, based on the list that you have, I have a lot of stuff to do. And most of it's fun. So thank you guys very much. I greatly appreciate it.
All right, thank you, Chief. So the next thing we have up is we just got a very prestigious award from Cal Cities, formerly known as the League. Out of 477 cities, we got this award. So 3 times in 1 month. Jeff Kiernan, come on up here. And yeah, let us see this beauty. This is Jeff Kiernan. He is our rep for the LA area for the Cal Cities, League of California, or formerly known as League.
League of California.
And yeah, so thank you very much for this and let you talk about it. Appreciate it.
Thank you. And of course, I am not as good at this as you are, but I'm going to let you hold that while I grab my remarks. Thank you, Mayor, council members, for letting me be here tonight. As he said, I'm Jeff Kiernan with the League of California Cities. Each year, the League of Cities honors member cities throughout the state for outstanding and innovative efforts to better serve and respond to needs in their communities with awards known as the Helen Putnam Award. Named in honor of the first woman to be president of Cal Cities in 1978, the awards recognize innovation and excellence in city programs over 12 award categories. This year, Redondo Beach and 11 other honorees were chosen from 155 submissions from all over California, and all of our award winners have made a unique contribution to their community with innovative solutions that improve a quality of life, more efficiently deliver services, provide a new service that responds to a community need. Redondo Beach's enhanced response to homeless program, initiated by the city attorney and the police department, and then approved by the city council in June of 2019, is this year's Helen Putnam Award winner for the Housing Programs and Innovation category. The city recognized the difficulty unhoused residents had in accepting supportive services and devised a plan to assist them by developing the first ever homeless court in LA County. By bringing the court to the accused, unhoused individuals attended their legal proceedings at a much higher rate than a traditional courtroom, and if defendants then accepted services and the offer of housing, their cases were dismissed. These innovative court proceedings, when combined with the city's acquisition of transitional and permanent housing, has been a true success story. While the surrounding county service planning area saw an 18% increase in unhoused individuals, Redondo Beach saw a decrease of more than 24%. At the time of the ward application, 68 unhoused individuals had attended the court and accepted services. 22 were placed in interim housing, and 26 were placed in permanent housing. Cities continue to be on the front lines of California's housing crisis, and innovations like the Redondo Beach Homeless Court are some of the true success stories that Cal Cities is eager to share with other members around the state. Assemblymember Al Meritsucci even introduced a bill that would have created a pilot program to expand the homeless court across California, but unfortunately, that bill didn't garner enough votes to pass the legislature this year. But even without that bill and the funding that would have come with it, the program is already being replicated in cities, neighboring cities, including that of Torrance and Long Beach. It's truly my pleasure to be here to present this award on behalf of Cal Cities to Redondo Beach.
Take a few photos. You guys want to get the city attorney's office? Anyone, Mr. Webb and anyone else? Lila, come on down, take photos with it.
We should have, what?
I think there's a video we're going to watch.
You're gonna,
Video, we could have public works in the police.
perfect, yeah. Is there, Ted, come on down.
Yeah, go ahead and play it. Why we got it. Where's my car?
Is there sound element?
There is not. Well, there's music. No, no.
This is what they played.
This is.
All right. Thank you. You guys want to come down? Public Works, come on, you guys. Okay, onwards. Announcements. So, Councilmember Loneston, do you have any announcements?
Yes, thanks, Mayor Pro Tem Nierenheim. The next District 2 community meeting will be held on October 17th. That's a Monday, 6 to 7:30 on Zoom. You can click on the District 2 webpage on redondo.org. And our special guest will be new Fire Chief Pat Butler. So looking forward to having him speak to the community. And also it was great to see Councilmember Nierenheim sworn in as the Mayor Pro Tem Nierenheim sworn in as the President of the Independent Cities Association last week. So congratulations on behalf of the council.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Councilmember Horvath.
District 3 community meeting tentatively will be Saturday, October 15th at 9:30 a.m. Details to follow.
Councilmember Obaji.
All right, I want to congratulate Mayor Pro Tem Nierenheim on becoming the ICA president. That's the Independent Cities Association, and it's the first time that a Redondo Beach City Council member has been the president of that organization since the 1960s, correct?
72.
72.
Oh,
50 years.
72. And we had an installation ceremony at the Seaside Lagoon showing really the potential for that space. It was really beautiful. And yeah, so that's kudos to you, Councilmember Nierenheim. You're working extra hard for us and our region. Wanted to thank our Community Services Director. Been doing a great job getting our utility boxes wrapped, and art has been a true priority of mine, so I appreciate seeing that. I think the last art commission meeting, they approved 12 utility boxes, whereas prior to him getting there, they were doing one every 2 months. So I love seeing that stepped up. Also appreciate Public Works stepping up to all the requests that my residents are putting in these days since I've been going around the neighborhood and doing so promptly. And the Perry Park playground should be completed this week, which is awesome. Huge playground flooring being replaced there. And it seems like it came out beautifully so far. And finally, thank you, Chief Butler. I don't know if he's in the room, but thank you for appearing at the District 4 community meeting. about 2 weeks ago or so. People absolutely love our new fire chief, and he left our community meeting at Perry Park to get onto a Facebook Live with Councilmember Nierenheim. So he's working super hard, and we're very lucky in this city to have two excellent, top-notch chiefs of fire, chief of police, and there's a reason for that. And I believe it's because of our new city manager who's hitting about his 1-year mark right now. So thank you, City Manager Wazansky. That's it.
Thank you. All right, Councilmember MD, do you have anything?
Thank you. I just got back from Paris and confirmed what Councilman Lowenstein was saying when he was there about how they have been navigating electric bikes around their city. It's really quite, I haven't been there for about 10 years, and it was quite a transformation that Paris has gone through to accommodate electric bikes and alternate forms of transportation. And just, my husband's very keen on the Access Redondo app. And if any of you know, there's this thing called an Access Redondo app. If you see graffiti, if you see a sidewalk that needs to be tripped, that has a tripping hazard, or anything that you see in the city, a pothole, you just take a picture of it, put it on the Access Redondo app, and it gets handled usually within 24 hours. Now, he saw some graffiti on the subway at Paris, and he said, hey, can we take a picture of that? And I said, I don't know if they have an Access Paris app, so I just wanted you to know that. So you've spoiled some of your residents in Redondo Beach. I also want to shoot a shout out, congratulations to a coffee shop that's in the South Bay Galleria. South Bay Galleria has begun construction on the inside. If you go up to the 3rd floor, you'll start to see some of their constructions happening. They're moving forward. They'll be doing the inside work first, and then you'll be seeing some movement on the outside, but assured that there is construction going on. But there's a new business in there called Neighborhood Coffee, and it was actually quite delicious, and I would encourage everybody to go down there. Also, there's a new business called Straw and Spoon. They serve boba, and that's on Artesia and McKay, where the slider stop used to be. So lots of great things happening, and just thank you very much.
Awesome, thank you. First, I want to start off with thanking Public Works. There weren't one, but there were 2 dumpsters full of compost at the Performing Arts Center. Did we go through them all? Yes, no, yeah. The majority. So that was October 1st, Saturday. It's last Saturday. I had to drive up away from the usual area. I'd imagine there's a long line of cars. Great job on thinking about adding it to a new location. So thank you for that. I want to bring up my community meeting this Saturday. It's my standard community meeting, second Saturday of the month, which is going to be the 8th, I believe, Saturday the 8th. Yeah, Saturday the 8th at 9:30 at Alta Vista Community Center till 11:30, a 2-hour event. No special guests or anyone, just come on down. We'll be sending out an agenda. And starting at 9 a.m. at Alta Vista, 9 to 1, there's actually a work event if you want to come on down. And we're employing some volunteers to work with the community garden group who are building the community garden at Alta Vista, the first community garden we'll be having. So if you want to sign up, volunteer for that, go ahead and go to the South Bay Parklands website, and there's a volunteer link to sign up with, and they're looking for people, so come on down. There's also a domestic violence event, Candlelight Vigil, October 22nd. That's coming up soon. Thank you, Police Department. And of course, there is an special election happening right now. Everyone got their ballots. So if you haven't gotten your ballot, please check in with our city clerk. A lot of ballots have come back, roughly 1/3 of our usual amount. So that's good after 1 week, week and a half. And the last thing I'll end off with is at the end of the month, the Spooktacular event, Halloween Spooktacular event for Riviera Village is back. They're going to be planning it for October 31st. So come on down. You'll see thousands of residents with their kids down there. It's a great family event. It's a great event to go there with anyone, actually. Really cool costumes. So onwards to our next item. So approval order of agenda. Are we fine with the order of agenda, or do you want to move something, Councilmember?
I'd like to move N1 to before the public hearing, please.
And item N1 to in front of public hearing and everything else as is?
Yes.
All right, is that a
You
motion?
know, I object to that. This is, the person who's done this public hearing has been going through this for a year and a half. They've been, this has been a trial and tribulation for this family. And I just don't, you know, if you want to do after the public hearing, that's fine, but I just don't think we need to be delaying them any further.
All right.
You want to do it after?
No, I'd like to keep it before the hearing because I realize that's important. In judicial hearings, when you go to court, they put the longer matters towards the end of the calendar and get through the light matters first. And I know there's a lot of parents who'd like to speak on the subject on Zoom and otherwise, and they've got young kids. So I think it's something we can get through rather expeditiously. And so I'd like to make that motion.
Okay, is there a
There's
second?
I'll second it.
Okay,
Thank you.
any other motions? Okay, motion on the floor to move item N1 in front of the public hearing. All other items stay exactly the same. Everything stays on the consent calendar. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed?
No.
Opposed, 2 opposed, and no one's abstaining. So motion carries 3-2. Okay, next up is our agency recess. We have a regular meeting of our Community Financing Authority, item F1. And I see the agenda's in here now for this. It's nice. All right, so I'd like to call a meeting to order for our Community Financing Authority at 6:27 p.m. on October 4th. Can I get a roll call vote, please?
Member Lowenstein.
Here.
Member Horvath. Here. Member Obaji.
Here.
Member MD.
Here.
Chairman Brandt absent, and Vice Chair Nierenheim.
Here. All right, first item, A1, approval order of agendas. Do we get a motion to approve the order of agenda?
Motion second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Perfect. Carries unanimously. All right, next item, blue folder items. Are there any blue folder items?
No blue folder.
No blue folder items. Perfect. Consent calendar, we've got 4 items on the consent calendar, including our affidavit. Does anyone want to pull anything or speak to any of them?
Motion to approve.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, anyone from the public would like to speak on the consent calendar items?
I have none for Zoom or e-comments.
Perfect. All right, in that case, all in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Nope. Carries unanimously. Let's see. Public participation on non-agenda items for the Community Financing Authority. Does anyone want to come down and speak to the Community Financing Authority under non-agenda items? In person? No? Anyone Zoom or?
I have none.
No? None. All right, perfect. Onwards. No public hearings, no new business. So can I get a motion to close the Community Financing Authority?
Motion to close.
Second.
All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Perfect. All right, so back to our regular meeting. Can we get a roll call vote, please?
Councilmember Lowenstein.
Here.
Councilmember Horvath. Here. Councilmember Obaji.
Here.
Councilmember MD.
Here.
Mayor Brandt absent, and Mayor Pro Tem Nierenheim.
Here. All right. So that brings us to our blue folder items. Do we have any blue folder items to submit to the record?
Yes, for J1, non-agenda items, we have numerous public communications. For L1, regarding the public hearing, request for the removal of property located at 2501 Curtis Avenue, we have public communications plus a PowerPoint presentation, and one regarding the all-way stop request at 8 intersections, public communication, and a stop sign pull results from Councilmember Obaji. That concludes blue folder items.
Is there a motion to submit these to the record?
So moved. Second.
All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All right, anyone opposed? Nope. Carries unanimously. All right. Consent calendar. Tonight we've got 23 items on our consent calendar. I will ask first to the council if they want to pull anything or speak to any of the items. And then I'll ask the public if they want to speak to any of the items on the consent calendar, at which point in time that you can. And then we'll make a motion to go from there. So, Councilmember Lowenstein, do you have anything to pull on the consent calendar?
Yes, H10, please.
H10. Councilmember Horvath.
H8.
Councilmember Obaji.
No, thank you.
Councilmember MD.
No, thank you.
Okay, and I do not want to pull anything either. All right, so can I get a motion to approve all items except for items H10 and H8?
So moved. Second.
Okay. Any members of the public want to speak to any item on the consent calendar except for items H8 and H10? Anyone? Is there anything on Zoom
I have
or?
none on Zoom, but we do have some e-comments on let's see, H8, we can't do yet. We have H14, a couple. So go ahead, Vicki.
Okay, for item H14, Amir Osterweil says, I am assuming this means more bike lanes. H19, Jill Clausen states, I hope these will be electric vehicles. We should not be contributing to the worsening of global heating. We should be acting as examples and doing everything in our power to mitigate it. Thank you, Jill Clausen. And H19, Jill Clausen submits, oh, I'm sorry, I already did that one. Also for H19, there's Amir Osterweil. We should only be or buy electric vehicles. And that concludes comments for consent items that are not being considered separately.
Okay. No one else from the public wants to speak in person? Last chance? All right. For the motion on the floor to approve all items except for items H10 and H8, all in favor? Aye. Anyone opposed? Nope. Carries unanimously. All right. Anything to read?
H6, adopt by title only resolution number CC-2210-073, a resolution City Council City of Redondo Beach, California, amending the official book of classifications for positions of human resources manager. And H22, adopt by 4/5 vote and by title only resolution number CC-2210-075, a resolution City Council City of Redondo Beach, California, modifying the adopted budget for fiscal year 2022-2023 to accept $291,354 in 2021 State Homeland Security Program grant funds. And that concludes the reading at this point.
All right, thank you. Okay, first item up on the list, item H8. Councilmember Horvath, you pulled that.
Yes, I pulled this because this is first reading of an action that took place at our last meeting regarding raising the salaries for city council, city clerk, mayor. And so I'm pulling it because I still don't agree. I think the council went too far, especially as it relates to the city council salaries.
Okay. Councilmember MD, your next speaker item is up.
I was not at that meeting, but I wanted to formally object to the fact that we're already one of the highest paid council people, and I get why increases, they've been, 2015 is a long time to not have increases, but there were other options presented at that meeting, such as tying it with some kind of percentage, or, you could even, tie it to the rest of the city in the percentage wise, but it's, even the Budget and Finance Committee suggested a much lower amount. I'm also objecting to the large jump of 80% in salary.
Okay, Councilmember Obaji.
Sure. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. First, I believe this is the first increase since 2007. Is that correct?
That is correct.
All right. So, folks, at the last meeting, we decided that we would increase city council salaries. Haven't been changed since 2007. Obviously, there's been a big change in consumer price index since that time. Also, the amount of time that needs to be dedicated to the city council work. In addition, it's been clear that the low amount of money that is paid to city council members allows only the privileged folks who have the disposable income that allows them to take this amount of time and serve on a council to do so. And that by raising the pay on the city council, we'll get more and we'll get better candidates. And I think the pushback that we're getting right now is a couple of council members who moved from the majority to the minority on council, essentially trying to say, hey, we want our kingdom back. We want our ownership of this council back. And I'll tell you what, I had a conversation with Senator Ben Allen at the ICA, Independent Cities Association event, where I said, Senator Allen, why is it that we keep getting beat up on all these housing bills? And, we seem to be losing on every one of these votes. The governor we just got an email yesterday. They signed a new ADU law, hyper boosting, hyper turboing the ability to get a ADU. He's like, well, the truth is, Zane, you guys are active as a city council, but other cities are not. And sometimes your city council is not that active. And you guys need to really be tracking bills. You need to be active in what happens with bills in committees. You need to have people there. You need to write letters and so on and so forth. And so what we're getting from our state representatives is a request to be even more active, because the other assembly members, not our own state senators, the ones from Bakersfield, from Riverside, they don't care about these housing bills. They're not affecting them. They're not shoving housing down their throats. They got land to build on. So this is a job that demands a lot and is going to be demanding more. And we should do everything we can to attract the best people to this position, because the challenges ahead are great. That's all. Thanks.
Thank you, sir. Councilmember Lowenstein.
Well, it's been said before, as Councilmember Obaji had mentioned, we are trying to attract people here to serve as a city council member. None of us up here, with the potential exception of Councilmember Obaji if he gets reelected, including the mayor, are going to benefit from this. This is happening in districts 3 and 5 in 2023, and 1, 2, and 4 in the mayor's position in 2025.
Thanks, I forgot that.
So this is not self-serving. None of us are going to benefit. That's the first thing to remember. The second thing to remember is it's not a lot of money, folks. This is a tempest in a teapot. We're looking at 0.05 or 0.005% of the entire budget. So, I can recall before Councilmember Nierenheim got on the council, we were giving an $800,000 a year subsidy to the Chamber of Commerce. If this pay raise went through, it would take 16 years to equal the 1 year that went to the Chamber of Commerce in terms of a subsidy. And that was for our hotel, to improve our hotel transient occupancy tax. That never went down. In terms of that, it kept going up. That was money that was not well spent. We've been guardians of fiscal responsibility on this dais for 6+ years. We believe that this is the right thing to do. We want to attract good quality candidates. And remember, a lot of us up here, I'm not whining, but a lot of us up here spend lots of hours, 30+ hours a week as council members, on weekends, at night, 1:30 at night sometimes. I'm away from my family, my kids. A lot of us are away. Councilmember Obaji is away from his young daughter. Councilmember Horvath is away from his kids, and Councilmember MD is away from her spouse. So, and Councilmember Nierenheim is away from his chickens. So, a lot of us do spend a lot of time. We ask to volunteer and to serve, but this is not to benefit us. It's to benefit future councils, and in turn benefit the constituents. And I don't think it's a lot to ask for this. If you look at us compared to, the city of LA, they're a full-time position, but they're not working twice as many hours as us, and they're getting paid a good 15, 20 times what we get paid. So I think, again, let's keep it in perspective. It's not a lot of money. Let's not play politics over this. This is to make sure that we get good qualified people running in March and in 2 years from March. Let's not play politics. Let's make sure that people are well compensated. We continue to fight for good pay for our employees, our other electeds. I believe that they should keep pace with inflation, which has not happened over the last 20-something years on the dais up here. So that's what I say about this. I intend to vote yes on this. Thank you.
Councilmember MD, did you put your hand down?
No, I put it back up. So don't play politics about this. So what do? They throw out these different topics that have all to do with politics and have nothing to do with this actual topic of conversation. If, when people run for any office, the first question out of their mouth is not how much do I get paid in that position. On the contrary, if you guys want to attract people, and this convoluted idea that I'm trying to keep a kingdom, that's just a bunch of crap. And so, and that just doesn't even make sense. Because you're going to pay whether anybody, whoever's up here, the same amount of money on it. It doesn't matter what side of an issue they're on. And when it comes to playing politics, bringing up the 800,000, you can sit there and bring up a lot of things that we do. It's a $100 million budget. That has nothing to do with it. You're talking about how to attract people to this position. You know how you can attract people to this position? Stop playing the games and having these hate pages and having people's reputations dragged through the mud unnecessarily. There was a, and I'll give you exactly an example of that. There was a exceptional person who I'm not going to say what district it is, and they were asked why, hey, would you run? This person completed Harvard education, was a director of a major public agency, had a whole list of wonderful qualifications. In addition to, they were massively a volunteer in the community and all the different kids' soccer programs, scouts, and a lot of other organizations in their church, and would be an ideal candidate to be a city council member. And you know what that person said? They said, have you seen what they've done to Laura MD and her family? Her and her husband are the most upstanding people I know. And yet you see them get dragged through the mud constantly. Oh no, I don't want to get involved in that. If you want to have quality people up here, then stop dragging people through the mud offline. And that's how you're going to get quality people who want to join. Because otherwise, no one wants to be here with that. No one has ever asked me, how much do you get paid? Nobody. So that's not going to be a factor on whether or not to invite people up here. It comes down to the fact the city council is one of the highest ones paid. I know it's a low amount of money, and I don't have an objection to us increasing salaries. I don't have an objection to you increasing salaries. I do have an objection to increasing it so much, so quickly, and you can counter, you're gonna end up with the same situation later, where once this is in, we're the highest paid in the entire area. We're the highest paid, and to compare us to the city of LA is ludicrous. So when you compare us to other cities that have the similar populations, we're the highest paid one. And they don't even count the fact that there's a percentage that goes into different funds from that there's a cell phone allowance, there's other kind of allowances that are on there. Look, I get it. We're not benefiting from it, and that's not what I'm objecting to. I'm not objecting to you personally not getting it. I'm objecting to the fact that it's such a big jump, and I don't agree with it.
So thank you for that. It's quite rich, some of the things that you've said, Councilmember MD, because I'll just start off with this. The fact that I'm not bankrupt, the fact that I'm able to sit here before you guys, represent and fight for this community, is beyond amazing, and something that my adversaries have truly not wanted. I think Councilmember Obaji is quite lucky only getting a recall. I was elected on May 16th.
It's early.
It's early. May 16th, 2017, I was elected, sworn in on June 6th, 2017, and had my first personal lawsuit waged against me on June 15th, 2017. I'm going to the California State Supreme Court in the next few months with my fellow defendants, such as Wayne Craig sitting right back there, an advocate for this community, whether you like him or not, whether you like the things that he has to say and advocates for. He's also getting sued personally and individually. I like to say I'm lucky enough, like Mayor Brand, to also have a title in front of my name, okay? Things that we fought very hard for. But you know what? A mom or dad who's single should be able to fight, and even if they're not single and they have a spouse, should be able to fight for their kid's future with this job. That's what this comes down to. And this comparison conversation, guess what? We compare ourselves to cities like Beverly Hills, Manhattan Beach, okay? That's the same one we compare our city employees to. And by the way, our city employees are very well paid compared to them as well. Do I want to get paid more? Absolutely. But we don't compare ourselves in other cities, by the way, that do have and get paid a lot more than what we do, $80,000 to $100,000 a year for the position. Okay, so to say that you're going to sit here and only comparing against one or two cities or a few cities and we're highest paid, well, that's just not true. It's malarkey, as our president would say. Thank you very much for the cell phone allowance, because I fought for that for years. And something I've said from the very beginning is you want professional people making professional decisions. They need to have professional tools. From day one, I've had this cell phone, which is a city cell phone, and I put it out there everywhere. So that way, if I get a public records request, it's separate than my personal cell phone. I paid every single bill on my own on that. That's not right. Other cities also have that allowance to have it in there. When we get a public records request, everything can be searched. Councilmember Horvath here sits here and uses a private email service to do his city business on. Let's think about that for a moment, okay? So we need to have the professional tools to do these things correctly. Decision makers should be paid to take time away from their families and their friends. There are costs associated with this, and we shouldn't be comparing ourselves to the lowest rung in the tool set. It is absurd. And when people start talking about not getting pay raises or not being paid well, or you should be doing this for free or low paid or volunteering, a very simple question for those people. And they should answer this question. How many of those paychecks have you donated back to the city of Redondo Beach or refused to take? That's the question you should be asking yourself. So if there's any public comment, I know Councilman Horvath, you just put your light on, you can go ahead and speak if you like.
Yeah, I'm just going to say, you bring it up a lot about me forwarding my emails to a Gmail account, and there's a good reason why I do that, because the city only has a 30-day retention policy. And as far as I'm concerned, that if somebody is going to do a public records request, I want to make sure my emails go all the way back to the day when I was elected. So I have kept that Gmail account to ensure that I have full transparency for any obligations that are related to this job. Just like I have a Google voicemail number that I use specific to this job as well, so that any phone calls or voicemails are also transparently and accessible to the city clerk's office and the city attorney's office in the event of a PRR. So careful with what you say there. There's reasons why I have that.
You know, I couldn't be happier to hear what you just said, because now everyone knows that you have all your emails going back to 2015 publicly. Okay, perfect. Because I want to let everyone know something. As decision makers and leaders of the community, what he just said, what's so wrong with what he just said, 30 days? Well, guess what? I've been sitting up here since 2017, and I've been fighting for a retention policy that's over 2 years. In fact, I just had a conversation with our city clerk about getting a retention policy that's way more than 30 days, because it's absurd and it's wrong. To his point, exactly. It should be more than 30 days. And I, as a decision maker, have been fighting the majority council for 4 years, and now I'm finally getting this through so that we have a longer retention policy. 30 days is absurd. It is completely done so there's no transparency in the city. And if you're a quality decision maker, you see a problem and you go and try to fix that problem. His old tagline was there were problems with the old city IT infrastructure. But you know what? As a decision maker, we need to find a problem, attack that problem, and solve it. I'm glad to hear you have 2 years, 3 years, 5, 7 years of emails. That's fantastic. It's great. I totally think it's awesome. So again, pay professional wage for what you want. And this $1,600 a month is nowhere near a professional wage.
Minimum wage.
It's not even minimum wage, actually. So any public comment on this? Anyone want to come down? No.
Motion to approve.
Oh, no, we got e-comments and Zoom comments. I'm sure there'll be
Zoom
some.
comment. Candace Nafisi.
Good evening. This is Candace Nafisi from District 3. I'm calling in to write in support of the pay increase. For a number of reasons, Redondo Beach is unique compared to the other cities. Your city officials interface with the California Coastal Commission. We have a state park in our city. They interface with the Metro. There's a number of different local, state, and county entities that they frequently interface with. The other cities don't. In addition, I can attest to everyone up there on that DS spends more than 25 hours a week on council items. Even the council members that I have a varying opinion about, I know that you put in the time. Nobody does this job for the money. I've been in public service for over 2 decades. I don't do it for the money. No one does it for the money. But it does change the game when you are getting paid an adequate amount to do what you are asked to do. And what you're doing is a very selfless service, and you should be paid, obviously not accordingly, because I know that each one of you puts several hours beyond the time that anyone knows in. So if anything, where I would like to politely disagree is that you don't give yourself enough credit, and that we want to attract the best of the best to the city. Our city deserves that. So a vote in a favor of a pay increase is to ensure that we have adequate people that come to the table and want to do this for the right reasons. And Council Member Obaji is absolutely correct. This should not be a job for the privileged. It should absolutely not. It should be a job for people who can afford to do it and want to do it wholeheartedly and are okay with it. And yes, every single one of you have the option to donate your check back. This is something that I have thought deeply about doing and will consider it. So all of you make a tough choice up there when you're making this decision. I hope that you consider a vote in support of this. Thank you so much for your consideration.
Thank you.
Okay, we have an e-comment. Go ahead, Vicki.
Yes, we have one. Jill Clausen submits, I support this increase. Jill Clausen, Redondo Beach resident since 1994. And that concludes comments for this item.
Okay, the last thing I'll just say to that is, we have one of the highest paid city attorneys in the state of California. Top 5, top 8, I want to say, costing the city $491,000 in 2020 alone. So this city pays their employees well because we want to find good quality employees. We pay our city attorney a lot of money. We're giving our city clerk a lot of money, a pay raise as well. So we have pride in our community, and that's what this comes down to, having pride. So I see no more comments from the public unless you do. Oh, you do? One more. Come on down.
I'm Carissa Gallardo, and it's nice to be here. Thank you for your service. I see what you guys are doing all the time, and I think you are so underpaid and I don't know the word. But anyway, yes, they compensated, thank you. And I appreciate all that all of you guys do up here on the council, and I think that a salary raise that you're talking about isn't that much, especially since it hasn't been raised since, what'd you say, 2007? My uncle is a mayor in Arizona, and even with this raise, he gets paid more. The mayor and the council get paid more than you guys will with this raise. And he lives in a town that's the lower cost of living, housing prices aren't ridiculous like they are here. And he gets paid more and they get paid more. And so I think that you guys deserve this. And as a single working mom, I could never be able to do this. I've been here for the better part of 26 years, and I would never have been able to run without having enough compensation. It didn't have to be my only compensation, but enough compensation to make it worthwhile and to be a representative for the city. So thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else want to speak? Person? Okay, no more.
Just to be clear, while we do deserve a raise, we are not getting a raise.
That is true. We are all not going to be getting this raise, just so everyone knows. This is not for us. This is for the people that are coming after us.
Yes.
Okay, this is a very clear point. All right, I'll do a roll call vote.
Well, motion to approve, right?
Oh,
And a
actually, yeah, we
second.
need a vote. Yeah, is there a second? Is there a motion? Sorry, on the floor for this item.
Motion to approve item
H8.
H8.
Second.
I'll make a substitute motion that we put it to the voters in March to actually make the decision as to whether we deserve the salary increase or the future council deserves a salary increase.
I'll second that. It'll fail, but I'll second that.
All right, is there any discussion on that?
May I address that?
Yeah, absolutely.
You're going to spend more on an election, maybe 2 times more an election than you are going to actually giving future council, that doesn't make any sense. So
you
when you guys are
already have
arguing,
an
when you're arguing dollars and cents, yes, I'm going to bring up the $800,000 because it was a lot of money. And yes, I'm going to bring up the cost of an election because it's a lot of money. So, of course. So this is partially about money and economics. And we've already said that. So I don't understand why we would do that. So.
Yeah, go for it.
This is the extent to which these folks want to keep this seat away from a lot of people out there in the city. They want this to be about privilege. People who have enough money, who either make enough money or their spouses make enough money that they can afford to spend hours from 4:30 p.m. here till midnight or beyond every Tuesday, 3 Tuesdays in a month, plus community meetings, plus community engagements, plus meetings with other cities and the like. They wanted to reserve it for the few. We want to open it up for everybody. If you, Carissa, Leslie, Wayne, you guys want to run, by all means, this is going to give you enough money that you can afford to take off some time from your day job to do this. That's the point. That's the message we're sending. That's all.
Can I just say one thing?
Hold on, Councilmember Horvath.
Okay.
Is your light on?
Yeah, I'm just going to say again, I got to agree with Laura. That is the most ludicrous thing I've ever heard. Like, we're going to hold on to power and prevent people from running that. It's ridiculous. If somebody wants to run, they're going to run regardless because they want to serve. That's it. But you can sit there with your cute stories.
Okay. All right.
I just want to say one thing. If this were a job offer in the news or a job opportunity in the newspaper, it would read something like, bachelor degree, perhaps, maybe a master's degree, willing to work 30 hours a week, willing to be subjected to slander, verbal abuse, and pay is going to be less than $1,600, about $1,600 a month. Would anybody in the audience take that job? Probably not. And so we all are making a sacrifice here. And again, we're not doing this for us, we're doing it for future people. Let's make sure that people are compensated what they deserve to be compensated. I'm always in favor of raising minimum wage because we live in a very expensive area. Remember, $1,600 a month in Redondo Beach is not a lot of money. For some people it might be, but for most of us who have large mortgages and families, it's not a lot of money. I want to make it so that it's at least tolerable to people. So I think that's the right thing to do. I think it's political, and I'm not going to engage in the politics of it. I'm not going to knock anybody else other than saying, if it's about dollars and cents, this is what makes sense. So thank you.
I'll just say the difference between, for all of us up here, the difference what we're currently getting paid and the pay raise is about $50,000 a year. Mm-hmm. Do a citywide election on something, $225. So to that point, exactly, need many years to figure that out.
4 or 5 years.
So
I call for a vote.
Yeah.
On the substitute motion.
Substitute motion on the floor. Councilmember Lowenstein.
No.
Councilmember Horvath.
Aye.
Councilmember Obaji.
No.
Councilmember MD.
Aye.
And myself, Mayor Pro Tem, no as well. So it's a 3-2, fails. All right, motion on the floor currently is to approve item as is. Councilmember Lowenstein.
Aye.
Councilmember Horvath.
Nope.
Councilmember Obaji.
Aye. Counsel for the people.
And Councilmember MD.
No.
And Mayor Pro Tem Nierenheim, aye as well. So that motion passes 3-2. Thank you.
Okay,
All right.
I need to read the intros.
Yep, thank you.
Introduction by title only, ordinance number 3244-22, an ordinance of the City Council, City of Redondo Beach, amending section 2-3.905 of Article 9, Chapter 3, Title 2 of the Redondo Beach Municipal Code, establishing the salary and benefits of the mayor for introduction and first reading. Introduction by title only, ordinance number 3245-22, an ordinance of the City Council, City of Redondo Beach, California, amending section 2-3.906 of the Article 9, Chapter 3, Title 2 of the Redondo Beach Municipal Code, establishing the salary and benefits of the City Council for introduction and first reading. Introduction by title only, ordinance number 3246-22, an ordinance of the City Council, City of Redondo Beach, California, amending section 2-3.902 of Article 9, Chapter 3, Title 2 of the Redondo Beach Code, Municipal Code, establishing the salary and benefits of the city clerk for introduction and first reading.
All right. Thank you. So onwards, item H10, Councilmember Lowenstein.
Yeah, Ms. Forbes, I hope you don't mind if I call you up. Sorry I didn't bring this up to you before the meeting, but it's a substantial increase, like 25% or more, or a little less than 25%. Going from 300, this is for the general plan update, going from about 1.4 million to another $325,000. I'd like the public to hear why we're talking about an amendment to the agreement, so.
Right. The biggest impact was our housing element. If you recall, a year and a half ago, when we brought the land use plan to the city council for discussion, we also had to address the regional housing needs assessment, the RHNA number, the housing. So there were a lot of bigger decisions that the city council had to make regarding the zoning versus what perhaps the expectation was going to be as far as rezoning. This is the first time, to address RHNA, that the city has had to really look at rezoning and changing land use. So if you recall, we had several additional community meetings to discuss that. So, and the preparation for that and really having to go through that process. As well, we have what's called a build-out analysis, and that analysis takes into consideration what that full build-out will be. Well, as we had to revise our housing element multiple times, each time that build-out analysis was needed to be updated. We did hold off a little bit this spring, so we weren't doing multiple this spring, but we had already done 2 versions of it, and we had to do a third. So those are the bigger ticket items. As well, we have the new regulations as far as CEQA and how we have to evaluate CEQA. So when this contract was initially put into place in 2016, we did not have vehicle miles traveled, for example, as our way of evaluating traffic and transportation impacts, and now we have that. So that was an additional cost, because we had, and we still have to do a level of service evaluation. So that's still part of the scope. But now we have the vehicle miles traveled that's additional. So there's additional traffic counts and such that we have to do to address that. So those are the bigger ticket items of what's driving up the cost of this. And as well, we had additional a couple of additional GPAC meetings to address the land use and the housing issues.
So how many meetings originally did we have scheduled with PlaceWorks? Is it something like 7?
I think in the initial, maybe 10 meetings. Yeah, 10 meetings when.
We just had our 26th, is that correct?
26.
Okay, that's more than a few.
Yeah, so, and we've had amendments to the contract as we've gone along, because we did increase the scope from the original scope was really just updating, I think, the land use element. But as we knew we were updating the housing element, we also added the Artesia Aviation Corridor Area Plan. We added the local hazard mitigation plan, which also addresses the safety element. So there are a lot of additional elements that were added for evaluation through the prior contract amendment. So that did increase the number of meetings. And as well, the GPAC was very interested in making sure that they had a vision statement and guiding principles. So they had a path forward that they all agreed to on what they were evaluating and how they were evaluating it. So I think that really triggered the need for additional meetings as well as the additional scope.
So what of the work that PlaceWorks does, if you would to estimate, what percentage of work is done outside of the meetings, say, compared to inside the meetings?
There's a significant amount, especially like, for example, the build-out analysis. That's evaluating what would the build-out for of capacity for the city be. That's not something that we're sitting there talking about in the GPAC at length. It's just more of, here's the methodology, having to do those evaluations. The presentation materials, drafting the elements. Those are, that takes a lot of time, drafting the ACAP. That's a significant document, and we're already starting to see the implementation of that document. So there's a lot of that work that's done outside of the GPAC meeting itself.
Okay, sorry, there's a beeping that's going on. Just by my calculations, for 26 meetings, about $60,000 a meeting. You know, I know there's a lot of work that goes outside of it, but that's a lot of money per meeting.
There's a lot that goes on outside that meeting, a significant amount of work that goes into, you know, we're not drafting the land use element at that meeting, we're reviewing the draft that's been prepared. So imagine I want to say it was a 100-page document when we're talking about all of the different goals and policies and having to make sure those are aligned with the feedback that we've received from the GPAC, from the community, and implementing that. There's a lot of, you know, mapping that goes into this this process, and the documents that they've had to, that the GPAC has had to evaluate along the way. So it's not, yes, that if you want to divide it by the number of meetings, if that's the case, we've had 27 meetings because meeting 24 was 24A and 24B. So. But that being said, it's not just a per meeting dollar amount.
I know there's a lot of work that goes. And, you know, I want to thank you for the hard work and PlaceWorks and especially the committee members.
Yeah.
The commission members. They've spent a lot of time doing this. But we probably need to wrap this up pretty soon.
Yeah, and
right?
we're very excited because with the housing element being certified by HCD, we can move forward. And it was really exciting to be able to share that news with the GPAC last week at their latest meeting. So we're going to have one more GPAC meeting where they're going to wrap up the final drafts of all the documents. They know that they're ready to really wrap this up as well.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah.
Okay.
Just one more meeting, right? Just one more.
One more GPAC.
That's it.
We took 6 years.
Done. Okay.
There's one more GPAC meeting. There will be one more community meeting, Planning Commission, City Council.
Okay.
And we don't do this every year. It's every 30 years. Right?
10.
It's a 20-year plan.
Yeah, it's a 20-year plan, but the last time it was done was 30 years ago, right? So.
We got our money's worth. But remember, every $60,000 meeting is still less than 1 year of council pay benefits increase. So just keep that in mind.
Okay.
All right. And again, that's another unfounded mandate by the state regarding the RENA and the housing numbers. So just one more benefit the state throws at us and we have to deal with. We don't get paid for. So is there any other comments from the public about this item? In person? No? Zoom or e-comments? No? Okay. No speaker requests from the council? All right. Do we have a motion?
Motion to approve H10.
Second. Okay, motion on the floor to approve item as is. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you. All right, so consent calendar items are done. It's 7:08, and we are onwards to our next item, which is the public participation on non-agenda items. You have more? Perfect. So just give everyone some ground rules. It's 7:08. I'll just say 7:09. I'll do, the way we do this is you get three come down and speak for 3 minutes. And you can speak and say anything you want. We cannot, we can ask for clarification, but we can't have a discussion on anything you talk about. And to that, we will go in order of the cards, then in person, and then e-comments and Zoom comments, and then back to in-person. And we will maximum time allotment of 3 minutes for each person. So first up is John Mann. After that would be Joan Irvine.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem and members of the council for this chance to talk to you. I wanted to talk about the proposed dog run at Suliger Park. My wife and I reside in Seascape 1, so we live right down there. And we were sort of surprised to hear about this. We first heard about it just before the District 2 community meeting in August, toward the end of August. But I understand that the proponents of the dog run have been organized and, for example, have been putting together a petition on change.org since at least as early as March of this year. So this effort has been ongoing for 6 or 7 months. And we didn't know about it. I think a lot of the residents near the park didn't know about it. And so I'm here really to plead for time so that the voices on the other side can be heard. I'm not here to talk so much about the merits one way or the other, but just as a matter of process, two fundamental components of due process are notice and the opportunity to be heard. And so we'd like an equal opportunity to be heard. Those people have been, the other side, have been organizing for 6 or 7 months. And I'm not sure what the city council agenda is on this, like how soon could this come to a vote or how the process works. I don't know what to say other than we felt sort of blindsided, and we'd like time to put our case together as they have done theirs.
Okay.
You're aware that we cannot comment on public.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, no decision's been made, so.
Right.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay, very good. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. All right, next up is Joan Irvine, and after that is Anthony Sohuzu.
Hi, Joan Irvine, District 1, city council members, city staff, and people who are here, residents, and people who are out there. First of all, I know we're going to be talking about the cannabis and Measure E and on P1, but I have some other things I want to talk about that are really kind of separate. And with that, one of the things that's come up is, people volunteer in this town. When you come into this town, you just don't come in and like a bull in the china shop. I mean, when I came, and you just don't do that. When I came into town, I started going to my D1 meetings. I started going to chamber meetings. I went to the state of the city. I really tried to find out what was going on in town, how I could fit in. And I had no business. I was just coming here as going to be a resident. So I really wanted to find out what was going on. And we live in a little bit of a Mayberry. Everybody once you're volunteering and you're out there, people know who you are. People know that you're involved. They know a lot about you. But that's the way it works. And people like to do business with people they know and people they trust. And I think that's one of the things that did not happen with the person who is behind the cannabis ordinance. Also, I want to, there was, all of a sudden it was there. Didn't know him from Adam, whatever. And I'll discuss that more when we get to P1. Also, I wanted to apologize to Alan Sanford. And because Alan, he has the Beach Life Festivals, and there's been some issues that I brought up very publicly about not adhering to some of the cannabis laws and regulations. We just had a talk tonight, and one of the things that happened really upset me with the Beach Life Ranch is that there was a booth. And the Catalyst people, the initiative people had this booth at the Beach Light Festival. And I'm just going, well, how can they be doing that? Well, it turns out he found out afterwards when they signed up, the Catalyst, they signed up as the Economic Development Reform of Manhattan Beach. So those were the people, that's how they signed up. And so somebody referred them to him. As soon as he found out that it was not those people, he immediately shut it down. And he has told me that I can say publicly, he is totally for local. He's a local boy. He's been here locally, and I'll discuss more later. But he wanted to apologize for that and also let you know that he did take action as soon as he was aware of that. So I wanted to apologize and thank him for that.
All right. Anthony, you are up, and then after that is Holly Osborne.
Pro Tem Mayor, the City Council, thank you. It's a pretty rare event that I'm here, but I also want to reinforce what John Mann said about the dog run, and that hopefully we will get our opportunity for our due process. It feels like it's just another organization that's attacking the city. And looking back to Center Cal and this Measure E, and now these people who started a petition that no one knows about for 6 months, and they're outsiders. We are the residents of that area, well over 1,000 and right next to the park on the borderline. So we would just like for you to consider our position in the future to help us have some time to go over this and put us on the agenda. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Tony. All right, Holly Osborne, and after that, Mr. Wayne Craig, and then we'll open it up.
Good evening. I'm Holly Osborne of District 5. The reason I came down is because, and I didn't take this personally, but I wanted to speak at the GPAC meeting, but it wasn't set up to take comments on Zoom. So I figured when I have a captive audience here, I'm going to get it here. So I want to talk about SB 1425. That's the open space element, and it was just signed by the governor September 30th. And some of you might say, well, we already have an open space element. This one, if you read what it says, it looks like it might have some teeth in it. Now, when they were talking about it on the debate on the floor on the Senate, which I listened to, heard Senator Stern was saying even 2 acres per 1,000 people is not enough, and we don't even have that. And he says in the pandemic, it's more important that we have our open space. He said this, and the bill mentions rewilding opportunities. I'm sure you can use your imagination and figure out where we should guarantee that stuff in our open space element. And then it also concludes with our general, this is a matter, preservation of open space is a matter of statewide concern. So you have to do it. So we ought to make sure we have to do it. That was the first topic. And what I wanted to actually ask at the GPAC was concerning, for single family houses that you have, the city actually owns some of the green space in front of you. Maybe it's between the sidewalk and the street or whatever, or maybe it's the first few feet of your land, but they've got a place to plant a tree. Now, with these ADU stuff, when you convert, I'm talking about ADUs in apartments where they convert the garages. Some of those ADUs had a green space in front. I don't know who owns it, but if you look at where some of those ADUs are, they're paving over that green space to put a parking space there and taking the tree away. So I'm hoping that who's ever doing the open space element can get aggressive and figure out a way to preserve that open space as well. Okay? And I actually read an open space element of another city, and they were desperate for open space, and they were counting every little piece of public open space in front of houses, just to preserve it. Okay? I'm not saying we have to count that to meet our 2 acres per 1,000, but we should have it documented so that builders can't build driveways over it and cement it over and make our everything hotter and everything else. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Holly. I appreciate that. Open space and trees, I would add to that. So Mr. Wayne Craig, after that, there's no more orange cards. Anyone wants to come out and speak, they can, and we'll go to Zoom and e-comments.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Wayne Craig, Redondo Beach native and Redondo Beach resident. I wanted to talk a little bit about some stuff being spread out in the internet, which is always kind of fun to watch, but this one kind of struck me as being odd. I got a copy of the county ballot. I think we all did, because we have 2 things we're voting on. Now, if you go through the ballot, sample ballot, and you start counting, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. Okay, I'm getting tired of that, but it goes up to 47. 47 items you have to vote on. Just the county thing right now. This is county and state. Now, if we would have took our Redondo Beach local ballot, it would have been 2 things. And guess where those 2 items would have been? Number 48 for most of Redondo Beach and 49 for District 4. Now, what happens when you put local issues that are important at the back of a large ballot? People don't usually vote for them. It's called down balloting. So what often happens, you get, say they have 10,000 votes that come in, but 9,000 voted for, say, the local stuff. So you have people that don't participate. So to say that sticking this together on a county ballot was a smart idea is bad. I think the council wisely split it up so we can actually focus on an important issue to the city of Redondo Beach. So I'm glad that I have 1 and 2 items that are important to our city instead of going down to 48 and 49. And the other issue about this is just disturbing is there's all this talk about the cost. Well, if we had the election in November with all this stuff on together, it cost the city $297,000. Now, the clerk's office said if we had these both separately, which we have, it would cost between $240,000 to $270,000. I don't know, there's a $50,000 range in there for some reason, so I don't know, the $50,000 range between that number and what would have cost in November. So let's just say it's split in the middle, $42,000. So the city's saving about $42,000 by having an election in October, not November. And also, we're not going to have to look down to number 48 and 49 to figure out what to vote for. It was a smart move by the council to do that. And it's a shame that some people out there saying the opposite when the reality is more people would vote if it's more of an important issue separately, not buried in the bottom of a giant ballot. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Each one of those items, technically speaking, are considered contests, 47 contests. All right, first taker, and after that, if anyone wants to come down, come and speak.
Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem, Council Leslie Campeggi, Redondo Beach. I'd like to correct something that Mr. Craig just said. The reason why we're spending any kind of money whatsoever, be it $1 or $1 million on a special election and a separate ballot, is because of one person who came to this city. One person who came to this city and funded a recall for $300,000 and got a resident to sign it, much like Measure E is on the ballot because the same individual found a resident to sign that initiative. That initiative is also Measure M in Hermosa. That initiative is also Measure MB in Manhattan Beach, written by the same guy who's not a little guy. He's not oppressed. He's not here to save the little guy and the unions and give us more money. He's big business, and he's spent about $1 million so far in the beach cities trying to create a monopoly, control our elections, and control our laws. As Ms. Irvine mentioned, she said Alan Sanford didn't know about who signed up for a booth for Beach Life Ranch because it was listed as the Economic Development Coalition of Manhattan Beach. Please, everybody, take a look at all the mailers that you are seeing. Mr. Lewis has about 11, 12 LLCs. Maybe he's got 17 more that we don't even know about. But on every piece of mailer that you're getting for Measure E, for the recall, doesn't matter if it says it's the Democrats or if it's the Republicans, take a look at the fine print and all you'll see is sponsored by South Court Management or the Economic Development Coalition of whatever other suffix there is on it. And it all goes back to one guy, and his name is Elliot Lewis. Say no, vote no, vote no, vote no. Let's not Elliot Lewis our Redondo Beach. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Anyone else coming down to speak? There you go, one more.
Hi, good evening. So I'm Lena Carrillo, president with the Redondo Beach Professional and Supervisory Association. I just wanted to go back to actually an item that was on the September 6th agenda. Just wanted to come back around because it has caused some disheartening, some discord with some of our employees. So specifically, it was the extension of what in essence was a one-time $20,000 raise to Public Works employees that were represented by Teamsters. So basically a one-time or over the course of a year, over 4 payments, $20,000. What that left out was 7 Public Works employees that directly supervise these Teamsters employees and that work side by side with them out in the field. So you have a deputy public works director, you have a fleet services manager, a parks supervisor, you have the urban forestry manager, sewer crew supervisor. work side by side with these same employees. And now, in fact, with this $20,000 payment over the next year, some of these employees will actually be getting paid more than their supervisors, as the supervisory group's is not able to get overtime. So what I'm here to ask is that, on behalf of them, that this council reconsider and that they do extend the same one-time monies to this group of 7 employees. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else from the public or unions? That's not on the agenda tonight, so come on down and speak. Yep, perfect, yep, come on down. Absolutely.
My name is Rita Hora. Next week is my birthday.
Can you move a little to the left, please? Just a little bit, there you go. Perfect, thank you.
Rita Hora, and I am a resident right, 230 building where you are considering making a dog park. Please do not do it. Please do not do it. Next week is my birthday, and guess what kids gave me? A stick. Because the dogs jumped on me, I fell twice. Even the dog owners, sometimes they have the leash on them. The dog on a leash actually left the owner and jumped on me, and I fell right on the pavement. Like hurt my elbow, hurt my knee. It is really very, very scary. There are too many dogs as it is. People use our parking lots, and it's just too much. Too much. Please do not make the dog park over there. Consider somewhere else. Thank you.
Thank you.
Happy birthday.
Happy birthday, fellow Libra.
Me too.
Fellow Libra. You're well balanced. All right, anyone else in person?
Hi, it's Carissa Gallardo again. I just wanted to come up here and support a no on the recall. No on the recall.
Yeah.
Is that okay?
Yeah, 100%.
Okay.
I thought you were something on another measure.
No on the recall. Councilmember Obaji is a resident here and is working hard to make Redondo Beach better and make the changes that have been kind of moving forward for a long time, and he's kind of trying to push them through. And also, I think it would be an emphatic statement to the out-of-town cannabis guy who funded the recall to say, no, that we are not inviting anyone, an outsider into the city to make the changes that he feels are good instead of what the residents want and what the people want here to make Redondo Beach better. So I'm no on the recall and no on the cannabis guy supporting that.
All right. Thank you. Anyone else in person that would like to come down and speak? All right. Is there any e-comments and Zoom comments? Did I say it again? Yep, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Good evening, council members. In the last few months, a majority voting block of Redondo Beach council members.
Can you introduce yourself, please?
Oh, this is Maggie Healy.
Thank you.
Lifelong resident and retired city employee. In the last few months, a majority voting block of Redondo Beach council members, Obaji, Narenheim, and Lowenstein, arguably violated the Brown Act's public participation laws when they changed agenda items late at night and voted without notice to the public. In one case, they voted to expend more than $270,000 of taxpayer funds for a special election that was unagendized, unnecessary, and only benefited their crony councilman, Zane Obaji. The intent was to confuse the recall of the negligent Obaji with the cannabis issue and take advantage of a much lower voter turnout. Before the vote, both the city clerk and the city attorney, also elected by the people, warned of the violations that the council was pursuing or were pursuing that night. Residents should have had notice and an opportunity to comment before these decisions were made. Recently, the League of Women Voters called out the blatant effort to confuse voters with an open letter rebuking the council's actions. And city clerk records confirm that on September 13th, the city council received a letter from the Fraud and Corruption Bureau of the LA District Attorney, pointing to these two meetings in June and July and claiming the council violated the spirit of the Brown Act, arguably violating the law by ignoring the right of the public to participate in their government. Yet these men, Obagi, Narenheim, and Lowenstein, who play fast and loose with our democratic process, voted tonight to give their council positions an 80% raise, making it their salaries much higher than any other comparable city. Whining tonight about how hard it is for them, they seemed to have lost all concept of public service. Those who want to serve for the right reasons will not be looking to profit from their council's salary and jump on the city payroll. These men have announced their intent to sell our fire department to LA County, and they have created a commission that is now working to dismantle the historic protections, checks, and balances that Redondo Beach residents have in place, such as elected offices of city attorney and city clerk. Residents should beware. We've seen it before elsewhere. This is exactly how corruption begins in city government.
Okay, thank you. Is there anyone else? Oh. Yeah, we're still on this. Yep.
Good evening. This is Candace Nafisi. Good evening, council members and Mayor Pro Tem. I too want to commend Joan Irvine on her comments relating to Measure E. I also completely agree that people who are charitable, they do it in our community and they do it frequently and consistently. So please do not be fooled by the information that Elliot Lewis is sending to our homes. And I wanted to encourage everyone to vote no on Measure E. The second topic I wanted to share with the council is that we, the residents, want to request more of you for your interactions with Metro. A number of residents have met with other cities to hear what they're doing regarding the Green Line, and we quickly learned that they are doing much more than us. So this is a formal request to see if you guys would be willing to set some more meetings up, not only with Metro, with the LA County supervisors, as all the other cities involved and that will be impacted have met with all of the supervisors, not just the ones who sit on Metro, all the supervisors, and consider sending another letter on behalf of our city again. So we would appreciate your swift attention on that request. The third thing I wanted to share with you is that Barrel Elementary School will be hosting their trunk or treat event at Barrel on October 30th. It is a free event. And we are looking for spooky rides, low riders, or any fun cars that we could have on campus to do this event. So if you have a car that you'd like to give up for a few hours and put some candy in the back of it, we would welcome you at the Barrel Elementary School. We're also looking for some donation items for an auction that we're having, and all funds raised will be used for everything that our school district cannot pay for. Any questions, you can contact Candace Nafisi at 310-245-5871. And then the last thing I have on my list to connect with you about is that the 500-600 block of North Paulina will be hosting their second annual Spooktacular event. And we welcome the community to come. Last year, we had about 400 kids from the community visit our street, and we proudly welcome you again. We have so much going on. RBPD will be stopping by, and we'll have a game truck and some outdoor movies, and really just working really hard to bring our community back together again after COVID. So if you have any questions regarding that, you may contact me as well. Thank you for each and every one of you for what you're doing for the city of Redondo Beach. Have a great night.
All right, thank you. Anyone else? Nancy?
Yes, hello, good evening, Mayor Pro Tem, council members and staff.
Can you identify yourself first,
Yes.
please?
Sure, this is Nancy Skiba from North Redondo, District 4, and good evening to all. I had a few comments I would like to make. I noticed that the other day, Elliot was down in South Redondo knocking on doors, urging young people to get out and vote for Measure E. And then he was telling them how they've been getting disenfranchised. It's interesting because the puffing Pied Piper of Pot and his door-knocking liars disenfranchised our voters by concealing the true nature of their petition and why he really wants to stuff someone onto the council and why he wants to have his own pot measure. The Battle of Redondo has been filled with libelous personal attacks and defamation on Council Member Obagi, accompanied by a banshee chorus of lies and malice to pull the wool over the eyes of our residents. He wants to shoehorn into the D4 council seat a pot-backed alternative candidate whose flyers have all been sponsored by South Court Management, which is the parent company of Catalyst. Okay, so basically we need to all say no to this takeover of Redondo, keep our councilman so he can keep working to improve our district for our residents as he has been doing. Don't let our city go up in cannabis smoke. Don't inhale the smoke. Vote no on the recall and no on Measure E. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Anyone else?
We have now e-comment.
Any e-comments?
Yes, we have e-comments. Vicki? Michael Sachs. I believe recall elections are a waste of time and money. I also believe having an election 2 weeks before the general election is a waste of time and money. We should align our elections. SB 415 was well intended. 43K Redondo residents voted in the November 2020 national election, but only 14K voted in our city election on March 2nd, 2021. If we don't align our elections, we are disfranchising the majority of Redondo Beach voters. Okay, we have one more. Nikki Negrete Mitchell, District 3. I had a chance to listen to another Metro board meeting. They still have not had the green line on their agenda yet. There's always useful information to gather. Themes presented advocate for healthy and sustainable communities, plus economic empowerment for all residents, communities, and users in the corridor. Big focus on quality of life, collaborative strategies. They outline 2 guiding principles. Guiding principle of equality. Strive to rectify past harms, eliminate disparities in project processes, outcomes, and community results. The plan seeks to alleviate and ingrain the principle of equity across all goals, objectives, strategics, and actions through a framework of procedural, distributive, structural, and restorative equality, and by prioritizing an accessible and representative participation process for communities most impacted. Guide principle of sustainability. Develop and meets the needs of the present without compromising future generations. A commitment to satisfy and improve basic social, health, and economic needs conditions, both present and future, which leads to Torrance meeting with Metro. Torrance's position hasn't changed. They only offer residents an opportunity to click a QR code to affirm their support for the ROW or ROW alignment. Their slideshows presentations was full of misinformation. Metro broke it to them that Olympic deadline can't happen. No mention that cost factor and construction timing is not in line with Torrance's wishes. Torrance's new transportation committee, CMs, Masucci, Kajai, and Sarish, share a more realistic POV acknowledging 2 other cities involved in bringing up a solution. They carefully introduce the concept to city and staff that they can emphasize with us. This project is meant to last a century, so it needs to be done right. KG has no qualms about seeking additional funding from the feds. He advocated for Little Tokyo successfully. They added a completely underground alternative to their preference letter. Lawndale is getting lots of face time with various board members to affirm demands for either alternative. Let's do the same. No need to promise our position of no row, yes, Hawthorne.
All right, thank you.
That concludes the e-comments.
Perfect, thank you. It's 7:40, so that's 1 minute after, and that concludes our non-public participation in non-agenda items, which moves us forward to the next item, which is, I believe, item N1. N1 is a discussion and possible action regarding all-way stop sign requests at 8 intersection Council District 4. So Mr. Stop Sign is making things happen. Councilmember Obaji is making things happen, the VCR streets and some other areas, so thank you. And the first question I have, is this use the new methodology that we had set up, or was this prior to the new methodology that we said for our flow chart?
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Ted Simon, Public Works Director. Yes, it does use the new methodology.
Perfect.
And I'm not going to steal Andy's thunder. We did go through the process as the council had directed, and that's what led to the referral that was given to us by Councilmember Obaji. So with that, I'll turn it over to Andy.
Thank you, Ted, and good evening, Mayor Pro Tem, members of the council. Could you put that up, please? Thank you. So we have a few slides tonight just to walk you through our process here. This, just a reminder, this item is in response to a referral a few weeks ago from the council to take a second look at 8 locations where always stops have been requested. The intersections are distributed across District 4 as depicted by the red octagons here on the map. They include intersections at Stanford and Marshallfield, Felton and Huntington, Ormond and Wallacott, Huntington and Blossom, Huntington and Ringe, Matthews and Perkins, Matthews and Felton, and Harkness and Clark. The flow chart that you approved back in May was used for this process. This is a fairly simple process where we have staff performs 2 tests, basically, when we get an always stop request. One is we do kind of a safety evaluation where we look at history of collisions at the intersection, as well as a field visit to check sight lines. We also distribute a survey to residents within 150 feet of the intersection and give them 4 weeks to send in their response. If they happen to pass either of those tests, then we move the item forward to the council or the Public Works Commission first, then the council. And if they do not, which was the case in all 8 of these intersections initially, then we follow this red pathway to the do not implement and close the request. So in each case on these 8 subject intersections, we went through the process. The staff report includes the number of, the percentage of positive responses from the surveys that we sent, the number of traffic collisions in the last 4 years, and in no case did we meet the thresholds to carry it forward. However, there is a plan B on our flow chart here where if we do not meet those typical staff threshold tests, then the council is welcome to refer the item through just a direct action here, which is what took place. So that's where we are now, and that's why these items are back for your consideration. We did change our minds about one of these locations. When we initially did the assessments, we had 4 years of data, collision history data, and sight lines that did not include the fence that you see there on the left side of the slide. That fence was built very recently, and we did a second field review after the fence was built and determined that we do have a sight line issue at the intersection of Huntington and Blossom. And so we have changed our opinion of that location, and we'll make a recommendation to install an always stop at that location to protect drivers on Huntington from the cars on Blossom, asking the drivers on Blossom to make a full stop at the intersection. As you can see, it's a little bit that white truck in the background there is on Blossom heading northbound. As you pull forward on Huntington to the stop sign, it's difficult to see over the fence, and you can't really creep forward to look around the fence because there's no parking lane on that southbound direction of Blossom, and so you'd be creeping right into the travel. So we've changed our recommendation on that item.
Is that fence legal?
The fence is, it's 38 inches. The statute is 30, or the municipal code says 36 inches. We don't think making it 36 inches would really improve the sight lines. Okay. There is some question about whether it's located in the right-of-way on the Huntington side. We haven't surveyed it. We need to talk to the homeowner there and see what we can do, maybe about moving it a foot or so back off the sidewalk to keep it out of the right-of-way. or alternately ask for an encroachment permit kind of perpetually for that fence. So we're in the process of analyzing that and making a decision about how to move forward with that. So simply, our recommendation is to direct staff to install an always stop control at Huntington and Blossom, and then provide direction on the installation of always stop controls at the remaining 7 intersections under consideration. And that concludes my report.
All right. Thank you. Councilmember Obaji.
Sure. First, thank you, Chief Engineer Wingy and Director Saman for your work here and the flow chart. I think it demonstrates, and what I really appreciate is after the analyses did not meet the requisite level of resident support, they emailed a letter to the residents who had requested the stop signs and said, hey, unfortunately, this didn't pass. Under the flow chart, here's a flow chart, but you can reach out to your council member. And they CC'd me on that, which is how I knew to bring it here to council. Another thing that we realized is that the letter did not inform at the time the residents that if they did not respond to the letter, that their lack of response would be deemed essentially a no vote and would count towards a percentage, and therefore no action would be taken on it. So I made some recommendations as to how they might revise the letter. But in any event, I appreciate it. Can we hear from the public first on this? I know there's a bunch of folks who wanted to
All right.
opine.
Is there anyone in person that wants to come on in? Come on down. There's no cards, I believe. Okay. After you, the in-person, we'll do e-comments and Zoom, or Zoom and e-comments.
And if you would state also what intersection specifically you're hoping to get a stop sign, always stop at, please.
Hello, my name is Hai Chen, and I did submit an e-comment as well, but I just want to come down and talk about this in person. So I live on Huntington between Blossom and Green, so the intersection that this gentleman was just talking about. Just to note that I believe I live within the 150 feet of the intersections, but I did not receive a survey, and neither did my neighbors, so I'm not sure if there was any problem with the process there. But anyhow, like you said, there's now a fence at that intersection that makes it very difficult to turn left or turn right. You have to really inch forward into the traffic to be able to see and make the cross. And there've been a couple of times where I felt very unsafe making the turn. I also want to express strong support for the always stop signs on Huntington. It's frankly amazes me that there's still not always stop signs on this, because there are kids walking to Adams Middle School in the morning. I have a son who used to be in Adams Middle School and is now at the Redondo Union High, and he still walks past these intersections to get to the bus stop for the high school. I don't feel safe letting him go to school without these always stop signs, because there's a lot of traffic that's in the morning, and they do speed quite a bit from what I can observe. And so I would strongly urge the council to do something about these intersections that are still missing always stop signs. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else in person? All right, Zoom comments, please.
Your mic is off, clerk.
There we go. Okay. So I have Candace Nafisi.
Good evening again. It's Candace Nafisi from District 3. Thank you, Councilmember Obaji, for noting that the letter didn't note an option for people to provide feedback. And I've noticed that Public Works, when they work on a lot of these speed calming issues, they're very focused on the numbers, and they go to great lengths to try to get numbers. I had a similar situation on Paulina, and they did all these speed tests, and all these people came down to attest to speeding on the street. But nobody's listening to the residents. And sometimes I think if you want to be really solution oriented, you just need to focus on what the residents are saying, right? And so here, clearly, there's residents that feel unsafe. What's it to us, the city, per se, to add some stop signs? And as we continue to think about other speed calming, alternatives, I mean, they added basically a racing stripe down the middle of my street. It doesn't necessarily help. So I just wanted to call in to support any stop signs as proposed, because I think they're all recommended at much needed intersections to make our community more safe. Thank you.
Okay, I have no more raised hands. So we have 5 comments. Go ahead, Vicki.
Thank you. First comment is from Victoria Nguyen. I strongly support putting all-way stop signs at Huntington Blossom and Huntington Ridge. My school-aged children have been crossing these intersections to school bus stops almost every day. Traffic is heavy and aggressive, especially at Huntington Ridge, during morning rush hours when the kids need to go to school. Second comment is from Nathan Grigg. I support an all-way stop at Huntington and Blossom. The traffic goes east on Huntington. There is low visibility when looking left north on Blossom, making it hard to see cross traffic. Furthermore, Blossom has parking on the east side, which means the southbound lane runs right against the curb and makes it dangerous to inch out into the intersection to see traffic coming from the north. I also support all-way stop at Huntington and Ridge. Huntington, highly used walking and biking route to get to Adams Middle School, avoiding Grant, and these 2 intersections are the most dangerous due to cross traffic. We should build our roads to favor these bikers and walkers, keep them safe, and help parents of middle schools feel safe giving their children the independence to walk to school. Submitted by Brian Luna, I strongly support the always stop at Clark and Harkness. We purchased our home back in August 2021 and noticed that cars that go down our street are going way over the speed limit. 3 kids of my own, and the 1700 and 1800 blocks is full of other Bernie, Jefferson, Adams, and Union kids. It's just not safe to walk, bike, or drive when approaching that intersection. On Clark, there is an decline on the block, and I'm guessing that might contribute to speed going down and up the street too. There was a terrible bike versus car accident at this corner and was very likely lived. Note, this is also the only portion of Clark that is 2-way street and is a main cut through to get to and from the board. Add the new 2-story homes on the northeast corner that are being built, and crossing Harkness has become even more dangerous. You have to inch out 2 to 4 feet in order to see cars driving west towards Clark to safely cross. Please pass this request, as I do not want to see another person get hurt. Submitted by Molly Cash. I strongly support an always stop at Huntington and Blossom. The traffic goes east on Huntington, and there is low visibility when looking left north on Blossom, making it hard to see traffic, especially because there is parking on the east side of the street. It has been an issue for quite some time, and now there is a new fence at the corner house, making it even more difficult to see. You have to inch your car into the oncoming traffic to see if anyone is coming, then back up or hope they slow down for you. And for people and children crossing the street on the way to school, it is a very difficult situation. I also support always stop at Huntington and Ridge. Huntington is a highly used walking and biking route to get to Adams Middle School, avoiding Grant, and these 2 intersections are the most dangerous due to the cross traffic. Please help parents of middle school students to feel safe, giving their children the independence to walk to school. There are multitudes of benefits to this, including cutting down traffic, helping our environment, and giving our kids independence, exercise, and fresh air. This neighborhood is full of young kids. Please make it safe to continue to live here. I want to refresh my screen really quick. I think there might be one more. And just a second, I'm scrolling down, sorry. No, that concludes the comments for N1. I apologize. Thank you.
Okay, is there anyone else in person that would like to come down and speak? All right. Councilmember Obaji.
Sure, thank you. So a couple of things to respond to some of the comments. I think Public Works is right to be focused on the empirical objective metrics that exist for them to analyze whether an intersection is safe or not. I think it is the job of the elected individual to reach out to or either get feedback from the residents and or conduct outreach to figure out whether they want a stop sign there. I can say that I have walked at, if we could share my screen, please, I'd appreciate that. This is 2B.
Thank you.
I've walked at every one of these intersections, and I've talked to the residents around it, and there's two types of residents. There's the residents like, I don't care. And then there's the residents that's like, oh yes, we need a stop sign here. And it's not just about the accidents that occur. It's not about the bike accidents or even the car accidents. It's, as we heard multiple times, it's about whether parents are willing to let their kids walk to school. And if they're not willing to let their kids walk to school, then they're going to drive their kids to school. And if they drive their kids to school, they're causing traffic and backup next to the school, which is causing other parents to speed to get to school and run stop signs because they know there's going to be traffic when they get to school. We have heard time and again from the empty chair that District 4 is the most dense district. With density comes parking needs. With parking needs comes cars parked on the street to the very last spot that they can fit on the street. I've literally gotten requests along Grant to paint the red curve longer so that people can see down the intersection, because that is a common thing that we all experience in District 4, is when you get to an intersection where there's no always stop, you got to edge out. Then there's the whole confusion as to where these missing stop signs are. If we went back to that map, you'd see there's no logic. And this public works staff didn't design the city or design where the stop signs went, but there's no real logic to where the always stops are missing. I can tell now, having reviewed now 2 sets of always stops, that they're along Huntington. The very closest streets to the arterials or the collectors were the ones where they removed the always stops, which is why we see them along Matthews, along Huntington, and then the rest are pretty random. And so there's the uncertainty when you approach a non-always stop and you're driving and you'd expect a stop sign there. And I've talked to residents about this too. Where you stop at the intersection thinking that there's a stop sign, but there isn't, and the other driver is stopped because there is a stop sign, and there's that awkwardness as to, oh, well, now who goes now that you stopped? So I get, and I've talked to an older resident about the fact that, look, it worked. The lack of always stops worked back before District 4 was as crowded as it was. But now that it is very crowded, people got kids, it's the last affordable place to buy or rent in the beach cities and get a good school district. We've got to protect the families. We've got to protect the people walking with their pets. We got to protect humans. So I will tell you, I've done my own, besides anecdotal outreach, I've done my own poll starting back when I first raised this in May 31, 2022, which May 31st. And you can see a significant amount of people responded to this. 56 responded. Let me put this in so you can see it larger. And I blue folded this, so this is available. Matthews and Felton, 64% say yes. Ormond and Wallacott, 65% say yes. Huntington and Blossom, 64.4% say yes. This is Huntington and Ringe, 60% say yes. Stanford and Marshallfield Lane, 56%. All right, the Matthews intersections are the only ones, Matthews and I think it's the closest one to Artesia is the only one where I could see that there's potential reason to not make it an always stop, in that there's no parking allowed on either way of the north-south street. So there's nothing blocking the view. Nonetheless, I've heard from parents who apparently didn't get to make it today to speak, that they won't let their kids walk to school or cross that street alone because there's no stop sign there. And I will say that the next thing after putting in stop signs is everybody wants enforcement. They want stop signs and they want enforcement. And we're going to work on that. I've expressed my perspective to the city manager as to what we've got to do to be able to get enforcement in the numbers that we want. Moving on, I did retake the poll, and the opinions don't really change. There's less participation this time around because people already participated in the poll. But 85 points, 86%, 57% yes, 70% yes, 62.5. The Matthews is the closest at 50%, and Huntington Ringe 68%, Huntington Felton 71.4%, Clark and Harkness 76.9%. So I think I know from knocking and from my polls that the resident support is there for these always stops. I know that one of these intersections is not included on your list. I don't know which one of the Matthews ones is it?
Clark and Steinhardt, I think it was.
Harkness and Steinhardt?
Clark and Steinhardt.
All right. Well, I was out there walking, or somebody must have emailed me for me to put on this list. But that is an intersection that's lacking always stops. Is that correct? All right. So I'll make a motion to put in always stops all 9 of these intersections.
Mayor Pro Tem, I have one more who is Zoom.
Okay. Is there a second for that motion?
I'll second it.
Okay. Councilmember Obaji, I'll tell you that you are one of the most effective council members I have seen up here. I've started coming to council since 2014, and I came from a city that said, locality, I should say, that said 400 stop signs in 4 years, and they are very, very annoying. But I see your point with what you're saying here and driving through that area. The locality that I came from, with the 400 stop signs in 4 years, there's literally stop signs in places that just make absolutely no sense, and people just blow through them. And to hear that, parents on these areas are just don't feel comfortable with their kids walking through on these tight streets, many of which are one way, and you don't know which way. You're actually looking both ways because you don't know which way the car is coming from. It makes a big difference. And did I hear correctly to City Staff Public Works, if the letter does not come back, it gets marked as a no?
That's correct, because what we're asking is, are you in support of the stop sign, always stop at this intersection? And we receive a no answer, the answer is no. If we receive a yes affirmative, then obviously it counts as a yes affirmative.
But if you
get no reply,
response,
then what?
Yeah, if you get no response, then it's
It is
a no.
not in support.
It's not support, but it goes down as a no.
Correct.
Why?
It doesn't, actually what it does is it doesn't count as a yes, but we're not looking at the no's, we're looking at the affirmative responses. We're looking for a 66% response affirmative. If we don't get an affirmative response,
Right.
it doesn't count in the affirmative response portion.
Right, I see you're saying that. That's why it would technically
They
be
send
abstaining.
100 letters out, they need to get 66 letters back,
It says yes.
which is a real high
number.
rate, but that is the policy that we set back when it was first brought to us.
Yeah. Okay. All right, now I understand that more. Okay. And let's see here, Councilmember Horvath.
Yeah, I would ask that we take votes on these individually, because there's a couple here that and this is going to be my own anecdotal perspective, but they're streets that I drive through all the time. And my neighbors in those areas have never complained. Like, I know one of these, the gentleman who wrote a letter to both you and I, because it's right on the edge of District 3 and District 4, had just moved to that district. Had concerns about his infant child. But truth be told, it is not a busy intersection by any stretch. There's a stop sign 1 block up on Harper and Marshall Field. There's a stop sign 1 block to the east on Marshall Field and Steinhardt.
Which intersection are you talking about?
Stanford Marshall Field. That's the one that we share a district edge on.
3-4, yeah.
I drive through it all the time because when I'm coming off of Aviation, you know, I try to turn on Goodman, but there's no protected left-hand turn there. So sometimes I'll go up to Stanford or Harper because there is a protected left-hand turn lane to get out of the way of traffic. And, you know, it's a pretty quiet neighborhood. You know, a lot of the traffic tends to go down some of the busier collector streets. Stanford is definitely not one of them. So I would recommend that we vote. And then the other one that I don't think here that is really necessary, even though there was a gentleman who spoke, was the Harkness-Clark. Now, the only thing I will caveat that with is that he did make a comment that there's two giant homes. They tore down a single-family home at the corner there, and there's a large structure that is going up. I don't know what that's going to look like, and you know if they're going to put fencing around it. But Harkness does not have any parking on it. I recognize that there was an accident there recently with a cyclist who kind of jumped out into traffic. But generally, Harkness, even though it's a collector street, there are stop signs throughout it, but never have I ever seen a problem at that particular intersection, personally. So, you know, I'm not going to comment on most of the ones that are in District 4, or the District 4, District 5 border. But those two, I think, you know, I'd rather we vote on those separately because I don't think they need them, actually, respectfully.
Okay. Harkness and Clark. Okay. Councilmember, is there any, public comments?
Yeah, I have one more. Zoom, Amy Brazili.
I'm sorry, say it again? Or-
It's Amy Brazili.
Okay.
Yes.
Oh, I said it.
Hi. How's it going? Amy Brazili. Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, you're good. Go for it.
Okay, great. So I am actually a District 4 resident on the District 4 Matthews side, specifically wanting to comment on the stop signs on Matthews Avenue at Felton and at Perkins. I've been a resident here for about 3 years. We moved to Redondo to go to Redondo Beach School District. My son started middle of kindergarten. He's now in 3rd grade. We walk the street every single day. And as a few of the other comments mentioned, you can kind of sit and review the area, but if you're actually there every day when there actually is traffic before school and after, I actually walk my dog when the kids are headed off to Adams Middle School. And I'm really glad actually earlier in the meeting, council person MD mentioned e-bikes. That's a considerable problem at both of these intersections. There's a lot of kids from her district actually heading off to Adams Elementary, up Perkins and up Felton because they know there's no stop signs. It's a little safer route for them seeming, but they don't actually have any knowledge as to the traffic or behaviors on the road. Specifically, I also sent some pictures, but I'm not sure that the clerk received them just to illustrate my point. At Felton, there is, on Artesia, there is a light. So that is the block south of the intersection in question. At that block, there is a 7-Eleven, a Coffee Bean. So before and after school, these are huge activities for a lot of the parents and kids coming into school and out of school. They're actually now, cars pretty much just stop. They actually just stop to let the traffic through. So I think following the trend of actually what the traffic is doing, and putting the stop signs in there. I know actually for certain that our school at Madison, we have an increase of about 60 to 80 students, I think, this year. And particularly at Perkins, the line of sight is completely obstructed. So it's obstructed at the stop sign. You actually have to cross that white line to look either way. When you're looking to the north, it's a downhill. So it's actually really hard to see. There's also a fence at the residence. And then if you're looking south, there's actually a large walled fence coming in from the Artesia direction. There's actually been multiple close calls that I've personally been involved with my son that I've actually seen in the morning walking my dog with the kids on the e-bikes. And I think it would be an absolute shame for those stop signs not to go in until there's an actual tragedy at those intersections. So, and that's all. And also as a D4 resident, I just wanted to encourage all my friends and neighbors to vote no on the recall and no on Measure E. So thank you. That's all.
All right, thank you. Anyone else?
Yeah.
Hold on.
That's it. That's it.
That's it, okay.
Mayor Pro Tem,
yes.
before you act on the item, I
Yeah,
just
no, we
wanted
got
to
it.
say that you guys cannot vote on the 9th stop sign, Clark and Steinhardt. Our agenda title did identify 8 intersections, and those 8 intersections are within the body of the administrative report itself. Because the 9th location is not something that was advertised to the residents, we cannot vote on it tonight.
And my suggestion, if you're interested in us evaluating that particular intersection, give us that direction. We'll evaluate it. We'll look at it. And if it's an obvious choice, we'll bring it back as a separate action at a future
That's
night.
Clark and Steinhardt?
Yes.
All right, thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Horvath, is your name still up or are you done? Councilmember Lowenstein.
Okay, I just want some clarification again on the 66% response rate. So you wouldn't consider anything until you had, out of 100 sent out, you get at least 66 people replying, correct?
That would be correct. Replying affirmatively supporting.
Okay, supporting it.
Correct. That's the yes, is the support for the always stop.
Okay, so then you said you're counting the yeses, but then you're counting the no's against people as for people that don't support it. But you don't know that. You don't know whether they're supporting it or opposing it.
I think we need to look at it a little differently. So maybe pull that flow chart up.
Yeah, can you pull
Andy?
the flow chart up again? Because I'm a little bit confused on
Yeah,
that.
this is specific to the council
Those
policy.
and lack of responses count towards the number of total people in the area.
Right.
Okay, so let's say there's 100 letters go out, 33 say no, 33 say yes, and 34 say no response. The 34 gets added to the
33.
The 33, and now you have 67 that are essentially saying no, and you only have a positive response rate.
That doesn't sound right to me.
So yeah, we maybe want to
Yeah,
revisit.
I think what you're looking at is a very high threshold. And remember, this is a transition from our prior policy, right? Where it was an absolute standard. There was no ability to override or reconsider, and it would die on the vine. This was the policy that we had prior. What we have done with this change when you adopted it was actually initiate the survey ourselves, make it officially a city document, reach the residents ourselves, and then maintain that same 66% affirmative response. We absolutely could change these numbers and say it's 55% of yeses with some minimum threshold. I think the rationale historically for having an affirmative bar, if you will, is to ensure that the majority of the neighborhood does want to see that stop sign occur and that we don't operate off small statistical samples.
Yeah.
But this is a big number, no question. I mean, this is an overwhelming number statistically if we were to receive that many people respond in the yes affirmatively. So
If you submitted a survey out, it would be, typical response rates on surveys are 1% to 2%.
Yeah, right.
Marketing
Right, and
research.
this is via letter, by the way, where they got to submit a letter back or an email. Sorry,
We've accepted them via email, absolutely.
Right, okay.
So yeah, I think we should really look at it again. Now, I understand we should probably lower the response rate percentage, but then after that, we need to figure out what's it acceptable in terms of yeses versus nos. I don't want the no response to count as no. There's a silent majority out there that want to see things happen. And, sometimes when people don't respond, then they end up getting what they deserve, correct? But this is one of those cases where we don't know, and I'm not sure you want to side on the no versus the yes on this. I get why we're going to always have people against, it's hard to get people to agree on anything, that the sky is blue, that the sun shines, et cetera, et cetera. But I think it's a really high threshold.
It is.
For a response. So I think we should really look at that. But that's not exactly what this is about tonight, right?
no, it's not. And again, this policy with your adjustments gives you the ability to take the action that's being proposed this evening without any concern. This is just that level that we are responding automatically and saying, okay, this is going to happen based on the response from residents. So we can bring that back as a statistical discussion at a later date and create a new standard. You know, we could look at it in two parts. What minimum response do we need, and what percentage of the respondents need to vote yes versus no?
Okay. And I understand, because if you send out 100 responses, you get 3 responses back and 2 of them say yes.
Yeah.
And that's not exactly
That's not a
representative
two-thirds
either.
majority, right, yeah.
So I understand that, but
Yeah.
I think 66% is a very high threshold just for people to respond. So anyway, that's it. Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem, I have another person that popped in Zoom.
Okay. Well,
Okay, so Kabari Yadav. Let's see if I said that right.
Hi, this is Kabir Yadav. I live on Clark Lane, and I just wanted to respectfully push back on Councilman Horvat's comment. I've lived here for 8 years. The street is changing. That 2-story building, the construction has made that a more dangerous intersection. I'm an emergency physician. I don't want more work. And if you're already having accidents, you should consider that to be a warning sign that there will be more, rather than wait for another one. And if you're getting comments through this methodology, also being a health services researcher, clearly these letters aren't getting you the response you need. I've never gotten a letter. I'm very diligent with my mail, and neither have the neighbors that I'm talking to right now over our neighborhood group text. So I do have concerns about how these surveys are done. I have concerns about what is used to actually decide whether a street is worthy of getting an always stop. Similar to what you guys discovered when you actually went back to Blossom. I think you will find that the construction now is a much larger building up to the property line, whereas before it was all driveway of a single story house that was set back considerably from Harkness. Now it goes right up to the sidewalk. So this is really a change, not for the better. It's actually the 4th house on our street. So we're going to be seeing a lot more families, a lot more traffic. And, you know, I am not letting my son go to school. I don't like that intersection at all. I take my dog out, but I will not cross that street. I will dog leg around and stick to my side of the street, as it were. I'm going to leave it there, but I appreciate the opportunity to talk.
Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Obaji, then Councilmember Emdy. Before I go there, I think what the speaker just said actually speaks volumes. So I was thinking the same thing to Councilmember Obaji, your point regarding doing something. Just because somebody isn't asking for it, they don't know that there's a problem and that there needs to be a solution. A lot of times I come up here and I identify something that's a problem and I bring light to it and people say, oh yeah, that was a problem. Thank you very much for fixing that. So yeah, okay, Councilmember Obaji and then Councilmember Emdy.
All right. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Thank you to the last speaker, Doctor, for chiming in on that. You know, the only argument I've heard against putting in an always stop at 1 or 2 intersections is I drive it all the time. And to me, thinking about things selfishly and what's going to be most convenient for me or us is kind of like, that's basic, that anybody can do that. But here, you know, we got to think about the whole, and we got to think about others and quality of life. And consistent with my, you know, drive slow Redondo that I'd like to see in our strategic plan, this getting people to stop or even slow to a California roll and look both ways at every intersection is going to help with the amount of noise being made by the cars as they roll through the neighborhoods, and hopefully deter people from cutting through our residential neighborhoods in District 4. Moreover, I'm hopeful that one day in the near future, maybe a year down the line, our police department will be up to full force and we will be able to get police enforcement at these various intersections, especially during school hours, the drop off and pickup, to make sure that people are still driving cautiously even when they are in a hurry and respecting our laws. So I will, if I could share my screen again, Madam Clerk, that's 2B. Take Clark and Steinhardt off the list, amend my motion, make a motion to approve, to move forward with always stops on the streets 1 through 8, all the ones being considered under this N1, and refer Public Works to take action consistent with the flow chart as to Clark and Steinhardt, and please keep me in the loop on that. Moreover, I just want to make the point that this is why in the strategic plan, I wanted to figure out a system by which we could tie these email addresses to particular addresses. So the next time we have something to inquire about that we know, hey, we can reach these folks, send them an email. And even then, you get like a 55%, read rate, but it's better than what we're seeing right now with the letters and people claiming that they didn't get them. And even actually while I was knocking on doors, somebody came up to me and was like, why can't we get a stop sign here? Oh, we just sent out a letter. Oh, but I didn't get it. So that may have been that speaker actually. But any event, so USPS hasn't been the most reliable service lately. That's my service. But with that said, I appreciate Public Works coming up with the flow chart, following it, and keeping me in the loop as to where we stood on it. That's it. Thanks.
All right, Councilmember MD.
And I know you've talked about this, and I'm sorry that I've missed it, but can you again reiterate? So on the first one, Stanford and Marshallfield, you have 6 response rates. 6 people responded yes out of 26 people. Did anybody write back to say no?
Yes, we've had some no's that have come back, absolutely.
Okay, so that's not on this chart though.
Correct.
Okay, so were there any, it would just be helpful. In other words, if it was 6 yes and 5 no's, and I tend to agree with the councilman that when there's no response, it almost should be kind of separated out.
Yeah, we could always, like City Manager Wotsanski mentioned, we could always modify the policy. We could always tabulate this as yeses, nos, and no responses. Right now, the policy calls for that 66% in support, but absolutely, we can break this down and provide you with the no responses, as well as the yeses.
And I would suggest as part of the motion, depending on what finals here is, in addition to us returning with the Clark-Steinhardt evaluation, that we also bring back this particular statistical standard in the policy for reconsideration. And we'll give you a couple of options because agreed, this is a very high bar. And I too would like to see the yes and no column, I think, presented here in our data.
Right, because if, for example, in Ormond and Walcott, there were 10, or let's just take the one that's got the highest, the 31%, Huntington and Blossom, you have 9 out of 29, it would be helpful, to know how many actually really wrote back and said no. Because if it was, 14 said no versus 9, that's gonna sway a lot more to me than the no responses. Because, it's like when we go to vote, if you don't show up to vote, you don't have a say, right? What are you saying?
Anecdotally determining whether or not we had any scenario where we might have had a majority no response. I don't think that's the case. We had occasional no's or sporadic
occasional no's, but not
a dominant no.
Nobody was a dominant no.
No, in any of the 8 intersections.
Okay, then all right, that's okay. I get that then. Thanks.
So I'll amend my motion to also include that the policy come back. If we can't change the policy now?
No.
All right, the policy come back. Perhaps with Clark and Steinhardt.
And also, can we include on that to bring back a copy of the letters that are sent out?
Yeah, sure.
Because I think there's some confusion from the public as to what these letters mean. I don't know what the text is inside of it. I don't know how it shows up.
What the look is, and do they disregard it as, as appear like a real estate flyer or something else? Who knows? Yeah, we can bring you a sample.
Yeah, that'd be great. And then is your motion then to include the 9th one to come back to City Council?
No, it'll go through the
process.
The process, and I'll be CC'd when it doesn't meet the threshold, and then I suppose. Well, how about this? If it doesn't meet the threshold, my direction is bring it back to us, please.
Yeah, we'll bring the two together if it doesn't.
Have to make a referral again at a later date.
Yeah, you'll receive a different, the recommendation from us will be either the results of the review or it'll be a recommendation for installation and a discussion and consideration of the updates to the policy.
Right.
Yeah.
Cool, thanks. Do I get a second on that, please?
I'll second it.
Thank you.
Okay. Any other public comment? In person first? Anyone else? Unless you've spoken?
Can I just make one more statement?
Yeah.
You know, one thing to consider with adding all these stop signs is the increase of bicycles. And, you know, and if you're going to start putting in enforcement on there, when a bicycle, in order for a bicycle to comply with the law, they actually have to stop, put their foot down on every single stop sign. And realistically, is that really going to be something that you're going to see? At one point, the state of California talked about making every stop sign a yield sign for bicycles. I don't know, at some point, we're gonna have to talk about how to make bicycles legal through these stop signs that they're just rolling through. Because to stop at every single stop sign.
I don't
as a
disagree.
bicycle, you know, to stop at every single stop sign as a bicycle is hard, especially when some of these are very hard hills. And so you're climbing up on a hill and you have to stop, a complete stop. It's really not conducive to bicycling. Just something to consider for the future.
Yeah, I appreciate that. And pragmatically, I imagine if I were to ask Joe this very question, that we would find that our officers use discretion in those circumstances. I doubt we're citing for the California pause or the yield scenario. I'm guessing the few sites we do issue for bikes, it's when people are just blowing through without any regard for alternative traffic. But we can certainly talk about that more formally under the law.
Well, that depends on the officer.
True. That's the element of discretion.
Okay. Anyone else, any other public comment?
Nope.
Motion on the floor, any other comments? No? Okay, all in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed?
I'm going to abstain.
And one person abstaining. Okay, so passes 4-0 with one abstention. Congratulations, stop signs.
Thank you. And let me, Mayor Pro Tem, if I may.
Yep.
I just want to say thank you to the council for supporting safe street safety and quietness in District 4, especially for our little residents.
Okay, so next up is item L1, which is a public hearing on an appeal from the Preservation Commission, who made a decision on a house in District 5, whether or not to uphold the historic title of that house. And I believe the commission heard it on July 6th, and there was a decision made, which is to keep the house as a historically designated house. And then there was an appeal made, so we are hearing it now at the city council. So,
First of all, I think that there's the ex parte.
oh yeah,
So
I was going to get to that, but I just want to do the intro on that.
So it's actually, it's not a historic landmark, but it is a potential historic resource. And per our historic preservation regulations, to have that removed from that list, it would have to be approved by the Preservation Commission. So the Preservation Commission decided not to grant that request to remove that. And so the applicant or owner has appealed that, and that's what's before you.
Okay, perfect. So with ex parte is, we're all going to talk publicly who we talked to, what we talked about, as much as you want, or as little as you want. Councilmember Lowenstein, have you?
Talk to staff, that's it.
Councilmember Horvath?
No one.
Councilmember Obaji?
City manager only.
Councilmember MD?
I have spoken to staff extensively. I've spoken to what is Mr. Spence, the appellant?
Yes.
I've spoken to the appellant. I've also read all the procedures during the, when it went to the commission.
Okay, and for myself, I've talked to our city manager and a couple members of the public, but no one on council here, and that is it. All right, without further ado, can I get a motion to open public hearing, please?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, all right.
Okay, so we basically introduce what the item is. I'd like to introduce Stacy Kinsella. She's our associate planner and our liaison to the Preservation Commission. and she'll do the presentation. I did want to note that we do have one change to the slide on the presentations. It's the last slide, and it's just more on procedure. We'll ask that you receive and file the affidavit of publication, case file, all the different documents. Staff will do presentation. The appellant will provide testimony, and then public comments, then it'll be council questions, and then closing the public hearing. And with that, I will go ahead and turn it over to Stacey Kinsella.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem and City Council members. If you could please share my screen. There you go. Thank you. So the city caused to have a historic resources survey completed back in 1986, and they did it again in 1996. This property was identified as a B-rated craftsman, and it was constructed around 1934. We did engage with the owners when the property was vacated and up for sale. We requested that they provide a historic inquiry form. That's a form that we request for all of our potentially historic properties. It helps us know a little bit more about the site, give us some information so we can start our research. So they provided that last September. And then we also walked the site to see the condition, to see what the character defining features might be, and what type of materials may actually be on the structure. After that site inspection, we prepared an assessment, just a couple of pages. It's included as an attachment in your report. We did find that the property is eligible for local landmark designation. The owners disagreed with our findings, and of course, we spoke with them and said it would be best to work with a preservation consultant so that you can get some additional research, a more in-depth analysis on the property. And they ended up engaging GPA Consulting. So they prepared the report, the draft report back in February, and found that the property is not eligible on the local, state, or national registers.
Excuse me, when you say we went to go inspect the property, who was we? Is that you personally, or who actually went?
The assistant planner, me, the associate planner, and the senior planner, all three of us.
Thank you.
The certificate of appropriateness application was provided to the planning division on May 10th, and we reviewed the materials and then placed it on the July 6th public hearing agenda. The Preservation Commission held the public hearing and ultimately voted 4-1 for denial for removal of the property from the list. The owners filed an appeal on July 18th. These are the main sections from the preservation ordinance. As Director Forbes noted, the definition for potential historic resources indicates A or B rated structures within the inventory, and this is, of course, it was noted as B rated. So the code section 10.4.3.11 allows owners to request removal from the list, but it does indicate that they need to provide verifiable documentation, and that links back to having a preservation consultant prepare a historic resource evaluation. Again, further removal or demolition requires the public hearing with the Preservation Commission. The code also states that demolition requests shall include new proposed construction plans. In this case, in the practical sense, the owners aren't sure what they can do with their property yet, so they don't have a developer or a new owner lined up. Hence, there were no drawings provided. And then lastly, the Preservation Commission had the option to require a memorial at the site if they felt demolition was appropriate, but wanted the property to be remembered. The appeal had a variety of points noted, and I'll go through a few of these here. The appeal noted that staff required that a preservation consultant be involved. We do need that verifiable documentation, and it's usually from the subject matter experts, those preservation consultants. And again, they can go through the research that goes beyond our city archives. There was a concern that the Preservation Commission did not properly consider the analysis prepared by GPA. The study was included in the Preservation Commission packet. We did discuss the findings at the hearing, and the GPA representative went through the findings during the public hearing. The Preservation Commissioners did have dialogue with both the owner and GPA to get some further background. And we attempted as staff, I technically put together the staff report, but I attempted to provide all of the research that I had seen and pulled from our archives that supported my assessment so that the Preservation Commissioners could see what I saw and then also see the historic resource evaluation prepared by GPA. There was a concern about staff comments regarding the GPA analysis at the public hearing. I did acknowledge that GPA analyzed the site in greater detail with research beyond our planning, building, and library archives. They are the subject matter experts. I did want to note during that public hearing process that the preservation program primarily revolves around modest homes that were inhabited by working class families. So our history ties back to those three original wharves, the pier, the lumber industry, and then within the northern portion of Redondo Beach, it was an agricultural community in the very beginning. We attempted to remain neutral. We did not provide a staff recommendation for that public hearing. We did provide 2 different draft resolutions for the Preservation Commission to consider. Even when the commission asked me to make a recommendation during the public hearing, I referred back to them with all of the research we had provided. Within the appeal, there were concerns that the physical condition of the house was not properly considered, as well as financial hardship. The property had not been maintained for some time. The current family owned and lived at the property since 1972, so the past 50 years they've had this home. The inspection I performed with our other planners last year, we could see that the interior spaces were in fairly good condition. The exterior, of course, and the landscaping had not been maintained in quite some time. Both the GPA report as well as comments from the owners had noted the unfinished or unusual stonework. It is unclear if there was any movement towards either removing or completing that work. It had been left there since I think it was the previous owner, Mr. Campbell, had applied that stonework. Then as it relates to the economics of the property, we did get some feedback during the public hearing process about financial hardship, but no specific data was provided, and that was not a part of their application review process. They didn't request that the commission formally consider the economic hardship. Lastly, the viability of alternatives to demolition of the home. We did talk through the option that through the certificate of appropriateness review process, additions could be made to the structure even if it were designated. The interior could be completely modernized, and thanks to the state, they could do accessory dwelling units on the site. I did have a developer come to the public counter last year asking me if there was the option for shifting the location of the house and developing behind that. That is an option. I suspect foundation work would have to still be done to the house. However, that is something to be considered. Staff recommends that the City Council open the public hearing, have a motion to receive and file the affidavit of publication, the case file, and the written correspondence. I provided my staff presentation. We recommend that the appellant have the opportunity to provide testimony and present any further evidence, that the City Council take additional public comments, provide any questions to staff or the appellant, to close the public hearing and deliberate, and finally, to make a determination regarding the appeal of the Preservation Commission decision to deny the certificate of appropriateness, requesting that the property at 2501 Curtis Avenue be removed from the historic resources list. As I did with the Preservation Commission, I prepared 2 different draft resolutions for your consideration. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So just so everyone knows, this is an appeal. And like was just mentioned, we have the proponent for a maximum of 1 hour, the appellant for maximum of 1 hour, public comment, and then any type of rebuttals from both appellant or proponents for 20 minutes each. And I think in this case, there probably won't be
There's no
the
proponent,
proponent is
right.
the appellant, so.
It's just the appellant.
Just the appellant. So,
So there wouldn't be a rebuttal either. So that's why we kind of streamlined the staff recommendation. Yeah.
got it. Perfect. Okay, thank you. So, so come on down. The price is you. Time is you.
Hello, my name is Charles Spence. Lived in the house since 1972. I totally disagree with what Stacy's currently saying about the ordinance as well. The report's here. Hopefully everybody had a copy of it. These are professional people. We had no input in their report. They had not communicated with me when they wrote the report. So I just want to make sure that's clear. The house is not structurally complete. It's a master craftsman house like she claims, which it's not. It falls outside the date. The date of a craftsman house is basically 1900 to 1920. This house is built in 1933. So it doesn't fit to be a craftsman house. Redondo Beach, South Redondo has a lot of craftsman's house that are better representation, as the report says. It lacks any big porches, any pillars, that are craftsman house. It doesn't have any built-in cabinetry like a craftsman house. Where I live in Long Beach, I have a craftsman house. It has a lot of cabinetry built inside. This house does not have that. Also, the rock on the outside is not complete. So, maybe he put it on, it was a cool thing to do, it looks great, but it's not really part of the original architecture of the house. So, and you can see the pictures on the back side of the house, it's completely an eyesore, it has not been completed. It's river rock, it's just no way to do it. Another problem, when I say economic hardship, it sits on the dead center of 2 lots in Redondo Beach. The house is not manageable, the grass is, you can't water it. It's basically sandy, it's very eyesore if you've ever seen the property. I'm sure you guys live in Redondo Beach. If you had a house this large, you couldn't manage it yourself either, just unfortunately. So that's the problem with being, the hardship. You just can't manage it. The house is depleted. It's currently been sit vacant for a year. Houses in Redondo Beach will rent for well over $5,000. This house, you can't rent it because it's depleted. It's an eyesore. The yard's very, lots of holes in it and so forth. It's just not right. The house has been rebuilt inside. She's correct. And that takes away from the originality of the house. I'm not sure where she's saying, there's like famous people who live there or what she's saying. I'm not sure if she's claiming the architecture of the house or the builder's a master craftsman. I'm not sure how it fits into that ordinance. Being an old house does not make it a historical resource. So I'm not really sure where she comes up where it's a historical resource. She puts in her report that there's a person was, or somebody said it during the commission, somebody was listed in the LA Times, the builder, so that made him significant. Or one of the female occupants of the house had church services, and that made her significant. After they moved out, there was never a reference of a church service or any churches services were held. So how significant is it? She had services for like 2 years. And she also claims there's a female engineer that lived in the house, one of the first female engineers for the South Bay. But she's not the first female engineer in the United States. So how significant are these people that she claims are significant so the house can't be torn down? Nobody in the neighborhood knows these people. The house didn't contribute to the building of Redondo or North Redondo. The city developed, around the house. The house is, all the other houses that were similar to this one were torn down years ago. The only people that couldn't tear their houses down were basically single mothers, people that couldn't afford to do it. Most people, they had enough common sense in the 80s when they were building these houses, what makes Redondo Beach or North Redondo what it is today. They tore these old houses down because they weren't compatible for today's living condition. In 1933, you could imagine people had big yards. Today, people don't want big yards. right? We don't do laundry. We don't, a lot of things we don't need a big yard for. We don't have horses. We don't have equipment out there. We want little patios where they're manageable. So this house right here, it's not a museum. That's what she wants, to make it into a museum, but it's not. And basically it's an uncompensation of, just uncompensated taking of the property if you just keep it there. I'm sure you guys, if everybody's seen the house, I'm not sure, but it's an eyesore. It looks nice at certain angles at the front of the house. It looks like a little cottage or something that should be in Big Bear, but it's not, And when I say hardship, it's been listed for sale. Nobody will buy that house. It would be the cheapest house in Redondo Beach if it sells. Nobody wants a classical or a historical house of that age. They're just that the inside moldings are not any craftsmanship to it. It's all been redone. There was a fire in the house in 1983. So it basically had to be remodeled. Where's the original? It's not original anymore. All the windows have been replaced. There's some windows from the 60s, but not from the 30s when it was built. All the wood rod and so forth had been replaced with vinyl windows. And that's before this house was ever put on the list. So it's unfortunate, it's put on a list. Nobody wanted it on the list or a potential list. My mother surely never took the Mills Act. She never asked for a tax benefit for being old. When I was at the commission, somebody did come up there and wanted their house in South Redondo put on the list. The only reason they wanted it on the list was because she wanted a reduced tax rate. This house, nobody wants a reduced tax rate. Nobody wants it on the list. And so by her putting it on the list, or not her, but as the city hired consultants and put it on the list, they just randomly gave it a B rating. They drove around the city. We do have professional people that say that is arbitrary and it shouldn't be rated. It's not a good example of a craftsman house. You could look at the pictures of it. You could see the woodwork's been redone. The chimney of the house, yeah, it's unique. It looks nice. There's no rebar on there. If the house has an earthquake, that chimney is going to fall right through the house. So, she did go inside the house. She took pictures and, the pictures look nice. Of course, there's a chimney in there. But if you're talking about it, then you could just keep the shell of the house and that's sufficient. But you could do anything you want inside the house, but you got to keep the outside shell. That's, kind of is that. That doesn't work. Right? Nobody wants to keep a shell of the house. And if you do modify inside, what are we doing to the history of the house? The people that live there. We're not really, in essence, we're not really keeping it the same. We're just keeping it a facade. So maybe the lady across the street, she could see the rocks and it looks nice from her point of view. The people on the back side of the house where the rocks aren't complete, it looks terrible. There was originally a garage in the house that's long gone, and there's just destruction from the fire in 1983, just not the same, unfortunately. And you could just see pictures of the yard, it doesn't fit in the neighborhood. So I don't know if anybody has drove through the neighborhood and looked at the house. If it's such a resource, we could definitely photograph it and put it in the archives. But it's, what point does it stay just to keep it because it's 1933? Long Beach, where I live, they have a lot of these old houses. And people tend not to tear them down because the value of the replacement is not worth it, right? Why would you tear down a house in Long Beach when you can't put a new house and sell it? Because it's, the neighborhood. This is in Redondo Beach, North Redondo. It didn't provide any history to the city. I don't understand why the house, people want to keep it. It doesn't make any sense, And I really just don't know what to say at this point. It's been sitting vacant for a year. It's going to sit vacant much longer if you guys deny this process. Nobody wants to live there. I could live there free. I would not want to live in that house. And I'm sure one of you council members would not want to live there either if you went inside.
Might we ask some questions?
Yeah, is that, waiting for your end of the presentation before we go take some questions. Are you done with the presentation?
Pretty much.
Okay,
Well, you
well,
know-
finish up and then we'll go.
Okay, well, basically Stacy or the commission, let me say, one of their points was it was a good example of a craftsman house. The report shows it's not a craftsman house. They said it served as a religious center. You know, it did not serve as a religious center. Redondo Beach already had a church by the time this house was built, well known, you know, and it was just somebody having church services in their house, which is not a big deal. There's never a reference of that after they moved. And then she said there's a female engineer that lived there. That female engineer, they couldn't find any research that contributed anything to the field of engineering. So there's no reference to her. They're totally insignificant. They're just as significant as all of us. Just because you're a council member and you lived in a house, does that make it significant? That's basically, it's random. The ordinance itself is very vague, and it's very easy to say people are significant or the house has a certain characteristic. You don't even have to say what that characteristic is. You know, you can just throw craftsman out there. You know, these are their experts here. This report was very expensive. We had no input on it. And unfortunately, they could not be here today. Not that it would really help, but it's all written here and, you know, very clear. So basically, that's the finish of mine.
Okay. Thank you, sir. So we're going to do some quick questions here within the time allotted. Might as well. So you said the house was built in 1933, right?
That's correct.
Right before the Long Beach earthquake. All right. First one, Councilmember Horvath.
Hey, thank you for coming down. You know, there's something that stood out to me in the report, and it was that your family's owned that house since 1972.
That's correct.
You grew up in that house, and how long was your family living in that house?
Up till a few years ago.
Okay, and when I looked at the report, your family has the longest stretch in that house out of anybody else in that report. The original builders were only there for 9 years. The next people were there for like 12 years. You know, they were very truncated. And then there was a small window in the 60s, I think, where they couldn't account for who had lived there or not. But 50 years, you know, owning that property, you know, really stood out to me. So you grew up in that house.
That's correct.
And you just mentioned a second ago that you have no intention of living there. Is that just because it's in disrepair and you're not interested in?
Disrepair, and it's just not pleasant inside. Like they're saying, you could go ahead and modify it inside, but you're stuck with a shell, so you're constrained on how you could build the house inside.
Are you the only
It's just not
family
nice.
member that has rights to the property?
That's correct.
Okay. And I want to understand better. So when you initially came to get this off of the registry or whatever, staff told you to consult with, after they had made their evaluation, they told you to reach out to one of the consultants that we recommend, which in this case was GPA, right?
That's correct.
And how much did that report cost?
That report was roughly $6,000.
Okay. Well, I'm just going to ask staff a question here real quick. Why do we have a list of consultants if we're going to ignore them? You know, like I get it, like we can only do so much here. It's not necessarily our expertise. So if we're going to ask a resident to spend a lot of money and we don't get a result that necessarily pairs up with what we may think internally from the experts, why would we not consider that?
Oh, it is being considered, just so you know, like that's part of the record. The applicant is requesting that this be removed from the survey list. With that, it requires the substantial documentation of that. And that is where we provide that, you know, the list of different consultants that they might want to consider. They could also choose, you know, from other consultants as well. As you can see in the report, from staff, we even acknowledge that, you know, we're going with the city resources. And just to be clear, it's not just that, you know, Stacy is making these determinations. What she's providing is the research that she's done, that when this property was added to that potential historic resources list, it actually acknowledged it as craftsman architecture. And that's, you know, so these are the information that's provided in our study the applicant or the owner decided, well, we don't agree with that evaluation of the research that you've provided, and we want to have this removed from the list. The process for that is for them to provide that documentation. Absolutely, the Historic Preservation Commission considered the GPA document. They've considered the testimony and even, you know, asked questions of the appellant's consultant at that meeting and went through that. It was it's for them to make that determination of whether or not to, the commission's determination of whether or not to remove it.
And can you elaborate how houses just get on this list? Like, I know when we go through a Mills Act thing, it's quite a process, right? And a person has to come through and they have to, you know, it's a much more complicated process.
To be clear, this is, as I mentioned when we started this agenda item, this property is not, it's not a historic landmark, but it's on the potential historic resources list. What happened was we originated that list, I believe, in 1988. And
86. Sorry,
86,
1986.
Thank you. And then it was updated more recently, and I think the most recent was in 94 or
96.
Thank you.
They were 10 years apart.
Yeah. So, but with that, there was another one in 2004, and with that, it confirmed some properties. It may have removed some properties, and that was the process. We are City Council actually at the in adopting the last budget approved a decision package for us to update that, and then as well provide significant notification to property owners going forward. But it is something that hasn't been updated in recent years, and the intent has been to do that, and the Historic Preservation Commission had requested that, and now we're at that place. However, this is on the list. It is what we have to comply with because the regulation, the actual code references that list and references the A, B, C, D ratings, and this was a B rating.
And I get that, but then when you read the GPA report, right, their findings say, finding A, B, C, D, and it's all, spelled out as to why it doesn't necessarily comply with our municipal code. So, so to the point that Mr. Spence just made, right, it feels like it's a taking, right? We are, as a city, preventing him from doing whatever he should be able to do as a private property owner with his property or his family's property. And it gets confusing. And so I'm trying to it seems a little blurry here. And to the extent of the city wanting to, I credit we're trying to follow the municipal code, but infusing ourselves into that seems like the only way that it would be fair for the city to do that was if we were going to purchase the property at fair market value for how it's zoned. And how is that area zoned right now?
To be fair, this list has been out there, it has been public. It doesn't preclude the property owner from doing a variety of different development on that site. On that particular property, it's an R2 zone. I believe at the Preservation Commission meeting, there was discussion about could have ADUs on the site. It could have other dwelling units on the site. So it isn't losing that value or that capability on the property. And as well, that particular house could be expanded. And so I'd be very cautious about implying that this is a taking.
No. I'm not saying it. I'm saying I can understand the feeling that he has, right? It's a frustration, right?
And when we have a property that's an A or B listed, or if it's National Register or State Register, which is a whole different category, but if it's an A or B rated, we end up doing that evaluation so we can determine if it's something that would be eligible. And so that was where we started. We provided that information, provided him also with the owner with the options of how, if you did want to have that removed and you didn't believe that it met that B rating, how would you go through that process? And that's where we're at.
Okay. seems like we've made, and I'm not saying this is you guys, right, because you're following the rules, but it seems like we've made it a bit more complicated than it needs to be. I would, if it was a Mills Act house and it had gone through that process and they were receiving some, a savings on their property tax, I may be willing to think a little bit differently. But this one just feels a little more arbitrary, even though it's in the code. I get it. So.
Yeah, I mean, it may feel that way. We have to implement what the code is.
I know.
Yeah.
That's I'm trying to say that I get it.
Right.
But it, when you look at the bigger picture, it seems that way. Okay, that's it for me. Thank you.
ADUs are, financial hardship as well, because these are a new thing that they're promoting and putting ADUs on this property. Then they have to correspond to the structure of the old building, and they have to, she says they can't be modern as well. So what are we gonna put, like log cabins on the property?
Well,
That's not what we said.
Yeah.
Basically, you're saying we could put ADUs on the property. You're telling us what we could do for the property. It's not feasible, financially feasible for us to put ADUs on the property. We already thought through the process, right? We thought about changing the position of the house on the property. These are not feasible. This is unreasonable, and it's economically not possible for normal people to have a job. I can't spend $1 million if the house is only worth 1.5, right? To relocate it and put ADUs on it. We're not trying to put apartment buildings on there.
Okay.
Obviously, North Redondo doesn't want apartment buildings. People are we know what they're gonna put on that property. They're gonna put 2 townhomes on the house. That's what people want. And unfortunately, there's people that want to keep the historical house as it is, but it's not an example if they claim what it is. It's not a Craftsman house. And what she doesn't agree with in the report, they never tell us. Why do they disagree with the report? What findings are not accurate in this report? They keep saying, and her only thing that they could claim is that somebody lived there that was mentioned in the LA Times, one of the builders, one of the commissioners said that, the person that worked in the aerospace industry, one of the first female engineers, or the church services. So these are not significant people. So what argument are they using to say this is a potential resource, historical resource? So she's here now. It can't be age alone. It's not because the house has rocks on it. It's unusual. The rocks were added well after the construction of the house in 1933. That's why you see the windows are recessed in. Rock houses tend to be constructed with the purpose of the rocks, and the windows aren't recessed in. This is just a facade. He took a lot of effort to go get these river rocks. Who knows where he got them? He spent his lifetime doing this, but he didn't finish the house. If it was really a master craftsman, he would finish the house. It's like me taking an old car and not finishing it. It's pointless. It's not finished. And you guys have pictures to show that's the case. It's an eyesore. The original garage is not there. That's part of the house. So at the windows, you can see these are vinyl windows from Home Depot. These are not original. The house was caught on fire in 1983. I keep repeating this. It makes the house not original. The historical context is not there, unfortunately.
Okay. Councilmember MD.
Okay, let's go back to the resources survey. It was done in 1986 and it was done in 1996. And I have anecdotally of how it was done, but obviously you were you lived in the house there. First of all, I want to say sorry for your loss with your mom. So I imagine this is all quite stressful, and that you have to deal with your mom first, and then having to deal with this afterwards, after many years after deaths, really. I want to take a moment to acknowledge that and say I'm sorry for that. So in going through all of her paperwork, was there any evidence that she was notified that she was on this list?
Never.
Okay. So in 1986 and 1996, long before you guys worked here, just want to make that clear to anybody who's watching. I understood anecdotally, what I was told from people is that somebody would basically drove up and down the street and said, that looks like an interesting house. Oh, that looks like an interesting house. And they put people on a list. And so is there any documentation from the city of Redondo Beach of how these houses were determined to put on the list?
I don't know that there is from the 86 or 96, the 2004. There is documentation in the administrative reports to city council of what the, what the process was. There was a historic consultant that did that review and evaluation. So it's not just that somebody went out there without that expertise at that point and just picked and chose randomly, but rather had that historic preservation background.
So in 2004, was any of the houses notified?
That I don't have the documentation of that. The staff reports allude to that there was some notification and that there was an interest in that the city council had at that time of expanding the notification, but I don't have like actual documentation of who was notified.
If a person, so is there a list on our website right now at this time of every house that's on the historical list?
Yes.
So just to warn, if anybody's watching, if you own a house in Redondo Beach, I would highly recommend that you go look at this list. Because when any circumstances change and you decide you need to sell the house for any reason, that would not be a good time to find out you're on this list. So it's just a kind of a public service announcement on that one. Potential historic resource. So Councilman Horvath already established that you chose GPA because it was a list, on the list of consultants that the city staff gave you.
That's correct. Just
Okay.
randomly chose them because they were local.
And you chose them because they're local and you would
and-
think that they would have some expertise on the local community.
Most of the numbers on the list were out of order, that nobody does that type of service anymore.
Perfect. There was, so just to kind of make sure anybody that's at home and doesn't have access to what we're talking about. So one of the historic significances of this house was a person named May Campbell. And she resided in the house from 1933 to 1942. Her husband, Claude, was a machinist for the Southern Pacific Railroad. And May was a pastor for the Temple of the Holy Cross. And they held meetings for the congregation at the residence until 1942. So that's just for 5 years. So the thing is that there was also, there was churches there. There was a North Church there was a Grant Church. There were plenty of churches around. And after they vacated the property, there was no more services done at that house. So so the church really kind of, the lead of that church was May Campbell. And so when she left the house, there was no longer anybody having services in that house. And the engineering notes, I just want to kind of make that a little bit clear. It's noteworthy that Martin and Lucille Landers purchased the property in 1942, and they were there till 1960. They did both work at Northrop. And it is remarkable that Lucille was an engineer at the time of the profession. She was, let me just make sure we get that. She was in a male-dominated field, and arguably it's still kind of a male-dominated field. But in doing the research, she didn't do any substantial contribution to her field. I mean, I'm sure she was a great engineer, don't get me wrong, but she wouldn't be considered an important individual in history on that fact alone. She was not the first female engineer in history. She didn't make a particular significant contribution in her field. She didn't invent anything specifically. And although I'm sure she was a great engineer, she didn't have anything that was a level of significance that would put her in the history books. So there's nothing about the individuals that lived there that have any significance to it. As I always forget, is it the proponent or the proponent? The proponent stated the craftsman style era was much earlier than that. And if you look at the house, it does not meet the definition of a true craftsman style. It doesn't have any of the charm of a craftsman style house. I walk by that house every day. It's on my walking path. And it is an unusual house. It's very different. It's quirky. And I get why somebody might put it on a list of B. It is a very quirky house. It is also 4 bedrooms
That's correct.
and 1 bathroom.
That's correct.
And the bathroom is upstairs.
It's downstairs, but yeah.
Is it downstairs?
Yeah.
Okay, so it's downstairs. And are there the bedrooms upstairs?
There's 1 bedroom. It's actually made into 2 bedrooms, but it's upstairs.
Okay, and there's 2 bedrooms downstairs? Okay. So it doesn't, and it doesn't have a garage. It has no storage as far as I can tell.
No
And
closets.
it's just, and honestly, the yard all around, it's always been weed filled. But it's just quirky. It's just a quirky place. But I don't think it levels to the lies of being historical necessarily, unless there's any kind of evidence else, more evidence than what I've seen in the staff report on this. So I just want to kind of point all those things out to everybody in case they didn't have a time to go through the report and to have read that. And if anybody who hasn't read the report, I suggest you do. It's actually got a fascinating history.
really interesting.
Isn't it though?
A lot of history.
And it kind of explains where there's that little commercial center off of Phelan and Robinson. And well, just so all of you know who didn't read the report, along that area, those lots were developed quite large because a lot of people grew their own vegetables, fruit and vegetables. And that little commercial property that is next to Delpage Park was actually a farmer's market for the neighborhood to come and sell their vegetables to each other. So it's a very quirky history. I suggest you read it. I think GPA did a really great job.
Mm-hmm.
And I thank you for everything. That's it.
Okay, Councilmember Obaji, do you have any questions for the appellant?
Yes, I do. The house was always this quirky since you all lived in it. You acquired it in 1972, right?
Right.
And not once did you guys try to change the house, right?
When you say change, do you mean like?
Build closets, build a storage unit, put up a garage or any
No,
of that
you have
stuff,
to remember, my mother, she was a single mother, 4 children. She's self-employed. She didn't have the means to remodel and so forth. So that's why she didn't sell the house either. All the other neighbors that had older houses at the time, they've sold. You know, they were able to get out and move on. And developers were building up North Redondo at that time in the 80s, right? But she couldn't do that.
What's your, if I can inquire of this,
Sure.
what is your plan if this were removed off the historic registry? Would you just sell it or were you planning on actually developing?
Personally, the house is actually, that's where the hardship comes in as well. The house is worth much more to be redeveloped to a builder that builds in North Redondo.
Right.
The lot is worth much more than the lot in the house. Nobody wants to buy it. Builders are offering, very low amount of money for this property.
There is not a historic property in the city or maybe even the state that wouldn't be worth much more if it were demolished and something new built there. That's the whole reason the historic designation comes into play.
Well, in Long Beach, you don't really have that issue because you're not going to tear down a house because nobody puts a brand new house there. There's no need, right? Because you're not going to take a house, we're currently in parts of Long Beach, and say, okay, I'm going to take this house, and there's a lot of old houses here. I'm going to put a real modern house like they have in North Redondo. It doesn't work, right? It just not feasible. That's why the price in North Redondo is much higher. Also, it sits dead center of 2 lots, unfortunately. What are you going to do with a house that sits on a 10,000 square foot lot? It's probably the largest lot left in Redondo Beach.
No, there's more.
There's more, but it's dead center. And I know everybody here works. You guys are here late. Can you imagine having this yard? And when
Love it.
well, when the Lester sold it to my mother, he did tell her back then that the only problem you're going to have is you're never going to keep this yard up. He was right.
Yeah.
He was right, because you'd have to have a professional company to come out there. You can't just have a guy come out there with his lawnmower. It's just dead. How are you going to water it? You'd have to do some type of professional landscape. It's just going to cost a lot of money. It's just not feasible today. And if you do keep the house like that, it just, it doesn't even fit into the neighborhood anymore. I mean, are you just trying to keep it for what? What's the purpose? Just so somebody knows it's old? How does it contribute to the city? I just don't
Have you
understand.
received any offers for the property?
People have offered
What do they
reasonable,
offer? What do they offer?
you know, like 800,000-900,000. You can't buy a house in North Redondo for 800,000 or 900,000. You could barely get one in Lawndale for that price.
What they'd likely do is buy it for $800,000, $900,000, light it on an accidental fire,
Possible,
and then build a brand new unit, brand
come on.
new 4 units there.
possible. It did catch on fire before. It should have never called the fire department.
Yeah, only questions. All
They're
right.
so good. And,
all
but
right,
there's no
further-
craftsmanship
further-
on the house. You could just look at it and see, you know, besides the river rock, it's not even indigenous to the area.
Would you be upset by a continuation of this hearing?
No, if you want, that's not a problem. And I think they bring in a consultant and if you guys need this report explained.
Okay, no further questions.
Okay. So let's take some public comment. I got a lot of comments on this or questions on this, but you know, basically this house has withstood multiple earthquakes. I mean, it's been here since 1933.
That's
So to
right.
say that if one earthquake comes through, I mean, our old library didn't survive. Well, it survived, but it needed some work after the 90s earthquake, the Northridge earthquake. But it's been through the 33 Long Beach earthquake, all the other earthquakes come through. So it's built pretty solidly. And isn't quirky, I mean, wouldn't you agree? An old historic house, like a beach bungalow we have plenty down here in South Redondo, is quirky and different and doesn't fit into the new houses that are being built, the huge, big
Well, you're
buildings.
talking about South Redondo where that's an abundance of these type of houses. North Redondo came about much later. And these houses that were built there, you know, they're just none like this particular house. So
None like this.
I would disagree with you. If you got a little beach house, you know, there's some across the street, they're on very small lots, they're not gonna tear those down. You know, you can directly see them right next door to Starbucks. What are you gonna do, put a nice house there? I don't think so. You know, this is in the dead center of North Redondo, you know, in a city that has been redeveloped, a city has progressed. And now you're just saying, well, because you're the last one standing, you have to keep it.
So isn't this unique? It sits on two lots?
It is unique, there's no doubt about it, but unique doesn't make it a historical resource. There's nowhere in the ordinance that says uniqueness alone makes it a historical resource. And her arguments, all her arguments were, her arguments basically were just these famous people live there, or, you know, particular architecture, but she doesn't really say what that is, or the commission. She claims it's a craftsman, but we could argue it's not a craftsman. You know, and we have professional people saying it's not a craftsman, and they give examples of craftsmen in Redondo Beach that are much better examples than this one.
Right.
So this is not an early example of a craftsman as she claims in her report.
Right.
So right there, her report is shown not to be correct. And we have the professionals right here writing their own report.
So you said you did get offers for this house for $800,000, $900,000 for this
Well,
house?
if you want to sell it, I don't know how legit they were. We didn't even entertain the offer. At that point, we took it off the market just because a lot of people were looking at it. They just, you know, people that were looking for a historical house as well, they just didn't think it met any of the criteria at today's prices.
Okay.
You know, that, again, if it was in Long Beach, it's a different story.
Okay. I'm good, thank you. No other questions. Staff, if somebody is, we've had this in my district, somebody actually was restoring a house, you can sit down, restoring a house, and it wasn't on the Mills Act, and they wanted to bring it back to historic level, and then apply for Mills Act, they could do that.
Yes, we've actually had a number of properties that maybe a C, even a D-rated structure, but because it had some architectural feature history, they did want to restore that, and they applied to have that landmark. So that's the distinction. They applied to have the local historic landmark. And once they got that, they then were able to get the Mills Act contract.
Was any of these properties, did they include or build an ADU in the back? Because it was such a large property. And did the ADU have to be required to be put into the same style as the house in front?
We had one property that was processed earlier this year on Emerald, and we just did a cursory review to make sure it was compatible and didn't detract from the historic resource. The historic resource was out front, and this was a detached garage that was being converted. But they were not held to the same standards for restoration. We follow the Secretary of Interior standards for rehabilitation of cultural resources. So they could have newer materials on it. We just wanted to make sure it didn't have a fully modern looking structure on the same lot as a cultural resource.
Yeah, and we recently had another one on Catalina that had ADUs in the rear yard of that similar determination, that it was just making sure that didn't detract from the historic landmark, which is the main dwelling unit.
I'll add, in some cases, the ADU is not visible from the street, so that makes it much easier for them to have more leeway.
Okay, and the property on Elvira Street, that they're fixing up the Craftsman style, and with the ADU in the back, that is not being held, the new structure on top of the old garage.
Right. We processed that. That predated before the city council adopted the ADU ordinance with the 16-foot height limit. But yes, that processed, and that's a B-rated Craftsman being restored out front.
And I know on a 200 block of the avenues, there was a C or D rated house that was demolished and taken off the list, I believe. Avenue A?
Avenue F?
Avenue
Are you
F?
thinking of Avenue F?
Could be Avenue F, yes, Avenue F. Yes.
If it's a C or okay. The distinction of if it's a C or D rated structure and they're not requesting for it to be a historic designation, it does not fall under the definition of a potential historic resource. It's those A and B rated structures that fall under that designation.
Okay.
We still evaluate those for CEQA purposes for the historical background, but it's not, it doesn't qualify as a potential historic resource.
And this is an R2 neighborhood, R2 lot, excuse me?
Yes.
And so there's 2 lots here, 2 units here. I read here that it'd be 3 units, but wouldn't that be technically speaking 4?
So it could be 4, yes, if they separated. So if they demolish the structure and untied the lots, and you essentially have 2 5,000 square foot lots, you could end up, because it's 5,000 square feet in R2, you can have a main residence, and then you can have the ADU behind it for 4 total units.
Could you do what townhomes though? 2 townhomes on each lot?
I believe,
2 on the lots, right?
Yeah.
I believe the size of the R2 lots have to be greater than 5,000 square feet in order to have 2.
5,200 usually.
But that being said, if they took the 10,000 square foot lot, kept
And
it
did it.
tied,
Yep.
they could have 3 units,
3 units.
on that site per the density of it.
Do it's different lots, but okay. So the value, okay. Councilmember Baji, you want to go to public comment or you want to?
Yeah, no, public comment.
Well, I have a question.
Okay.
2 of the reasons that were specified that it might be historic are religious services were held there, and also first female engineer in the South Bay. What other places in town have actually, as part of the historic list, or have those designations?
Do you mean historic landmarks that are tied to important individuals within the city's legacy?
That would be one way of looking at yes.
There's a property at 228 Avenue E. It's actually in the restoration process. It's a Spanish colonial. They're restoring the main original portion of the home as well as doing additions behind. Coach Mel Seifert and the Seifert family had lived there, and he's in the Basketball Hall of Fame, and he was a coach for Redondo Union. And we found several articles about his work within the city, his work within the state, and there were a variety of events that heavily guarded his work within the city. There were several articles within the newspapers that we presented to the Preservation Commission. So in that case, it's architecturally significant as well as significant for the individuals that lived there. I do want to make one note, if I may. So we presented all the research to the Preservation Commission. They didn't feel that the individuals that lived at this site were significant. So on that point, they agreed. The findings that they made were that the building was distinctive and one of a kind. The characteristics represent a certain method of construction. So they really focused on the house itself.
Okay. The other thing is religious services were held there at one time.
Yes.
Many places, you could have a prayer meeting of 3 people and you could say religious services are held here. I mean,
I just
you could have
became a
one person.
minister while I was back there.
What's that?
I just became a minister while
Well, there
I was
you
back
go.
there.
There you go. We could designate this. I'm not sure that is, you know, like you said, the focus should be on the building itself, the historic nature of the building versus, say, the other things that are fun. One of the things that pops out in this report is the qualifications of the people that work for GPA. They've worked on lots of projects. They're very accomplished. It's not like they just pick somebody off the street and go, you're it. They've worked on, and they know what qualifies as craftsmen, and as qualifies with certain eras. It's pretty obvious from the report that this is not one of those things. So this is one of the things that leads me to believe, maybe this isn't the right one to protect. I don't know. I love protecting historic housing. I've got a street in my district, Gertruda, that is full of historic houses. It's a lovely street, and there's many nice houses on that, but they're all of a certain era, especially craftsman age. This doesn't appear to be an area that is that way, nor is a structure that way. That's just prima facie. I don't see it based on this. But I do understand it being added to the list. But, you know, the proponent makes a very valid argument, one by one, of the reasons why he does not think that this should be qualified for that. Now, I'm open to argument to the contrary, additional argument to the contrary, but, you know, my feeling right now is that I'm leaning the other way, so.
If I may, you know, as was testified at the hearing before the Preservation Commission, and as Stacy mentioned earlier, you know, we acknowledge that GPA they're the subject matter experts. They did do a deeper dive into that research. I mean, you have read that report. So, you know, we recognize that that's the documentation that has been requested as part of their application to be considered and reviewed.
Sure.
But we also wanted to provide, you know, our initial study just so you could see why that process went through to making that request.
Right. And the location is, you know, it's part of the reason why you look at this, but there's a house, I believe it's on Fisk, that is phenomenal house. And to me, that qualifies for, you're aware of that in your district, the Blue House. I mean, that has historic written all over it, right? This doesn't appear to be like one of those type of houses.
No, I would.
Go ahead, sorry.
I would say very much differently. When I started reading the staff report, I was like, 2501 Curtis, I know Curtis, okay. And I was thinking in my head and then going through the description of the house, I'm going, wait, old style house? And then the rock, and then that's what hit me. Oh, the rocks. Yes, I know this house. And then I went and looked it up and I was like, oh, yes, I know this house. I would love to own this house. It is very unique, as the appellant said. And I actually reached out to a lot of North Redondo residents, and they all knew this house right away because it
is unique.
Very unique, and that's what makes it, you know, unique. Well, unique and historical and amazing. Anyways, architecture, just because someone might not like a design doesn't necessarily mean it's good or bad. I mean, look at, you know, Watchtowers and many other places are in the LA area, people who create unique structures, which have now been saved.
Well, let me address that. There is a house that is 2 blocks from where I live.
You close the public hearing?
No. We're just talking about the different facts before we go to.
There is a house that we looked at when we were buying houses. It was actually 2 and a lot townhouse, very unique. I mean, the architect it was beautiful. It's still a beautiful place. Very unique, probably the only one I've seen in our area like it. Doesn't make it historical. It was built in the last 15 years, 20 years.
It's 89 years old.
So uniqueness is one thing, but actually historical should have some significance to the area, right? I mean, it should have a way of looking back at the past and going, okay, this is representative of the housing that was in that area. It has some significance, you know, a specific person. If Richard Nixon or Gerald Ford or Jimmy Carter was born in this house, then we'd obviously say there's historical significance to this. You know, the first female engineer in the area, aeronautical engineer, that's significant. Is it the same level as persons in the Basketball Hall of Fame, or you know, a president, or the head of the League of Women Voters at one time, whatever?
But she wasn't the first. She was just one of.
She was just one of, correct.
Well,
So that
okay.
doesn't, to me, say, we should honor her accomplishments by protecting this house. That's one of the other things I'm going to say.
I mean, Northrop also, I don't know, back then, did a lot of government work, so who knows what their people are doing. You can't talk about it. Or they could, Anyways, all right, public comment. Are there any members of the public who would come down and speak on behalf other than the appellant/proponent, quasi-proponent?
Hi, my name's Wayne Craig. I'm a resident of Redondo Beach. I wanted to maybe add a different perspective of what happens with some of these designations. My sister-in-law owned a house. Her mom passed away. It's on Grant Avenue. This is about 12 years ago, I think, right now. And what happened is that they were told it was designated as, I think it was a B or C rating, and they couldn't do anything with the house because they had that designation. Now, they did that because they said someone drove by, saw the house, pointed at it, added on a list, and then it was just stuck on this list for about 10 years before they knew it happened. And when they were applying to try to sell it, they couldn't do anything with it because they had to go through this process. It took them about 1.5 years. But what ended up happening, the reason why it was designated historical was, what happened is in the 40s, there were some extra houses that I guess they were demoing some homes in Inglewood. And they actually picked up a house from Inglewood, transported it, moved it to Grant Avenue on an empty lot, stuck it there. And so the front of the house looked like it was kind of this nice little older architectural style, but it was transported from another city. And then they added on the back another part of a house onto it. And it was a real hassle because they had to go through a long process. It took about 1.5 years before they finally said, maybe this isn't quite so historical after all. And then it was taken off the list and they were able to sell the property, and they subsequently developed it, put 3 in a lot. As far as how some of these houses were added onto it, what we were told at the time was, some guy was driving around the city and just happened to look at the house, thought it looked interesting, he added it onto a list. So there wasn't a lot of in-depth exploration done on it, at least with the list that was done at that time, which it sounds like it might be the same list that this gentleman's house is on too. Anyway, thank you.
I agree.
Okay, anyone else from the public wants to come down and speak on this in person? Are there any Zoom comments or e-comments?
Yeah, we have no Zoom comments, but we have a couple e-comments. Go ahead, Vicki.
Mayor Osterweil, please remove the historical designation of this property. I live half a block from it. It is an eyesore. It is not looked after, and the land would be better used for a new townhome or a single-family residence. The comment is submitted by Michael Sachs. Looks like the place just needs a gardener. The stonework is impressive. That concludes comments under e-comment.
Stonework is what?
Is that Ian Michael Sachs?
Yes.
Yeah.
What do you say, the stonework is what?
I don't know.
Impressive. You just said stonework is impressive.
No, okay.
Okay, so back to the appellant. Do you have any rebuttal statements?
I'd like to add.
Yeah, come on to the podium, please.
When he said the stonework was impressive, this is not a historical house on stonework, because she goes over that in her report quite well. These rocks are all different sizes and so forth. There's really no organization to it. Just a lot of labor, a lot of love for rocks. So this gentleman, whoever built the house, Campbell, he had to go somewhere, maybe Kern River, he had to go get these rocks. It was a task, especially back in those days. But that does not make it historical. Those rocks are 1 million years old.
Can I ask you a question? For how long, this house was initially built when again?
1933.
And since that time to the present time, it's been made of stone, essentially, its facade has
Well,
been
just the
stone?
outside, correct. And it's not, again, it's
Right.
not finished, so
But
it's such a
isn't
classic
that
house.
in of itself somewhat historic? I mean, I'm not saying you should keep the designation, but isn't there something there worth preserving?
No.
From the
According to the
stonework?
ordinance, and if you look at it, it's not arbitrary, it's nothing there worth keeping. The house layout inside is terrible. If anybody, you people had to live in that house, you would realize right away. The house is unbearable.
Didn't have rocks in 1933.
No, those rocks were added later. So that does.
That's what
make
he's
it-
asking you.
Oh, yeah, those rocks were added later, according to GPS or GPA. It's very clear for them. And you can see the shingles on the other side of the rocks. So they put the shingles down first. Otherwise, he would never put the shingles all the way down. You see the back of the house out of the shingles, he never intended, those rocks were added later.
1945 is when the stone veneers were added.
Celebration after World War II.
It takes the whole historical out of context. It's a cool house, there's no doubt about it, but is it historical resource? That's the question.
Okay. Anything else you'd like to say?
That's it.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Let's see, go back to the order here, make sure we do things right. Appellant, obviously no proponent. Appellant is a proponent. All right. Any real questions to the council and staff? You know, I'll say, you know, the house is 89 years old, right? There is, I mean, it looks, you saying that there's history and there's not history, and now we're going into the history. Yeah, do I have any other questions? Let me see this. So our two lots here, you'd be able to get maximum of 3, plus you'd be able to do ADUs on top of that, right? For all 3 units, right? Because the townhomes would be allowed a junior ADU. But technically, when you get up to 6 units. And the parking requirements.
No, but it's only a 5,000 square foot lot.
No.
Okay, so if it was developed as
5,200 and 4,800.
well, 5,200 and 4,800, you could do 2. Is 4,800 less than a? It would be substandard. Yeah, it wouldn't be. You wouldn't be allowed to change the lot to a substandard lot. So it'd be 2 5,000 square foot lots. With that, you would have 2 main structure on each. They could have a detached ADU on each. They could have technically a junior ADU within each. So each could have probably 2 units. I don't know that somebody's going to build and then convert some space to a JADU, but they could. If they kept it as the 10,000 square foot lot, they could have 3 full-size dwelling units. Technically, they could also add ADUs to that. They could have 2 detached ADUs. I mean, there's more that can happen there, but then you're looking at all 3 unit owners would have to agree to that. There'd have to be space on the property to build separate ADUs in addition to it.
If the construction included the ADUs.
The ADUs, it has to be existing, for multifamily, it would have to be an existing structure.
Oh, it can't be built.
They'd have to, but you could, they
Couldn't design.
They could design it knowing where they're going to put ADUs and come in and apply for those afterwards. So technically, you could have, on that 10,000 square foot lot, you could have 3 full-size units, and then they could come in later and apply for 2 detached ADUs.
2. Okay. Character of the community. The appellant talked about there's no other houses like this in the neighborhood. His neighborhood has gone from single family to R2, R3. Densification, correct?
That's most likely correct. Yeah, contextually, there wouldn't be other properties like this in the immediate vicinity.
Okay. Okay. Councilmember Lowenstein, your hand is up.
No, thank you. I commented already.
Councilmember MD, your hand is up.
I asked the city attorney, the discussion of what can be built there, should that even be considered part of whether or not this is a historical house? Is that part of the conversation? In determining whether or not this is an historical house?
Not in this situation, because there weren't plans submitted as part of a request for destruction of a permit. So
Simply a request to get removed from the list.
right, and you're to use the same standards that the city used, presumably when it created it as a potentially historic resource. And in the ordinance as currently written, if you remove that, then that property is removed from all the conditions of our ordinance.
Thank you.
Councilmember Horvath.
I want to make a motion to close the public hearing.
Second that.
All right. All in favor of that?
Aye.
Aye. All right.
All right.
That's a
And then-
4-0 with Councilmember Losey is not here.
And then I am going to make a motion to, what?
Where's Todd?
So-
Don't we need Todd?
Todd, well, he'll be back. I mean, is there any discussion on
There's going to
anything?
be discussion too, but I'm going to make a motion to uphold the appeal. I think to the points that were made by Councilmember Lowenstein and myself and Councilwoman MD, you know, I see this as being very different than if we were discussing a house that was already, part of the Mills Act, had gone through that process, had requested to be considered a historical designation house, and receive benefits for it. This one just seems very different to me. Seems like, as I said earlier, and it's not a kick to staff, it just seems slightly arbitrary, that the house is on the list and it's not something that you or your family desires. And I feel like we're just holding up the family from being able to move on and do what they want to do with the property. And that's really none of our business, actually, in terms of what you want to do. If, as I said earlier, if the city really wanted to do something with this property, then I think it would be up to the city to take some type of action to make a fair market value offer on the property to be able to preserve it. And I don't think that we're in a situation to do that either. So I think our best, and to the comment that Councilmember Lowenstein made as well, this is not about whether I think we agree on preservation of homes. I think we all really love the character and the uniqueness and the special homes that have been preserved and the ones that are truly of historical value. I think this situation here, and after reading through the GPA report, in my opinion, is very clear that your house does not meet the requirements as outlaid in the Redondo Beach Municipal Code to be considered as a historic resources or on the historic resources list. So that would be my motion, would be to uphold the appeal.
Can I just get a clarification? So we put two different resolutions. You're looking to overturn the Preservation Commission's
That's correct.
determination and grant the appeal?
That's correct.
Okay.
Yeah,
So-
uphold the appeal was vague.
I'm sorry?
The initial statement, uphold the appeal, I
Yeah.
think left us a little confused initially, but then it became clear.
Well, I
obviously,
didn't say
as we spoke.
deny the appeal, so I assume that made
Got it.
sense. I'm not a lawyer, though.
So I feel actually, I mean, I asked the appellant, is this property unique? He said, yes. Is this property, 89 years old? Did it receive bids? Yes. It just wasn't the amount of money that he wanted to get bids with because it would take a lot of money in updating the property. And I asked the questions regarding zoning and the communities because part of historic resource is the historic aspect of the community. And the reason why it's here is the house is unique. The house, I see it's very unique, 89 years old. How many homes in North Redondo are unique? The answer is, how many homes are in North Redondo that are 89 years old? In fact,
Beautiful craftsman that's about 2 blocks over, that's absolutely stunning, and it is on the historical list, and it's beautiful.
yeah, so to that point exactly, the fact that the appellant said that the house is depleted, I mean, the house is depleted, but that's just because of lack of upkeep. It needs a lot of work and it's aged, but it needs work. And yeah, is there a depreciation of value? Yes, there is. But on the other hand, the person could get the right people per person. I would love to buy this house, but I'm a council member. I make $927 a month. And owning this property, then they could, if they restore it, they could get a Mills Act requirement or Mills Act thing, get a significant reduction in their property value. And to that point, there's many people in my district who are actually doing this. The reason I brought up the Elvira aspect is they actually built an ADU in the back, living there, updating the front house, getting a Mills Act certification, now getting a significant decrease in their homeowner value or house value. Tax basis, thank you, tax basis. The fact this is withstood twice on here through the Historic Commission or Historic Preservation listing is I think is pretty good. And it's a B rating, which is actually excellent because I know a lot of houses that were on the C and even D rating, and they were taken off. That's why I asked those questions, and including the B rating. And I see the report that they gave here, that the private party gave here for this. But, you know, I don't think it's just one person that makes it historically significant. It is worked on over a multi-generational period. And really, we can count 3 owners. And between 1960 and 1971, there might have been 1, maybe 2, so 5 owners to a single property since 1933 is, I think, pretty significant. And going back to the historical aspect of it, if you were to revive this property, which is on 2 lots, and revive the property and add a garage, the value of that house, to your point, Councilmember MD, with a house that is absolutely gorgeous, you would have a significant increase in property value and house value. Nobody's stopping anyone from doing that. And you would see, they would have, the person that would buy it next would get a Mills Act, same issue with the Mills Act. So his house has gone through multiple earthquakes, doesn't fit the neighborhood as was said here, but that makes it historic and unique. I have at least 2 Victorian houses, I think 3 maybe in District 1. One does not fit the neighborhood at all. One's across from the fire station really well, multicolored, but that's what makes it unique. I see the uniqueness in this. I agree with the Preservation Commission, and I definitely see that stating that there's none like this in the neighborhood actually spoke to me when that was said. It says, wait a second, and why would we take it off the list? So I would say to keep it on the list as it is. I think there's a tremendous value there. And by the way, the applicant even said that they got offers for this property, just wasn't what they wanted for the property, which I understand. I don't know, we're listening. You know, I understand you want more for the value of the property. Everyone wants more, but you know, that also comes with, if the house was kept up through the years in great condition, you would have a significantly higher value to that property, into the house, I should say, house and property, I should say. So that's where I stand on this. I mean, I see the uniqueness. I see the character of the community. I know this house. When the staff report started talking about this house, I immediately, within a minute, I knew what was being talked about. I talked to the neighbors. I talked to some of the, not neighbors directly neighbors, but some of the people who lived in North Redondo. And they all knew the house, and they all understood the unique value, historic aspect of the house. Not necessarily even knowing people who lived in there, but just the house being as unique as it is. So that's what I would vote. I would make a motion to uphold, deny the appeal and uphold the Preservation Commission decision. So that would be my motion, substitute motion.
That's a primary, nobody second for mine.
Oh, no, oh, okay.
Can I?
Yeah, absolutely, go for it. Your number's up.
I'm not saying I'm not going to second that, but I truly am torn here. And it's because I think that our law does not allow us to preserve what's historic about this and what's unique about it and what is distinctive about it, to pull the language from the Preservation Commission. It is distinctive. It is one of a kind. And in the ideal scenario, in the ideal case, if I could, you know, in my own world, you could rebuild, you could put in 2 new units or 3, whatever your zoning allows, but they would have to have, you know, a stone type facade to be, because this was how the property was for almost 100 years. And it played into the story that Councilmember MD just said about, the farmer's market there and that big yard and the like. So maybe these three properties we put the condition that they'd have a little more open space than our typical R2 lots to honor that historic nature of the property. So, but our statute doesn't allow us to do that, or municipal code, and it needs updating. So whichever, since this is, a first, at least since I've been on council of its kind to come to us, whichever motion passes, I'd ask that the movers amend their motion to have these ordinances specifically 4.403 and 10-4.404 of the municipal code come back to us for analysis, for discussion about amending them to give the council more flexibility to put conditions on the property that allow an applicant or appellant to make changes to historic property, but also preserve the valuable historic aspects of them. So, realizing that we probably will not win the day, I will second Councilmember Narenheim's motion, if offering that friendly amendment that we get this ordinance back.
Absolutely, I would agree with that, yeah. I would agree with that. All right, hold on, Councilmember Horvath, you're up.
Yeah, I hear everything you're saying here, but I think we're inserting ourselves into this gentleman's and his family's personal requests here. They're asking to not be on the list. They didn't want to be on the list. They want to do whatever they want to do with the property, which I'm assuming is sell it. And we don't know what their family situation is. He has said that it is a hardship. And I don't think that's really for us to decide here. What are we, again, very different than if this was a Mills Act thing. And I think the report is really clear. Like, this was a procedure that was followed. Went to staff gave a finding. They told him he could hire a consultant from a list we had. He hired a consultant. The consultant did the expert work, and the consultant found otherwise. I think it's pretty cut and dry. He did everything he was supposed to do, and the findings of the consultant were as such that he wants to come off the list. So I think that's really all we need to consider here. Whether we want to, you like to buy the property, or, you respect, that it's historical in nature by it being very old and stuff. I get it, but I don't think that's really what's before us here. And so I would make a substitute motion again to uphold, or whichever word works, the appeal and overturn the ruling of the Preservation Commission.
And why don't you add
Hold on,
his?
you don't need a substitute motion.
Yeah, I do, because he made a motion and you seconded it. So that is now the primary motion.
Right.
So I need to make a substitute motion
Get
because,
ahead of it.
no, because nobody seconded my original motion.
Oh, nobody seconded?
That's
it?
right.
Oh,
So,
I did.
so
Actually did too.
I didn't hear a second. No.
Is there a second on the original motion? Oh,
Okay.
oh, well, then there you go.
So I'm making the substitute motion again. And if we need to have a conversation about the municipal code, because I'm sure there are a variety of aspects of the municipal code that really need to be overhauled, I'm fine with that.
I'll second that.
Yeah, I'll say, the watchtowers, I brought the watchtowers up for a very specific reason, and it was a resource, it was a particular item that has no value at the time. It was ordered to be taken down because deemed unsafe, and now it's a massive historical landmark, actually. People travel around to go see it. So, unique is your own, everyone's own individual perspective. So, Councilmember Lowenstein.
I would just say, I'm one of those people that actually lives on a 2 and a lot, so I would love to live in a historic house. I mean, I think it's great. We actually looked at a historic house a while ago. So it pains me greatly that we are not protecting older structures. But the other side of it is that you water down the true meaning of a historic structure. I use the word structure by declaring anything that's old and anything that's unique to be a historic structure. When you throw rocks on there, that doesn't make it a historic structure. It makes it maybe a little bit unique, but there's a lot of places that have rocks I've seen as facade. If you threw shiplap up there, it makes it unique probably, but it doesn't make it historic. I don't see, based on all the evidence I've been presented with in the hearing and what the GPA consultants have said, that there's anything that's that historic about it. It's not, again, not a famous person that lived there, not, it's really, there's nothing that's distinctive about the structure of the house. It's a 4-bedroom, 1-bath, built in 1933. There's probably a number of houses that are built in 1933 that aren't necessarily, architecturally historic. I think we need to be very careful about declaring something historic that may not be historic. That's the only reason I say it. And again, I don't want to protect something just because it's old. I want to protect it because it's actually symbolic of a particular era where the architecture of that era is actually demonstrated within that building. And I don't see anything in that building other than the old stone that says that. It just says 1933, 4-bedroom, 1-bath, 1,600 square foot home. Maybe it's a little bit different than everywhere else in that area of town. But again, there's another house, like I said, on Fisk that is clearly historic. You can see, you don't have to be an architect to see it, that it represents an era. And it's like nothing else on that street. But that doesn't make it historic, that it's like nothing else on that street. What really makes it historic, it is very symbolic of that era. This is not symbolic of 1933 construction. I would say there's houses that are on Opal that are more representative of that area with Spanish bungalows than this is from 1933. And to Mr. Craig's point, we try to do, I think all of us up here want to see history preserved. I don't deny that at all. But sometimes when we get in the way of preventing homeowners from doing what they need to do by just declaring something historic when it may not be, there's no evidence that has shown me that it's historic here, then I think we're kind of doing a disservice to the word historic. Again, I wholeheartedly support the Preservation Commission, but I probably, on this one, I disagree with them. It doesn't show me that this is emblematic of that time frame, and there's something that is worth preserving here. So I personally are going to side with proponent on this one. So,
Appellant.
Sorry, appellant.
Yeah, I'll just say that, remember it was built in the Arroyo.
What's that?
The Arroyo, with the Arroyo fashion with the rocks, the river rocks, the Spanish word for river
So it
rocks.
wasn't built like that. It was added on in
Added on.
1945.
That's why he was,
Not the structure.
that's how he was there. Yeah, it's
It's
fine.
10 o'clock. I think we still have a bunch on the agenda.
All right. All right, no, another, you put your hand down. All right, Councilmember Lowenstein.
I just spoke, so I just.
What?
I just.
Councilmember Lowenstein,
You mean
on the vote, yeah.
So on his vote.
No, on his substitute motion.
Aye.
Councilmember Horvath. Aye. Councilmember Obaji.
Aye.
Councilmember MD.
Aye.
And Mayor Pro Tem Narenheim, no. All right, motion passes.
Hey, that was a
4-1.
good speech by Councilmember Lowenstein. You can thank him also, although he was going to carry it anyway, so.
Yeah. All right. So that's done with that one. On to item N1.
Hold on, I need to read the resolution. Adopt by title only resolution number CC-2210-076, a resolution, City Council, City of Redondo Beach, California, overturning the Preservation Commission to deny the certificate of appropriateness and approving the request to remove the property located at 2501 Curtis Avenue from the list of potential historic resources pursuant to the requirements of Chapter 4, Title 10 of the Redondo Beach Municipal Code. Thank you.
All right, item M1, discussion and possible action regarding amendment to the Redondo Beach Municipal Code pertaining to campaign finance, investigation services, alleged campaign finance reporting violations. So this came back to us this last summer, and we had a discussion, and it's back now with a full council. And so who's going to kick this off?
I can kick it off. Okay, so we were here on September 6th, and it's pertaining to the campaign finance and also contracting and investigation services. So we had some changes in the ordinance related to campaign finance. Also, we have an engagement letter from an investigator that it took a while to find one. And the city attorney and I agree that due to the liability that we don't recommend the engagement letter with the investigator. And I think that's it. I don't know if there's anything the city attorney would like to add. And then we're back due to the fact of trying to figure out regarding who would investigate and the process.
All right, is that it? Council, the attorney, do you have anything to say? Yeah, you don't say anything. Just say no. I'm not asking, just asking. You don't have to.
So it's the council decision. Just wanted to point out, because they won't accept our normal indemnity language, we're responsible and not covered by our JPA for gross negligence or for intentional acts. We would be covered for negligence. And so I just have to advise you of that council decision. And two other things, that the including the city attorney in it will be problematic, because there isn't anybody who to take any recusals of the entire office, because the DA won't prosecute municipal code violations as occurred in Torrance. And the other thing is, since the council wrote and prepared this ordinance, I provided the Ted Cruz recent Supreme Court case, because that may impact the ban on loans, and because you were tightening the period under which they could get post-election donations. And other than that, happy to answer any questions about the practicality of enforcement, but I'll leave it up to the wisdom of the council.
Okay, so I called around to a lot of different cities and elected city attorneys, and they all were a little bit confused when it came to, what do you mean there's no investigation and enforcement? This is simply what we do. And I was like, oh, okay. And a lot of cities actually came back and said, well, you just make the complaint to the city clerk's office, or record the complaint to the city clerk's office, and they do just to look at the complaint, gather some facts up and say, okay, yeah, this seems legitimate, or this does not seem legitimate, and then forward that off to the city attorney's office. And city attorney's office then prosecutes the action, what was found. And some cities have a different firm that does it from the normal city attorney's office. If it's in a firm or a hired city attorney, they have a separate firm that does it. Manhattan Beach uses Richards, Watkins, Gershon, which does both investigation and prosecution if there is something. And the range of responses from people asking, or me asking the question, basically said, hey, you just come to the council or city managers and we we push it off to investigator and boom from there. And from there, it'd be either city clerk or city attorney if they have the investigation ability. So, and I asked regarding enforcement. And so the enforcement came through basically hiring a separate firm to do the enforcement. Culver City, for instance, does enforcement in-house. And I want to remind you again, Culver City the council hires their city manager, they hire their police chief, and they hire their city attorney. And they do everything in-house. So I asked them about the conflicts. They said there's absolutely no conflicts, none whatsoever. I said, even though you hire these people, they're responsible. They're like, no, we bring them in for a conversation, and things go from there. Manhattan Beach, like I said, they have Richards, Watson, and Gershon, and I took many other cities as well. So I don't see an issue with us keeping our enforcement. I wouldn't mind keeping the light investigation in-house, but if we want to sign an agreement with a outside firm, I'd be willing to do that. So that's where I stand so far on this, and I agree with the updates that we currently have in place.
Can I ask which cities you talked to? Because I didn't call around. I know you called Torrance today. And I know that they're a mess and have not enforced the campaign violation, so that can't be one of the ones you talked to. The clerk and Elizabeth, the assistant city manager, in the original report said they checked with many cities, including Culver City, and there wasn't enforcement. Hermosa Beach has not sent any cases to us. They checked with Culver City, there wasn't enforcement. They checked with Inglewood, there wasn't enforcement. So this can be another example of, we have an ordinance in writing, but nothing's going to get done. Plus, I don't know if those ordinances were misdemeanors, the way ours has been from the beginning, the way you've increased the fine for the misdemeanors. But I can assure you, having been
Remind people what that misdemeanor, can you remind people what the misdemeanor?
It's right now, it's 6 months in the county jail and a fine of $1,000 plus the penalty assessment, which is roughly 3 times the fine. The council is keeping it a misdemeanor, but keeping the jail time and increasing the fine to 2,000 plus the penalty assessment. But I can assure you that it is entirely wrong as a prosecutor for 35 years for misdemeanors to have a prosecutor conduct interviews in a case they're prosecuting for criminal prosecution. And Councilman Abaji used a phrase earlier, I on behalf of the people. When we go to court for criminal prosecution, we don't go for the city of Redondo Beach. We do that in the civil cases. We do it even on misdemeanors, on behalf of the people of the state of California. It's very different. So when you say you had, these conversations, I want people to understand it's entirely wrong to do it. And if you're appointed, the League of California Cities says, if you're an appointed city attorney, you shouldn't be prosecuting council members. As an elected, if they keep it that, they could prosecute council members, they could prosecute a mayor. They would have an internal conflict prosecuting themselves or an opponent. So it is not what the picture you're painting. And I don't know if you're saying that the clerk and Elizabeth just were completely wrong in what they said, but it's hard to respond to generalities.
Okay, so I talked to the city of Torrance today, their city attorney today.
Right. Patrick Sullivan.
Yeah, and I talked to many other cities. There's 159 other cities in the state of California that has campaign finance reform and limits, right? Specifically, there's 477. And to say that little old Redondo Beach has a campaign finance limit and we found that we can't enforce it, I find very hard to believe.
You ask any of them if they enforce it? Because when you talk to Patrick,
I talked
Torrance
to,
is not, correct?
So they haven't had it come up yet again with them. So
that is not true.
Well, after they had that issue.
No, it's come up again since Patrick was.
Can I finish?
But
Can I
that's
finish?
just
Can I
false.
finish?
Okay, if you give me a
All
chance
right.
to respond.
I talked to many other cities, Beverly Hills, Manhattan Beach, Culver City, Torrance. I mean, the list goes on. I've probably talked about a dozen different cities on this particular issue. Did I get into the exact specification whether it was an administrative issue, where there was a misdemeanor? No, I did not. And because I need to know a possible path moving forward. We have a law in place, and our city attorney ran on enforcing the law, right? And so when I hear you say to not force the law and just go with the state, which I know the state is, shall we say, very difficult to work with, and you don't get good results because I know the way it works up there. There's a lot of outstanding investigations. But to me, it's really simple. We have someone here takes a report, whoever it may be, and then they can hand it off to an investigation firm, and then the investigation firm does what they do, and then recommend the said charges, if there are any, to cure the issue. So I don't see it being that difficult.
So if I can respond, the last part I agree with you. I'm just pointing out the liability, because if we get sued, you would wonder, well, why didn't anyone tell us we're not covered by excess insurance? I've told you, but that is perfectly fine.
I didn't talk about liability.
I'm saying that part is fine for prosecution. The other part, Patrick told me he thought it was a better idea to go to the FPC, and you're still confusing the two things. They would send it to the city attorney's office to prosecute the state violation. So we will always do prosecution. We can't do enforcement for criminal matters. That's the same thing you've been hearing for 2 years. And you'll continue to hear from whoever succeeds me if they know anything about prosecution. So if you keep it a misdemeanor and you have someone investigate it, then we stand ready, this office, to enforce and do prosecution for any violations, except there'll be a conflict for the city attorney. And I would think, given your statements recently about people not buying offices, you wouldn't want someone with a lot of money to be able to buy a city attorney, knowing that ordinance, if it's applying to the city attorney, can't be enforced, because the city attorney will have a conflict and the DA won't take it because it's a municipal code violation. So if you want to hire the outside person, that's perfectly fine for the city attorney prosecuting it as a misdemeanor. The only thing I said was you probably should consider taking the city attorney out and going for state violations. And I'll give you a practical example. My second term of office, someone I prosecuted gave thousands in non-monetary contributions, monetary contribution, and a $10,000 loan, none of which were disclosed, or at least the loan wasn't, until 2 weeks after the election. And that was before we had the campaign, the ordinance, but people will pay the $10 a day for late reporting. So if you're doing this, I just want to be able to come down here in 4 years and say, I told you so, because it won't be able to be enforced. So, but for prosecution to say, I take offense when you say, well, the city attorney who campaign on enforcing the law, damn right, and we do. And that's why other cities have to hire us. It's why other cities have tried to hire us. We do a great job of it if we get the case.
Okay. So I did not talk about liability, and I'm fine with the liability of the contract moving forward. So clear the air on that. All right, Councilmember Baji, you're up first.
I just want to remind you both, please, that you already had a hearing on this, and you had this whole debate, and I watched it on Zoom from my home. I was under the weather. I thought I might have COVID, so I stayed away. So we don't need to see that two-person conversation all over again in excruciating pain. If you have a conflict of interest, Mr. City Attorney, what do we do? Let's say one of us goes out gets DUI, needs to be prosecuted, what do you do in that circumstance?
Civil case or criminal case? So civil case, I reported to the council and advised the council to hire an outside firm, and we have a list of pre-firm. For a criminal case, it goes to the DA's office by statute, but the DA won't take a Municode violation. And I've never had a conflict for a Municode violation.
So if you have a conflict because it's alleged that a council member, not in their council member capacity, but in the, as a candidate, violated the FPPC rule, or sorry, our own campaign finance rules.
The city attorney will prosecute it.
Okay, so
as long as the city attorney is elected per the,
okay,
but if the city attorney is appointed, he won't be able to, as occurred in Torrance.
they'll have to hire out to do it.
That went unpunished.
Okay, but you would, if the council expressed a desire to see enforcement of violations, then you would have to, and authorize you to hire out in the case of conflicts, then you could hire an outside law firm to prosecute.
Not necessarily. Okay, the council may have a conflict. Who do you go? So with criminal cases, they all go by statute to the district attorney's office. And if the district attorney has a conflict, it goes to the AG's office. Again, they're not representing the city of Redondo Beach. They're representing the people of the state of California. So if the city attorney is elected as currently, and a council person or a council person's opponent violates allegedly violates the campaign finance law, and you hire this firm, and they investigate it, and it comes to our prosecutors, and they review it and believe that it meets the criteria for filing a criminal case, they will do so. The only one that won't be able to, that there'll be a conflict, is if it's a complaint against the city attorney, or if it's a complaint against their opponent. Now, there is a potential.
Real quick, hold on. I just want to ask the question, discrete questions. Why is this firm that refuses to sign our indemnity provisions, why are they the only firm in California that can investigate this stuff?
You're looking at the wrong question.
Any law firm, obviously Richard Watson Gershon, could do investigative work for the preparation of a criminal case, right?
The problem is the city attorney, to be able to hire another firm, the city attorney has to advise the council, and the council hires the firm. So there's a bit of a conflict if the city attorney is choosing who gets to be.
The subject of the investigation would have to recuse themselves from that decision, right? From the decision on which firm to hire.
Well, yes, that's correct.
Okay, so they'd be out of the decision. Conflict's not there. They'd hire an outside law firm.
Again, what if we're talking about it in the context of what if it's an appointed city attorney and it serves at the pleasure of the council?
I mean, kind of same thing.
With
appointed city attorney, let's say it serves at the pleasure of the city manager.
It's what? It's the same problem for a prosecution. I don't know how else to say that. You're not hiring an attorney to represent the city of Redondo Beach. We use Richard Watson. I don't know of any criminal enforcement that Richard Watson has done for Manhattan Beach, period. So, I mean, you're saying it's true. I don't believe it's true. I don't know how.
I didn't go down
Best
that path.
Krieger certainly has done some criminal enforcement.
What?
Some laws somewhere, right? Best and Krieger?
Oh, yeah, they've done code enforcement.
Okay.
I don't know of anyone doing prosecution for a misdemeanor violation of campaign finance. But I'm saying we can prosecute any council person. The problem is with the city attorney or a city attorney opponent.
All right. So, and who's going to investigate in your circumstance?
The investigation is no problem if it's not an attorney. They're going to use the firm that's before you that the clerk found.
But we can choose a different firm, or we can say you do a RFQ for firms, or select one of these municipal law firms like Best Krieger, Richard Watson, Gershon, right?
Yeah, you could.
Okay. And in the case of a conflict where you're essentially conflicted out of being able to prosecute. We could have a catch, like a fail safe in the ordinance that basically says it comes to council for a decision on how to go about prosecuting that allegation or investigating and prosecuting that
The
allegation.
council has no role in the prosecution of criminal matters. You can decide to do away with criminal prosecution. You can give it to the DA's office.
Okay.
That's in the charter.
But
The legislative branch doesn't get to decide how the executive power of prosecution is done.
Right, but we do get to choose what occurs. Somebody gets to choose what occurs in the case where the city attorney is conflicted out, right? And we could delegate that power to ourselves or the city
No,
city
you
manager?
can't. You
Okay.
can't.
Can we delegate that to the city manager?
If he's you can't do it. The prosecution matter is either with the city attorney or it's with the DA. That's who it's with. It's not with the legislative branch.
Can we, in the case of a conflict, kick it to the DA for prosecution?
No, because Torrance did that. And again, the DA says correctly, I don't have jurisdiction over municipal code violations. So the city attorney, both John Fellows and Patrick, when it did come up, said correctly, I'm appointed, I can't prosecute the city council for campaign violations. And when they sent it to the DA, and in that case, the FPPC did the investigation because it was prior to the new rules that the clerk brought up. And so a violation went completely unprosecuted. Now, the one thing that's a possibility, but it's only a possibility, is when the council gave direction, I'm the vice president of the Los Angeles County Prosecutors Association. So I brought it up to the DA and the 10 city attorneys that have prosecution responsibilities and said, okay, is there a way that we can in advance cross-designate other cities in a way that it's a pool so that the city attorney has no say in who, like, hey, I want this to go to Pasadena because Michelle's very tough, or I want this to go to wherever. And so we're trying that out. We're handling a violation that was alleged against a candidate in Long Beach. And we'll see if that goes well. And that's a possibility. And that's what I mentioned to you before, but it's only a possibility. And if that doesn't work out, I don't know if everyone's going to be okay with it. But as it sits right now, this is going to be a repeat of you passing a law, and it has the potential for not getting enforced. So you can ignore my advice, but
Not ignoring your advice. So how can we ensure that cross-designation pool exists for the purpose of when you're conflicted?
no. It's a prosecution matter. It specifically doesn't.
So it'll be handled exclusively by you.
Right.
And decided by you.
Well, it would be the prosecution agencies. We may bring to you an MOU that could design that process. Yeah, we're okay with.
And we can provide that direction to bring an MOU for us for.
No, because you can't give direction on the prosecution role. Look, you can't, it's no more than you can tell me. And
If I can tell you to hire a law firm, why can't, if we can tell you to hire a law firm.
For civil matters, when we represent the city of Redondo Beach, it's different than people of the state of California. That's what I'm trying.
All right, but if you were a wholly participatory, non-policy making city attorney, then you would, as soon as we pass this law, you would come up with a fail-safe for the case that you're conflicted from a prosecutorial matter involving campaign finance. Now, if you're instead, policy making and you disagree with our policy to keep it here rather than send it to the FPPC, then you could just be stubborn and say, nope, all right, I'm going to.
Well, that's a nice straw man, but that's completely false.
Is Torrance
not a participant, he's appointed, but apparently he's not a fully compliant participatory person. He's just stubborn, just as the previous city attorney was stubborn when they said, hey, I'm appointed, I can't be prosecuting the people that hire me. So elected, there's more freedom to do the right thing, but conflicts go by state law to the DA. And there are specifics. So Manhattan wanted to hire us. They can't. They can't hire us or some other firm to do prosecution because they're a general law city. And it's not, because we're a city and have it in our charter, we get to do prosecution. If we didn't, it would be up to the DA to decide to do what prosecution.
Conflicts go by state law to the DA.
Yes.
And the DA says, no, I'm not doing this because I don't prosecute misdemeanors. Then isn't the DA violating state law?
No, because the DA doesn't have jurisdiction over municipal code violations. So there is a potential fix, but it's only a potential fix. So you can pass it as is and hope that there is a potential fix that the other prosecuting agencies in county will do that. And I will pursue that. That's why we took the Long Beach case.
Okay.
But if they say no, then it will be like Torrance. And what happened in Torrance was it went completely unprosecuted.
Okay. So I'm okay with this, with the exception of retaining that firm that won't accept our indemnity. I would like to direct the city attorney to appoint a law firm or some other firm to conduct the investigations.
So does the law firm have professional insurance?
I would hope. Oh, yeah, sure. They do.
So
is this a law firm that was
W
found?
Group? W Group.
Oh, you'd have to ask. I don't think they're a law firm.
No, they're
W Group.
Yeah, they're investigating. So what they're going to be is
It
investigated.
says the W Group. That means
Doesn't mean a law
I'd be
firm.
more comfortable with
I
the
thought you were
law
talking
firm.
about
They're not
Richard
I'd be more
Watson.
comfortable with the law firm doing it. So
Okay,
this
but-
group, let's do a law firm.
But, and again, so just because it's not going to apply to me. So this is not, I just want to be clear. It's not me being stubborn. It's me
I
trying
get
to avoid
I
problems. So
know.
worst case scenario, somebody comes in, spends a lot of money to elect city attorney. There are violations.
Damian Martin, city attorney.
You can name,
laugh.
You can name
No,
whoever.
I know.
So and then whoever that person is in the charter, so we have checks and balance throughout the charter. The balance is I can't hire anybody without the council approving it. But the council can't hire an attorney without me suggesting it. It's designed to keep, because I'm elected from all the residents of the city, it's to keep the council from shopping around to get the answer they want that's most expedient. And it's designed to keep me from hiring people that are not consistent with the direction and the way the council wants to have, because it's the council that hires. What happens if the city attorney refuses, in that case, to recommend?
Prosecution, right?
Yeah, and that's a very real possibility.
Let me ask you a question. Is there still a overriding state law relative to campaign finance that would cause somebody to be, somebody could commit a felony as it concerns campaign finance?
Okay, let me read something from you regarding, from the FPPC's website, I found this. A related question is whether an elected city attorney with the power to prosecute violations of the Political Reform Act under Section 91(1) is precluded by conflict of interest from prosecuting a violation of the act as to a matter on which he or she gave advice. The Attorney General concluded that such a prosecution would be precluded where the city attorney provided confidential advice to the individual. This Attorney General's opinion was issued prior to the adoption of Rule 3600, which appears to preclude the city attorney from choosing an individual council member as the client, especially where the interests of the entity and the individual conflict, as they seem to do here, because the entity they would wish to preserve the integrity of its decisions, and the individual has participated improperly in a decision that may render that decision invalid. The Attorney General's opinion turned on the assumption that the advice was given to the council member in confidence, since Rule 3600, 3-600, appears to be to prohibit the city attorney from shielding advice given to an officer from the entity itself. There does not appear to be any conflict between the elected city attorney's dual role as civil advisor and to the civil advisor to the entity and criminal prosecutor of individual violators. When the city attorney advises that there would be a conflict and the individual official proceeds to participate, the city attorney's advice is another dimension of his or her role as a prosecutor. Both the prosecutor and the advice are undertaken in order to obtain compliance with the law. In this sense, the elected city attorney is acting like the fair FPPC commission when it provides assistance to city officials as to how to comply with the law.
So what does that have to do with, again, I said from the start, because the city attorney is elected, not appointed, I can handle all the prosecutions involving mayor, council, school board. The only one I can't handle, or my successor can't handle, is city attorney. And if it's a muni code, whereas if you remove the city attorney, the downside is they can collect more per contributor. And I get that you don't like that, but it's a state code violation, and then all cases can be done by whoever you choose to investigate and can be handled by the DA. So what you just read is entirely consistent with what I'm saying, but using a law firm to do the investigation, given that we have that check and balance, is problematic. I have no involvement whatsoever with how you select a firm, an outside consultant. So the only downside is the potential liability, but if you want certainty that campaign finance will be investigated and prosecuted, that's the better way to go. Because there's not a way where someone who doesn't want to enforce the law and has a conflict where you can't enforce them to do so.
You said the attorney, just clarifying, you're saying the attorney general, because it's a violation of state, the 4,900, I think it's 4,900, right?
I said the DA, I'm sorry. The DA would handle state, so if we have a conflict with, and they're very rare, but if we have a conflict with someone driving DUI, someone that we have a personal, we have friends, family member, friend, something like that, the DA will take that case and either file it or not file it. The problem with Torrance, and I only raised that because of the Torrance issue, that city attorney said, I'm appointed, I can't prosecute it, and DA said, I don't have jurisdiction for municipal code violations. And they were both right. And so if you want to have true campaign finance and you want to have enforcement, the best of the bad options are probably, or not perfect options, probably going with the firm, but knowing there's potential liability.
But it's still not going to solve the city attorney.
I mean,
The city attorney thing is removing it from the ordinance
I want to
and
move on to the
having it
next
subject
speaker.
to the state ordinance. I'm never running again for city attorney. I have no stake in having a higher limit.
So making investigations in the city attorney, that exclude into city attorney candidates handled by the FPPC, delegating that to the FPPC.
No, you can do the investigate. Well, they will do it. Yeah, they'll do it for free.
Piecemeal for one candidate,
And then,
one position, right?
Because we're relying on, so right now, if we get a violation, and if it were against the city attorney, city treasurer, city clerk, or school board, it would go to the FPPC, and then if it were the city attorney, it'd go to the DA. Or for the other three, it would go to the city, to This changes it because it makes it a muni code for everybody, not just the mayor and council, but the school board, the city, and the clerk, and most problematically for the future, the city attorney. So what I'm saying is, I just warned you about the liability. It's cleaner because nobody has their hands on the investigation. And then the city attorney, leave that in the state code. The problem is they'll be able to collect more money, but there are other things you can do. And many people have mentioned it before, but not done. But in terms of limiting campaigns, contribution, like entities can't do business with the city within a year of, contributing to a campaign. There are things you can do to limit that.
Okay, so that's good. Just so you know, Councilmember Baji, I feel that this item with indemnity is a red herring. They have professional insurance. Acting maliciously is.
I get that, but I just don't want non-attorneys investigating what essentially is a white-collar issue.
Right. I get it. That's fine. Hire the company. I'd rather not go down that path, but it's fine. That gets a pass. All right, Councilmember MD, you are next. Do you have anything to say, or have you given up?
I kind of gave up.
Okay, that's what I figured.
I have a simple question. In our campaign code, it says for general, municipal, and runoff elections. So did we kind of put ourselves into a box? So in other words, it doesn't count any other election, like special elections or anything else?
It only applies to what's in there.
General, municipal, and runoff.
Correct.
So this particular recall isn't covered under this?
No, it's covered under state law either.
Okay. Thanks.
Well, it would be covered under state law, but there are two different rules. The recall election is more like a ballot initiative. It reads, shall this, yes or no. But the people running for the office, or person running for the, well, I guess people running for the office are subject to the campaign finance rules in the state.
Okay.
Okay.
And are there limits in the state? There aren't any limits in the state.
Yeah, there are. They're higher. I think it's
$4,900.
4,900.
But nobody can contribute to a recall candidate for more than 4,900.
No, that's not correct.
No, because it's a ballot measure.
Yeah, it's different. The rules are different for the recall than the person running if the recall is successful.
Oh, interesting. Okay. All right. Thank you.
Okay. Councilmember Lowenstein.
So you said you don't want a non-attorney doing the investigating, but hold on. But the FPPC, I don't know that much about the FPPC, but I don't believe all their investigators are attorneys.
And that's among the reasons why we're not having.
We should never use the FPPC.
Okay, so can I just say this?
I don't know. Can you?
May I say this?
Yes, you may.
Okay, thank you.
It's a free country.
Thank you, Mr. Graham.
And you have the floor.
I'm a fan.
And you have the floor.
I'm a fan of the movie Jerry Maguire. You had me at hello.
I don't know what that means.
You lost me at the words FPPC. Because
I didn't breathe that.
The idea of going to
You
the
weren't here for that
FPPC
conversation.
No, well,
Okay.
Let's avoid that at all costs, because
Thank you.
I think a lot of us are very critical of the FPPC, and that's all I'm going to say.
State agencies generally currently.
Yeah.
There you go.
So the only scenario that seems to be an issue is city attorney. And I think, we'll plod through it. And remember, none of us, except for maybe Zane, unless somebody runs for mayor, are going to be dealing with this because we're all termed out.
Correct. And so the purpose here, and that's why I take offense at phrases like red herring.
Right.
Because you may not think us not being covered by insurance is a red herring. It's not.
It's
that.
important.
It's important. So it's not a red herring. And I don't care. I don't have a personal, you may run for mayor. I'm not running for city attorney. So I don't have any stake in it. I don't know if you're willing to say if you have a stake in it or not, but I don't have any stake in it. But what I don't want is to set up my successor with, or someone be able to manipulate
race, right.
Yeah, exactly.
Right.
So I'll tell you how it was taken. I live in this community. I'm fighting for this community, and I witnessed a lot of shenanigans happening in the past, and that is why I brought this forward. And I brought Councilmember Horvath on board with me to vote for this originally. So, and he fought for the campaign finance reform as well, and you did as well. So it's very important, and preserving that, moving that forward is very important. And I don't think anyone should ever say in elected position or serving or working the position that they don't, no excuse, but they don't care. They should care. You should care. It should matter to you because you do live in this community. Everyone here lives in this community. Well, except for staff.
Yeah, I care,
But-
I don't have a personal interest. I don't know if you will have a personal interest. And the point is, you cared enough.
I got it.
But not enough.
I
But not
understand.
enough when the city manager said, "Hey, we need to get someone to investigate it."
We're here now. We
Your
got so
budget.
many priorities
okay.
happening. All right, public comment. Anyone from the public? Here's 5, 6 people here in person. No one? No one? All right, are there any Zoom or e-comments? I should remind there's no.
Okay, I have none on Zoom. There has been some issues with the e-comments. Somehow they're not working from 7:40, so I just wanted to make that notation.
So they can do the Zoom call.
Yeah, they
One
can do a
button
Zoom
touch for
call.
Zoom.
Yeah.
It's Granicus.
Okay,
Strike 4, that's
so at
just
this
it.
point, we have no e-comments for M1.
Okay, is there anyone in the public who wants to come down before we make a motion? Okay. I'll make a motion to adopt our changes. Hold on, let me go. What items and introduce the updates as for come back to introduce these updates as a first reading.
No, this is.
Is this first reading?
It'll come back as a second.
Come back to the second reading, thank you. And to execute the agreement with the Measure W group, or, the W group. Yeah, there you go. For some reason, I'm lost in there it is. N1 is, that's why.
Any incorporation, any thoughts on the Cruz Supreme Court case? Or you can ignore that?
We'll cruise it.
I'm fine with that. I don't need to include make it any more expensive
It's in your
or complicated.
agenda.
Yeah, it's the last thing.
Take a look at it. It was in last time. I know you were sick. Take a look at it before the second reading because you may want to make some modifications to your ordinance so they can be enforceable.
I'm fine with keeping the way I like, while I don't fully agree with all the amendments we have to our ordinance here for the first reading. We are a body of 5. You make agreements along the way. So I'm fine with the changes that we have here and want to keep this moving along and hire a firm to do investigation moving forward, move this ball forward. So that would be my motion to adopt by title only the ordinances updates for first reading, come back for a second reading, and execute the agreement with the Measure W.
Can I just
group, thank you.
Introduce for first reading.
Introduce instead of adopting.
Okay, introduced by title only. Do I have a second for that?
Can I make a friendly amendment?
Yeah.
All right, so we're not hire the W group, hire a firm suggested by the city attorney from time to time, because, people at firms change and firms change.
Well, we have to set, he has to hire someone so if a complaint comes in, we don't go
Can I
looking.
complete my suggestion?
Yes.
Suggested revisions. So hire a law firm suggested by the city attorney, except the EXCEPT, the city attorney, from this municipal campaign finance regulation and designate the FPPC as regulating the elections for city attorney and prosecuting investigating and prosecuting campaign violations as it concerns the office of the city attorney and otherwise.
That's doubling that's doubling the contribution limit, is it not?
Well, it is what it is, but better than that for one position than every single one of these positions going 5-fold.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that limit was 4,800.
900.
But that's what it is right now anyways.
It's just leaving it up to the state.
Yeah, leave it
I'm leaving it up to the state.
Yeah, what it is anyways, yeah.
So
So we'll remove the city attorney from the ordinance.
Yes.
And bring that back for the second reading. And I'll bring you 3 firms.
That sounds good.
Have you choose it in advance So that, but I suggest you pick one. So in advance of any complaints, so that everyone knows that firm is going to do the enforcement. And we'll try and write the retainer agreement specifically. So that's, you'd need both the city attorney and the council, whoever they may be at the time, to modify that.
And when does that agreement come back?
I'll bring it at your second, whenever it's.
Okay.
If I can get it done tomorrow, you won't have much of a staff report, but I'll try and bring it back next Tuesday.
Okay. Okay, I'll accept that amendment as a second. Anyone else in the public want to comment or anything? One last go, one last bite of that apple? All right, any other comments? Councilmember, no other lights? All right, Councilmember Lowenstein.
Aye.
Councilmember Horvath.
I'm going to vote no because I think our current campaign finance was just fine, as I've stated previously.
That's what we're adopting.
No, there's edits in here.
I mean, there's little edits, but
Minor edits.
otherwise I gotta go to the FPPC,
All right.
which is gonna multiply it by a lot.
It was a no.
Councilmember Baji.
Aye, yes.
Councilmember MD.
No.
And I will, Mayor Pro Tem Nierenheim will say aye as well. So passes 3-2. Thank you.
Glad we had that chat,
Richard
Mr. City
Watson will be
Attorney.
one of the three firms.
Do whatever, I'm not directing an individual. I'm just making phone calls.
Okay,
A criminal or administrative, whatever it may be. Prosecute.
I'm
All right.
going to read the.
Read by title only.
Right.
Randy, how fast can you
Introduction by
go
title
through the
only,
report?
ordinance number 3243-22, an ordinance of the city council of the city of Redondo Beach, California, amending Title II, Chapter 2, Sections 2-2.303, 2-2.304, 2-2.306, and 2-2309 of the Redondo Beach Municipal Code regarding campaign contribution limits for elections on first reading as amended. Thank you.
All right, next item is item N2, beaches and harbors, LA County. They need to come to us. Thank you very much for continued updates and agreements, which we keep giving them for the Avenue A ramp.
This is the Fifth Amendment. They originally came in December last year. We approved the emergency coastal development permit for them to close down the access to the waterfront on Avenue A. Technically, I issue that emergency coastal development permit, and I have to come to the city council with a written and oral report on that, and this is that. You
All
have
right,
the staff
I got
report
it.
in there.
I read it.
This is the oral report, just acknowledging that it's been issued.
Fantastic. Is there any public comment regarding the Avenue A ramp that needs to get done badly for the ADA compliancy and everything else that's falling apart?
Yeah, they're still doing the engineering. By the next, if they have another extension and haven't submitted the application, I'll have what their timeframe is.
And this does not include the Nob Hill work, which is taking about 5 years.
Motion to approve.
Separate. Okay. Motion on the floor, second. Is there any Zoom or
No
e-comments?
Zoom or e-comments.
Wow, I'm just so weird. Okay, all in favor? Aye. And anyone against? No. So Bash is 3-0 with 2 no votes. Okay, item P1.
Not much here, not much of a presentation. This is a council referral to come back with a discussion item to consider whether to support or oppose.
Motion
Measure
to oppose
E.
Measure E.
Second.
Okay, so Measure E is on the ballot, special election. I would actually also like to include in the motion to oppose Measure E for the city to come up with some factual FAQs and informational sheets about our own cannabis ordinance that is going live here in the rest of the city on the 6th, and I believe is live in the coastal zone somewhat. That's September 6th, I want to say. And have it on the website and have information disclosures and put it out to the public that we do have our own cannabis ordinance that is live and in person and working for zoning issues. And so can we do that, Mr. City Manager?
It has to be very informational. We'll have to be very careful with the phraseology. We can't, of course, run afoul of the rules to use city municipal resources to abdicate a position, but we can do our best to provide a factual FAQ as it pertains to, most notably, what our current city ordinance does and its effectiveness, and that's likely how we'll phrase the information so it's clear that we're focusing on what the city currently has on the books and will soon be effective in Redondo Beach.
Okay. And I see Councilmember Obaji still has his stuff here, so he's still here, and Councilmember MD is here. Okay, good. Is there any members of the public here that would like to come down and speak onto this item?
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead. I forgot. I had a.
Oh, sorry.
It's for her.
Got
Okay.
it. Just one?
Okay. Yeah.
All right.
That's it.
Joan Irvine, District 1. I must say, I feel very conflicted in certain ways because I've been supporting cannabis legalization for 50 years. And here I am saying, oh no, I don't want this cannabis, but I want this cannabis. I just want it legalized. I want it a nice store. I want an area I feel safe. And it really pains me to go against, you know, like a measure that would be bringing it in. But I totally believe in local control. Hey, the city, we had a steering committee, we were moving forward, everything was going forward, and then all of a sudden, you know, Catalyst and Elliott jump in. Also, then just to let you know, I took a look at, and when I got the ballot, I looked at the ballot, and I was completely, totally confused. And I'm on top of this, obviously. And I looked and I went, gee, if I look at what Catalyst said, damn, that sounds good. And then I took a look at our response things and I went, what the hell was this? This is confusing. Then I went to what's on the ballot. I mean, if I was just not knowing, I would go, yep, because I think I'm voting to legalize cannabis. I have no idea that there's really this city thing. So just to let you know, I went through what Catalyst said, I went through what we were saying, and I'd like to do this in file and receipt and file.
Motion receive and file. Second.
Is that I went through, and from my knowledge, and working with a couple of people, I put together a list that compared the things that were being said, compared to what Catalyst said, what our ordinance said, and also what the state requires. Because they were saying things that it's required by the state. It wasn't that they were doing anything different. Everybody had to go by that. So I would like to, especially when you were talking about doing this in FAQs, to submit this. I am definitely no on E. I think that, you know, he's proven that he is a liar. We do not, I mean, that's just reality. I mean, just even, you know, that Beach Life Festival, they had to lie to get a booth there. I mean, that's an indication. But I just want to pass this on.
Digital version of that?
What?
Do you have a digital version?
Yeah, I have a digital version.
That'd be nice.
Okay, and also just to let you know, somehow my digital version on Facebook, somebody took it and made some changes to it and was trying to pass around a different version than what I had done. So this is the kind of stuff that's going on that is very frustrating because it should be a non-issue, and we should.
The opposition that was doing.
I don't know.
Okay.
It's being investigated.
Okay.
So if I
hopefully
can.
not by FPPC or the city of Redondo.
And thank you, and can I say, and thank you, I'm hoping that, you know, we come out of all this, that everybody is support of our own ordinance, and we move forward with this, and I want to thank everybody for all the hard work that they do.
Okay, thank you. And next up to speak on this item.
Good evening. I've been here late tonight. Thank you guys so much for taking the opportunity to bring this up here. For anyone who doesn't know, I've had a very interesting week. It started out a little over a week ago where I got to challenge Elliott Lewis to a debate that was going to be hosted and moderated by the Easy Reader here. He accepted very quickly, followed by multiple emails saying, absolutely, and let's do this, and here's other thoughts on that going forward. only for him to chicken out of it 4 hours later. He came back afterwards, after apparently some promises were made to put out information that he thought was favorable to himself, which turned out not to be true. Fast forward a few days later, we start seeing other articles coming out against him. Daily Breeze did a good job about it. A couple of industry ones came out as well too. And on that same evening, he once again came back and chickened it out of the debate, dropped out of it. We still tried all throughout Monday to have him come back as well too, up until the hour of. He still refused to come back. And yet at the exact same time, he was interacting online through a forum with Hermosa Beach residents, trying to justify his positions with absolutely none of the residents buying anything that he was trying to sell to them. So here he is, he will not come forward, he will not talk to our residents, he did not come to this debate, and yet he still tries to hide behind the stuff where it's going to be safer for him accordingly. What we have seen is that Elliott Lewis does not care about our communities. He cannot justify his positions going forward. And I hope that this council here tonight will remain united and decide to show why Measure E is not good for us, not just in their vote here tonight, but for the city to put out the factual information that we need. Thank you all so much for everything we've done. I don't think we'll have another opportunity to be able to discuss this before the actual election. And I'm certainly hoping we're all going to have a lot of reason to celebrate after that election. Thank you guys all again for your leadership.
Thank you. Will the motion maker and a seconder agree to having the city put out an FAQ, factual FAQ based upon our cannabis ordinance that we have going into effect and having it on the website and distributing it to people?
Yeah, we should also, I think, talk about what our process is too for going forward, so that there's enough information about what is happening, what has happened, and what's going to happen.
Okay, next speaker.
Good evening again, Mayor Pro Tem Council Leslie Campeggi, Redondo Beach. I would like to urge you to oppose Measure E officially. I took a look at the chart that Joan Irvine had sent out because someone else forwarded to a Facebook group that I'm in, and it was an excellent chart. I'd love to see it on the city website once you confirm all components on it, but I thought it was excellent. I listened to the debate last night, a little bit of it, and I was kind of hoping Elliott Lewis would be there too, because then maybe we would have had a better taste more visually of who and what he is, which is not somebody who we should be partnering with under any circumstances for any reason at any price, trying to buy his way into our city elections and our laws. I know we can't campaign against it, and I know for that reason, we can't really explain the fact that our independent analysis on the ballot pamphlet is incorrect, because it was written at the time when we didn't have a second read of the ordinance. So it couldn't say that we had an ordinance in effect. The people against Measure E, that ballot language actually did take into consideration the fact that we did have an ordinance that was about to have a second read. So at least the argument against is more clear and articulate and factual than the independent analysis is. And I wish that the city attorney would have mentioned the fact that there was at least a second read, and that we would possibly have our own ordinance in effect on October 6th, which is Thursday of this week. I would love to see that on the city website saying ordinance in effect Thursday, October 6th, and then with the chart of what is in effect versus what's in Measure E, and do a better job of communication to the city. Thank you. No on E.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else? Yeah.
Wayne Craig, a resident of Redondo Beach. I'd like to echo what Ms. Campeggi just said, which is there was a big disadvantage we had because the independent statement had to say we didn't have an ordinance in effect. And I think, and it even says so, the arguments for Measure E, they say the very first thing is, quite simply, the city does not have an up-to-date, carefully crafted, well-balanced retail cannabis ordinance. And that was true at that time. But the concern I have is that this should have never happened. It should have been unnecessary. And the reason for that is that we had a council that was unanimous against it, but one council member said it wasn't time yet. I don't understand what time it would make it better. Councilmember Emby, you decided not to vote for it, so we couldn't have that through. So our city attorney could not change his statement. And it gave an opening for the cannabis retailer to put that in there. Why? Why would you put something that all of you unanimously agreed upon? We had a cannabis task force working on it for years to get this through, and you jeopardized all of that. And it makes no sense because it benefits the person who's trying to do this. A lot of people are speculating, and I don't want to go that route here right now, but it makes no sense. It'd be nice if you explained why it wasn't the right time, because now you've created a bigger problem for the city and potentially jeopardize all the work that would have been done. So that's all I have to say.
Okay, thank you. City Attorney, do you want to clarify something or?
Well, so I wrote it the way I had to write it, given the law, but I do want to point out, I think the bigger difficulty in understanding it, which the council may want to address in an informational manner, is the language that the council chose for the ballot question. It's the one thing that everybody who votes reads. Some people read the argument, some people read the impartial analysis. And I'll remind the council, the language that you chose was, shall a measure repealing Redondo Beach existing prohibition of all commercial activity, and it goes on to describe the ordinance, be adopted. So that, I think, is the big misunderstanding. So the ballot question is repealing the prohibition of all cannabis. And
How could it have been written differently?
It couldn't be.
well, so I'm just pointing out that people, I know some people have pointed out to the my analysis, and you couldn't write it any different, and I couldn't write it any different, but that may be the source of the greater misunderstanding, because when everybody who's going to cast a vote is going to read that. So you may want to point out that you, since then, have an ordinance that will go into effect, whenever 30 days is.
Okay, thank you.
That's the feedback I've gotten from people that are reading, the ballot.
Right. Okay, next up.
Evening, Mayor Pro Tem and Council. Rolf Strutzenberg, Redondo Beach, author and signator of the ballot statement opposing Measure E, and author and signator of the rebuttal to the statement in favor of Measure E. As was just discussed here, the point was also brought up at the recent committee, Charter Review Advisory Committee that the city attorney made, that if there's one thing that's red, it is the ballot statement itself. And I can see that with a lot of people. So in reading that, an initiative ordinance to, one, allow a maximum of 3 cannabis retailers in Redondo Beach, not false. Item 2, repeal the city's prohibition on commercial cannabis activity except deliveries of medicinal cannabis, and allow the city council discretion to legalize other cannabis uses. False. And 3, impose operational, design, and location requirements on such businesses. Middle of the road on that one. It's in both. It's in the existing one that it will come into full effect, I believe Thursday, if that's correct. It's kind of one of those situations where it is what it is, and the best we can do is get out the best information that we can. Adding things to the city website will help. Not a lot of people go to it, but it won't hurt. The best we could do is personal outreach with it. Let that word travel out. The rebuttal statement was somewhat handicapped by the delay that was imposed in putting the city ordinance into effect. Had to word that very carefully. I still got it in there, but it is not as effective as it could have been because of that delay. But that, again, it was done for reasons I don't understand, and it is what it is. So the best we can do is get the word out of where is the truth in this. And the fact is that the measure, the ballot statement as it is not true. And that is very confusing to people. So I appreciate anything that can be done. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. All right, next person in person. Anyone else want to speak in person? Are there any Zoom comments or e-comments?
We have some e-comments, no Zoom comments. Go ahead, Vicki.
Wait, before you read that e-comment is totally slanderous. This website that's on that e-comment isn't mine. And it was created by Wayne Craig to try to do falsify things by me. And I don't even know who this James Crawford is, if that's a real person. So I want to figure out how to eliminate this comment, because none of this comment is true at all.
I mean, do I get to shut down Maggie Healy every time she talks?
No, but this website isn't mine. And it was created by Wayne Craig to just go immediately to Catalyst. So it's just not okay.
So, okay, hold on, point over. We're going to read the comment because we've been reading all the comments. I would be in favor at a later point in time, not reading e-comments because people can come online either via Zoom or in person now. But at this point in time, we're going to be reading it because all their comments have been read. And if you want to change that at a future date, I'm more than welcome to.
All right, then I just want to state for the record that the comment is false. This website is not mine. It was falsified. And it has absolutely nothing in this comment is true.
Okay.
I want that in the record to go with the e-comment, please.
Okay, so we hear the comment, please, or read the comment out loud. Vicki.
Submitted by James Crawford. I support the city council taking a formal stance against Measure E. In addition, I ask that council member Laura MD be recused from any discussion on Measure E. Her personal engagement outside of the city council chambers with Catalyst Cannabis owner Elliot Lewis is at best questionable and likely, as most residents are saying, effectuated the recall special election that has cost the city hundreds of thousands of dollars. All anyone needs to do is look at Laura MD's website, www.lauramd.com. It leads directly to the Long Beach Pot Dealers Catalyst Company website. Please demand Councilmember MD recuse herself from any further discussion on cannabis-related issues before the city council. I don't see any other comment. Someone said there was more than one. I'm sorry, we're having some server issues.
The only reason why somebody would need to recuse themselves would be a financial interest or deals with them personally. So as long as Councilmember MD doesn't have a financial
You guys would
interest.
like me to recuse myself?
No,
I'd be happy to.
I'm just asking. You don't need to. Don't do it if you don't have a financial interest. And yeah. So if you do, then let us know.
No problem. I'm here. I don't have a financial.
I'm just all right. All right. No. Are there any other e-comments or Zoom comments?
That's it.
Okay. Anyone else from the public want to come down and speak? Okay. Councilmember Baji, your light is on.
Are we allowed to speak freely here, or are we limited to saying what the city can or should do relative to the information?
As long as it's factual and about our ordinance.
All right, well,
not politicking, not using resources.
Okay, no politicking. So I would just provide in the information that the city council declined 5-0 to adopt the ordinance, the initiative as our law. Because we could have done that and maintained local control, but we still decided not to adopt it. So that's factual. That's pretty much,
We voted unanimously to adopt our ordinance.
And then voted
Citywide?
unanimously to adopt our ordinance. Well, I abstained from a couple of those, so.
Well, they were abstaining is still unanimous.
And I think the most important thing is about the tax revenue. That is clarified.
Yeah.
Because it is factually incorrect to suggest.
And there's no set revenue period, right? With tax or otherwise.
There's a point system That does not guarantee tax revenue.
Right, and that's in the impartial analysis at the end.
It is, but
There's no
people
way
will
to
read it
enforce
more.
it.
No offense, but a lot of people.
Understood. It's an impartial
It is in there.
analysis.
It is
It's in there.
correct. I wanna
There's
make sure
no
it's
way
on the
to collect
website,
it.
too.
Also, let me
Well, but
just,
the website really does have to be impartial, right? Because we will.
Factual and partial.
here's
Yeah.
the
That is
thing.
factual.
The thing on the website, if it's going to be on redondo.org, nobody's going to find it. I mean, you can't search. You
Just
can
go
search
on the
internet.
front page, where we
Okay,
have
on
the
front
banner
page.
going
All right,
across.
sounds good. On the front page.
And I may
Make
say
sense to you?
that if it's on the front page, if those of us that have Facebook pages can post a link to it, they
Yeah.
can read it. That's the best way to get the
And
word
one
out.
more thing I just want to say is thank you, Rolf Schwarzenberg, for stepping up to the plate on writing the what you did on this, because it's residents have been kind of terrified to get involved in this political process outwardly, and even putting up any kind of sign. People who are strong supporters one way or the other, because they fear retribution by this group. And one resident even told me 2 days after putting up a lawn sign, her fence was kicked in. 2 plates were kicked in. And she's like, that's never happened here before. And it wasn't, she went outside and it wasn't like a neighborhood resident. So I appreciate, I don't think there's anything serious to fear, but I appreciate your stepping out and being an activist in this process, and everybody else who signed on to that statement.
Yeah, thank you, board member. It's a lot of work, going around getting the signatures, writing things, absolutely. So thank you for doing that. And you were here that night too, so you were here in the wee hours. Any other comments about what the city should be including on the FAQ or facts regarding our cannabis ordinance?
I think this is very good. And again, if we have a digital version of it, it would be great.
Okay, and we forward that to the.
That would be better for you. That will not pass muster as impartial, aside from the title, but that was something that you as individuals can send out.
Okay, that's fine.
If you can forward that to the.
That would be good.
Okay, motion on the floor to oppose Measure E and to have the city include an FAQ on the website and push out factual information regarding our own cannabis ordinance that will be going live here in 2 days.
And deficiencies in Measure E?
No, can't do that.
That's not impartial.
No. Okay, last bite at that apple. Anyone else in the public want to come down and speak? No? Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstaining? Passes unanimously. Correct? Okay. And nothing to read on this?
Yep.
And that leaves us to, did we pass over the mayor and council items?
Well, this
I mean,
was
not
mayor and
the,
council item.
city manager items.
We did, but that's okay. I'll be extremely brief. We did obtain the $1.5 million grant that I mentioned to you, might happen at the Metro Board meeting here recently, to help us in acquiring the property, the right-of-way property off of Grant and Inglewood that we've been in conversations with, which is fantastic work by our Public Works team and others in the organization. Pleased to report that. There have been some questions about the timeline, construction timeline for both the Inglewood right turn lane project at the intersection with Manhattan Beach Boulevard, as well as the Beryl Street, Complete Street, Living Street project. Both projects should be completed by the end of the calendar year. Both right now show a December completion date. I reserve the right to tell you later that could change, but as of now.
Is Caltrans involved?
Caltrans is not involved with either of those projects, thankfully.
Did we order our light poles? Okay.
Yes. So those projects are moving forward. There have been folks that have asked about time of operation, and Inglewood in particular, most of that work occurs between 9 and 3 in the afternoon. I know that's been a frustrating off-ramp for folks coming off the 405. So we're on it. That's all I've got.
And Beryl, I'm sure Christian could
testify to this. A lot of the folks that live over there are really.
The good news is we are, I think, opening up the one side of the street. Well, Dominguez is open, but also all, I believe along Barrel, the north side of Barrel will be able to resume parking for residents.
When will that happen? It's happened already.
Has it?
It have happened today.
Must have
Yeah.
happened today then.
Yeah, I think it happened today. So that's one bit of good news we should report.
I got a question on the walk path, the county walk path from Veterans Park. Did that, I don't, Ted's here. He is
Yeah,
here.
we've been in
Did
conversations.
we get a bid? Did the county get a bid? We moving forward?
Hi, I know they had a walkthrough and they have a contractor. It's not even the same contractor that walked the job site with us before, but they have not told us that they have a contract nor when they're ready to start yet. So we'll let you know as soon as we know more from them.
Okay.
At this point, they're still working with that.
And that will do the whole project, correct? Or just that one little portion up there where the stairs are?
It'll be about 375 feet from the southerly end, so starting in Nob Hill going northward. That's the area that they're going to remove and reconstruct, and then there'll be patchwork otherwise.
What about that right part where the Veterans Park is, where the stairs go down, where the rocks are at?
Yeah, that rock is actually what they built as the access ramp for their vehicles to be able to get on. There are no other places for them to access.
Okay, so we'll be removing that.
Yeah. they
Got
will
it.
be.
Okay. All right, anyone else from the council? Questions, comments?
Referrals?
We are now at referrals to staff, yes.
It's not a referral, but it's, is it on me?
Yes, sir. Unless Councilmember.
I have none.
Oh, you're up.
All right, I'd like to agendize, pull from Public Art Commission, the mural discussion for the Public Works Building at Gertruda and Catalina, inviting the mural subcommittee members, Juan Melendez, Marcy Klein, and Olivia Pucci, to come speak to us about what they presented to their Public Art Commission. There was a motion and they split 3-3 on the vote, and they didn't have their seventh person to break the tie. It's a meritorious, they did good research, good suggestion. I think council should consider it, so let's pull it on up, please.
Yeah, absolutely. I watched that myself. I thought so too. Do we need a?
We'll reach out to the artists and presenters and see what their availability looks like. We'll get that to you as soon as we can.
Thank you, thank you. We need a vote?
No. All in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? No? Okay. Anyone else? No?
Motion to adjourn in memory of Eleanor's mother and Mr. Hawks.
So we are adjourning in Eleanor, and
Before we do that, how do we get a person's name in memory?
talk to the city manager,
Okay, all
or
right,
Renee.
cool, thanks.
Eleanor, I'm sorry to hear. Sorry, it was unexpected.
Sorry,
thing.
Eleanor.
And who was the second person? Second person was Douglas Hawks, longtime Redondo Beach crossing guard. Crossing guards are very well loved in the city, so sorry to hear that. Thank you guys very much, and we will see not next week.
No, we are, yes.
To the 20th.
No, we'll be here next Tuesday. We have 3 meetings this month. Shorter meeting. We have to, you have your second reading and adoption of the ordinance pertaining to increases needs to occur next Tuesday. We will have a smattering of agenda items. It will be light. We'll keep it light, couple of discussion items from strategic planning items that are outstanding. And we'll try to leave it at that. And there will be, yes, there will be closed session next week as well, a variety of closed session items. So
Actually,
we'll be here
have
at
some stuff to add.
4:30.